What's going on, everybody? I want to let the room warm up just a little bit. Um, he's not supposed to jump on until at least 9:30, so we still got like 10, 15 minutes. So I want to let the room warm up just a little bit. But how's everybody doing this Friday? Uh, Everybody's doing a live today, so I think some of the people that usually watch my other friends' channels are probably going to be on the other live. It is what it is, man. Alrighty. So as everybody knows, I'm right here in Medellin, Colombia, and I'll do a video about if things have changed in the country. But I want to stay here for maybe like another 2 more weeks and rock out. And then when I get a better perspective, I'll definitely make a video about if things have changed. I've definitely seen some changes, and I've definitely seen the animosity that's in the air so far here. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, man. So all right. I got two people in the building. Like I said, my other friends are doing live, so some of the people that usually like we have mutual subscribers, so like they're gonna be watching the other guys' lives. But it is what it is, man. Hmm. Alrighty, man. I'm waiting for the guest. Like I said, I started a little bit more earlier than anticipated. I was gonna let the room warm up a little bit, but not too many people are jumping on right now. Like I said, it's Friday, so maybe everybody's going out. I have no idea. I usually don't do my lives on the weekends, maybe like on a Sunday, but we'll see, man. Oh man. So Colombia won today. So there's gonna be a lot of people in the streets tonight, and I think Monday's a holiday, so there's gonna be definitely a lot of people out tonight. I want to do some more Colombian. I feel like I already did enough Brazilian continent. I've done enough videos. So now that I'm in Medellin, I'm gonna try and do some continent over here. Starting this week, I'll probably try to film a little bit, some of the areas and shit. All right, hold on, guys. Shit. Holy shit. Fucking on the damn live and shit, dude. Oh man. Like I said, now I'm just waiting for the guests to show up. Um, I'm gonna let them rock out for about maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then I want to open the panel to anybody who wants to jump in. I'll probably have El Paisa jump on, and let me see. Alrighty, let me drop the link for him because maybe he didn't receive the link through the email. Alrighty. Yo 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 yo. Alrighty, man. What's everybody up to? What's everybody up to on this beautiful Friday? Like I said, I never hardly ever do lives on the weekends because that's when people usually like to go out and stuff like that. So I figure it's always better to do it like Thursday, Monday, or even Sunday. But it is what it is, man. So usually I don't get no more than 20 people. I think that my first live I ever did, I got like 58. And for some reason, I never just got that many followers or live people again. The most I get is 20, 25, 30. But that's the average for everybody. I've seen guys that have like maybe like 2 or 3 thousand subs more than me, and they get about the same number as well. So it is what it is, man. Like I said, I'm just waiting for the guest to pop on. But hold on, give me a minute, guys. I want to put his link on the description below so people can. Yes, he is. I'm just waiting for him to come through. Like I say, he barely got home like a few minutes ago. So whenever he's ready, he's gonna jump on the panel. So waiting for him. I'm also gonna have some other people jump on. Maybe I don't know, Buck might join us, and I know a Paisa for sure, and maybe Wants. But yes, is that a Columbia jersey? Let me see. Yeah, that is a Columbia? Yeah, they won today. There's gonna be a lot of drinking today. You know what? But wait until next week until the playoffs start, and it's gonna be really good. But especially for the World Cup, like in a year and a half from now. Um, I'll probably be no, I'm gonna be in Mexico for the World Cup, but it is what it is. Yeah, right. Yeah, so they won today. So there's like the Sesenta was really packed, and I don't know about Porrado. I'm pretty sure every area is packed right now. Whenever there's like a game, especially for like this sort of like event, there's like people that go out and then celebrate. So I know tonight a lot of people are gonna be. Well, people were getting drunk as I left. I was only drinking. I drank a Red Bull and I had like maybe like one beer and I left. So, mm. And now I'm drinking water. I was gonna go out tonight, but I decided not to. I'm gonna take a day off. But I have a story that happened to me yesterday. A funny story. Damn, I haven't been able to let it go, but I'm gonna share it with this guy when he jumps on, and also a paisa. Oh man, I almost want to cry, but it's gonna be man. You know what? At the end of the day, it's my fault. I don't even want to talk about it, but then again, I do because I just make myself look like a fool and shit. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, man. So I'm just waiting for the brother to join or whatever. I gotta get maybe like one of those musics in the background and just let it rock out for like 10, 15 minutes and let the room warm up. But like I said, I never do the lives on the weekends because people are always out and about and stuff like that. So, and then some of my other guys, my other YouTuber friends, they have in lives as well because of the debate. So some of the people that usually will watch mutual like subscribers that watch my channel also watch Razor Rays and Black Man Travel. So like, it is what it is, man. I didn't wear a jersey today. I did not put on a jersey today and shit. I did not. But you know what? There are so many attractive women today in La Sesenta. I was just like, damn. It's too bad you can't even use Tinder anymore here, man. It's just like it's gone to shit, man. Like, I mean, oh man. Back in the day when I used to come to Medellin, I used to have like dates lined up. So when I got here, I was good to go. Now, like I would say 70% of the women you see on Tinder and Medellin are pre-pagas. It's like it's very disappointing, but it is what it is, dude. I got blocked on Tinder. You know what? I got blocked on Tinder on my regular phone 2 years ago, and I didn't realize how strict they are. Like, if you try to switch like a different cell phone, and you use the email that you registered on Tinder with your old account, they'll block that cell phone as well. Because my friend was like being stubborn. He's like, nah, put it on my cell phone. I'm like, are you sure? I was like, because I think they'll block it. He's like, no, nah. And so when I got the app on the cell phone and I put my email, it blocked his cell phone from using Tinder. Like he couldn't even get into his Tinder account. His Tinder account was blocked as well on the cell phone. Like it just completely blocks Tinder. So like I did it. He was upset, but I was like, bro, I told you not to put my. He was just like so stubborn on like trying to prove his point, and now he's like he couldn't even use Tinder anymore. So yeah, you could always just make like if you make another one, you just don't use the same email or whatever because they'll block it as well and shit, dude. So it is what it is, dude. No big deal. I got blocked too. I was just putting my IG. They be tripping. You need to use Androids and change the SIM. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I had to use I have a backup throwaway phone, and so I just been using that one for the last 2 years and shit, dude. Yo, what's going on, Rod?
Yeah, what's up, man? What's going on?
I'm over. You know what? I was in Cali for a week, and then I came back to Medellin.
So, what'd you think about Cali?
I've been there a few times. You know what? I saw crazy shit. There was a guy like the first day I got there. There's a guy running naked in the neighborhood, bro, and the Colombians were cheering him on, bro. I
Really?
took a video of it, bro, too.
Damn. Well, that's weird. Normally, were they cheering him on because he was crazy, or
I don't know. He was running naked. He was streaking. Like, have you ever seen that movie Old School? When that guy's
yeah.
like running, yeah, just like that. And like he ran like a few times, and people were just like laughing and like cheering him on, clapping and shit. I thought it was a soccer game going on because I hear the clapping, and I look and outside my door, and I'm just like, damn, dude, look at this guy, man.
That's crazy. Now that's in Cali. You know, if you go when you go to Cali, you have to you have to really just know. You got to be clear why you're going, dude. You can't go. Cali's not like Medellin, okay? It's not nicer than Medellin.
It's dangerous, bro. I could definitely sense it when I was in Canada.
100%. But let me tell you, even though it's dangerous, like I'm not telling you I think it's great because it's dangerous, but even though it's dangerous, you could find a rough, what's that phrase? You can find a rough diamond in the
Rough,
what's that phrase?
rough diamond in the rug.
Yeah, you could find one of them in Cali, but you gotta look. and then you got to be patient. You're not going to find it overnight. But because I found a
Nah, I went out
few,
with an old friend, like a person I known for like 2 years, and then she brought a friend for me, so it was fun. Actually, we
right?
went out. So, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
good, good.
How
But let
long?
me bring up my guest real quick right here. What's going on, Sheldon? What's going on?
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
Great, great, great. How's your Friday
How
going?
it's going good, man. I was at my mom's house. I was chilling out with my brother and a couple of friends. We were barbecuing. I'm back home now, just chilling.
So how was your time in Colombia? I understand you went to Medellin and also Cali. Which was your favorite city and why?
Favorite city was Medellin. First of all, can you guys? Am I holding the camera properly? Because you
Yeah,
guys
yeah, I
know
can
I'm
see you
blind,
good,
right?
bro. I can see you good. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So a couple of months ago, I was in Colombia, and yeah, I was in Medellin for 5 days, and then I flew to Cali for 3 days. Yeah, so I would say Medellin was my favorite.
All right. Yeah,
Yes,
Cali,
sir.
man. It just, I guess, like, man, I got like an apartment that was really nice, and it was like I was the only person in the building too. It was like a building that had an apartment, and I was the only person there. But it was like right in the busy intersection, so I hear salsa all day long. So it kind of got annoying, and like
Okay.
from yeah, from like 10 in the morning to like 10 at night, like it's just like it's unbearable. It's like,
Right, right. I feel you. I feel you. So, are you saying Medellin or Cali?
now I'm in Medellin now. I stayed in Cali for 1 week, and then I came back to. Well, I went to Pereira for 3 days, and then I went to
Okay,
Cali, and then I went back to. I flew back to Medellin. So,
okay. I was in an area called is it Grande? Grande or Grande? Yeah, Grande.
where in
It was
Medellin or Cali?
in Cali.
Oh, okay. Granada, you mean?
Sorry, Granada, Granada.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
Granada.
yeah.
Okay.
I was in the
No,
Granada.
I
Yeah,
wasn't. I
sorry.
was in Miraflores and shit, which is all. It's okay, but
How
damn,
far is that from Granada?
nah, music was just like it was too much noise, and I couldn't get like peace. Like at night, sometimes the Colombians have their music loud until 1 a.m. on a damn Sunday, so it's like shit.
Right, 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 right. No, I feel you because when I was staying at the Airbnb and in Medellin, yeah, music was playing until like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It didn't really bother me, but yeah. So like again, I was only there for 5 days, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of salsa. Their culture is salsa, man. They really like that. And but Medellin's more like reggaeton. Like as soon as you come to Medellin, it's just like you don't even hardly ever hear salsa. It's like just actually, if anything, you hear bachata more. It'll be reggaeton, bachata, and maybe salsa will be third. I think.
Right, right, right. Yeah, I heard that Cali is the salsa capital of the world.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is, man. They have
I
really good.
actually used to take salsa lessons after I lost my eyesight 14 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I did salsa lessons for about 6 months.
So, how was your experience in Colombia, bro? Like, how was it? Tell me about it. You're in Medellin. Like, what did you think about the women?
Overall, I'm gonna be honest with you, my brother. Overall, I would say so I'll start with Medellin. Um, the people were definitely hospitable towards me. Um, like, I have a disability, and I wouldn't expect people to treat me bad. So it would be a different experience for me than the average person, if you kind of understand what I'm saying, right? Because
Yeah.
I think that people are more empathetic, like they have more sympathy. The fact that I'm blind, you know what I mean, and I have a disability, and I'm in Medellin, and I'm smiling, and I'm happy, and I'm loving life, because obviously I didn't let losing my eyesight hinder my life. You know what I mean? So it's a different experience. It was a good experience, but it was a different experience for me. Like if I had my eyesight, I don't know what I would have experienced. I don't even know how the people would have treated me. You know what I mean? But walking, I'm a 6'4" big black guy, right? Walking with a white cane. So you know what I mean? When I didn't have that white cane, I wasn't approachable. But now I got that white cane, I'm more approachable.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, people here in Medellin definitely very friendly compared to because I used to live in Eastern Europe, so like it's different day and night difference, man, for sure.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, but overall, Medellin, they were very hospitable. They were courteous. The Airbnb where I was staying, they were able to accommodate for me. Um, the food, I would give the food a 6 out of a 10. Yeah,
Yeah, that's Cali food is way better, man. By the way, I
way
used to
better.
love eating in Cali,
Yes.
but in Medellin, it's just like Unless I saw the video, you had the paisa, the plate. That was
Oh
pretty good,
man,
yeah.
that was delicious.
That was dope.
That was actually my favorite meal.
Yeah,
That chicharron, that fried pork,
yeah, it
and
was
the
good.
sausage. Yep, yeah, the fried egg. Can't go wrong with that, man. Breakfast and dinner at the same damn time. Shit.
It's good, man. You went to like what areas did you go to? You go to like I know you were in Parque Yeres por Valdo. Did you go to La Setenta as well, Loretes?
Yeah, and then also too, I was in Comuna 13,
Yeah,
and then I was in this other area. I can't remember the name of it, but I actually did a video of it. Where I actually got that Pandea Paisa.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember that name. Oh, and then also I went to that what's that mall called again? Altazora Mall.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I went to the mall. Yeah.
All right, yeah, because I saw your videos and you took pictures with a lot of good-looking girls, and I was like,
Oh
wow.
man, there's so many beautiful. Dude, the minute I got on the plane from Toronto, right now I'm actually in Toronto. I'm from Canada.
Okay.
The minute I got on the plane, I flied with Avianca Airlines. Beautiful women. Flew into Bogota. Beautiful women at the airport from Bogota into Medellin. Beautiful, man.
Do you have somebody?
Wait, hold on. You said beautiful women. How do you know you're beautiful if you can't see?
Oh, because I had my eyesight before. I lost my eyesight 14 years ago, so I already know what Colombian women look like. I don't know if you guys remember that TV show Modern Family.
Yeah.
You know that what's her name again? Sophia. What's her last name? Sophia, that Colombian woman.
Sofia Verga.
Yeah, man. That was the last Colombian girl I saw before I went blind. So I'm good. So every Colombian girl I met, reminded me of her.
All right.
I can't see, right? So I can't judge.
When you move around, do you have somebody that helps you out, or you do it by yourself?
So when I was in Medellin, I had a couple of friends help me out, but I usually travel alone. Like, so for example, we were talking earlier, about Czech Republic. I went to Czech Republic by myself, and I got a tour guide to help me out for the 8 days that I was there. And she was part of this free walking tour company, because Europe has like free walking tour.
Yeah.
Free walking tours all across.
Every city has one. Yes.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I did. She was cool. She got me the hockey tickets for the hockey game. She brought me to the Charles Bridge. Everything. It was really good, man. Good experience.
Yeah, I was there for a while. I did a study abroad semester there, man, and I could tell you, like, man, the best pub crawls in the world are definitely hands down in Prague. Like, I have so many people. Many people that have like there's kind of like a tension between the Czechs and the people from the UK, because they could be a little bit obnoxious when they drink, but it's still a good place though.
Right. I would say Czech Republic is my second favorite European country. My first would be Amsterdam. Loved Amsterdam. Yeah.
I think with me, I'm gonna have to give it to. I'm stuck between Czech and Spain. I just think Spain has more to do. And then after that, we'll definitely have to give it to Czech. And then third, I'll have to give it to Hungary, Budapest.
Okay.
But I've been there.
Okay. I haven't actually been to Spain. I have a cousin that owns a house in Alicante. So hopefully I'll get to Spain by the end of this year. But when it comes to European countries, I've been to Zurich, Switzerland, Germany. So Zurich, Switzerland, Germany, Amsterdam, the UK, Lisbon, Portugal, Czech Republic, and Iceland. And and I was in Dublin for like a few hours with a layover. Yeah.
Next time you gotta try Italy. Rome is good for 3 days, and then Napoli is good for another 3 days as well. Good food. And then Italy, and then you haven't been to Spain yet, right?
No, I haven't been to Spain.
You definitely gotta go to Spain. Barcelona is amazing, bro.
I heard it's really nice. Yeah, my cousin has a house there. I have a friend that actually lives in Barcelona, and he was telling me definitely got to go down and check out Barcelona. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of hidden gems in Europe. Like I'll tell people like about Albania as well. Like the San Randre and Himara are like really beautiful beach areas that people never hear about. Also, another country that has really beautiful women in Europe is Serbia and Belgrade. If you ask me which of the best looking women I've ever seen in the world is Belgrade. And I've been to 30 countries, and like people can say Colombia, but I was like, nah. I think overall, it's just like I think Serbia.
Right. Yeah, I actually used to work with this German woman, and excuse me, and like she really made me actually like just love German women. And plus, I already know what German women look like. They're tall. And yeah, when I was in Germany, I was staying in Offenbach, and there were so many beautiful, like tall, just like, yeah, they're tall, beautiful, beautiful women in Germany. Look, yeah, definitely like the women in Germany.
How were like the women receptive to you in Colombia? They're like curious about what was your disability. They were like, can I take a picture of you?
Yeah,
Or
yeah. Yo, brother, the first day I was there, Friday night when I went out, it was raining, and my homeboy was laughing because I literally had like four girls like hovering me like with their umbrellas while we were walking through that like club district. And yeah, man, they were taking pictures, and he was laughing. He was like, "Wow, never would have expected this." Even the guys, they were like, "Damn, what the hell is going on, man? Who is this guy?" I felt like a celebrity. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. They showed me a lot of love in Colombia.
yeah, it's too bad you were like I wasn't here. I would have showed. I could introduce some good people. I know so many girls here, like, and so I've been hanging around the same girls like for years now.
Okay.
I went to like their they had like a dinner or a barbecue on a last weekend on a Sunday, but I was like when
Mm.
I got there, I ate like a bad burger, and so I couldn't stay too long, and it was like nothing but girls. I was like the only guy there, but I was just
Hmm.
like, man, dude, I just had a stomach ache and I just couldn't take it no more. So I stayed
Hmm.
1 hour and I was like, I gotta go. I left like by 9 o'clock. I was disappointed. I was like, nah, but I had to go back home and take medicine. Maybe I should have went back, but I was like, I just I got home and I just like racked out. But it is.
Right, 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 right. Yeah. So, um, the first time I actually traveled was in 2020, and this is literally after losing my eyesight. Like I've, yeah, like the last time I traveled before I lost my eyesight was in 1998. So I haven't been anywhere in like 22 years. So like literally, like getting off the plane, in Punta Cana, in the Dominican Republic, I literally felt this huge weight just lift off of my shoulders. Like people, I always felt like I was the underdog after I went blind from glaucoma in 2010.
Yeah.
And yeah, like when I got off the plane, like I said, like I felt this huge weight just lift off of my shoulders, and I was saying to myself, like, damn, like why? Like, thank God, like I stopped listening to people, and like I'm doing this for me because people will tell me, you can't see the beauty of the place, so why even go there? But like when I was there, the smells, the sounds, touch, the food, just like the language, it was like just even being on the beach and hearing the ocean was like so therapeutic for me. You know what I mean? Like it
Yeah.
was beautiful, man. I fell in love with the Dominican Republic. I actually went back the second. So when I went back the second time, I moved there for 2 months. Yeah,
I used to live
yeah.
in Santiago as well. We were talking about it. Yeah, Santiago's a dope city.
It's so dope, man. Beautiful,
Women are very
beautiful, beautiful
beautiful,
women.
curvy,
Yes, yes, yes,
very easy.
yes.
I think DR is the easiest country to meet women. Like just like cold approach. Like all you gotta just say holla to a girl, and like you could get the number if she's feeling you. You know.
Right, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So that was my first country I actually traveled to after losing my eyesight, and I would like recommend to like brothers out there, yeah, if you're traveling for the first time, go to the DR, man. Get your feet wet in the DR. So I've been to the DR 3 times, lived there, and then after I went to Mexico, I was telling you that I was in Playa del Carmen. It was like it was a culture shock for me because it was nothing like Santiago. Playa del Carmen was just full of tourists, so I didn't really
It is.
like it too
Yeah,
much.
it is,
It was
man.
fun. Don't get me wrong, it's fun, but I felt like I was back home in Toronto.
Well, let
Hmm.
me ask you this: you when you made that trip to Dominican Republic, you obviously can sense your senses are a lot stronger now. You're
Oh,
using
100%.
so you could sense when you got there, like the I
The
wouldn't say
smell.
well, not only that, the people like the kindness and the culture. Because in the U.S., I'll give you an example. In the U.S., depends on the city you're in. People are more
Hmm.
aggressive. They might be nice and help you to some degree, but
Yeah.
you could feel all that aggressiveness. If that makes any
Oh,
sense.
of course. Oh, 100%. Like when I'm walking around in Toronto, like sometimes I would have people push my cane, like literally push my cane out the way.
Wow.
And I'm just like, damn, like, yo. And then after they're like, oh, shoot, you're blind. They thought I'm walking around with like a white cane in my hand for style. Like people are just so like aggressive. they're lost in their phone. Like it's yeah.
I don't know if you ever seen that video of the kid that blind kid that got punched in school, and then
No,
some
I
kid
never.
came. Oh yeah, it's pretty vicious. So the kid's blind. A bully decides to punch him. He can't even see the punch,
Mm,
but somehow the kindness in this other kid's heart, another teenager in that school, came to his aid and knocked the kid out to protect.
good,
But
good.
the point is like you can, for the most part, people have good in them, but
Yes.
that doesn't mean they're always good.
Right. No, exactly. Like to be honest with you, my brother, I would say majority of people actually have good in them because like a lot of people ask me like, like do you feel safe when you travel? And I tell people I feel safer in other countries than I do in Toronto. Toronto's like the United States. Like there's shootings every weekend. Like there's people down here that are so cutthroat. They would like harm a child. Like they would harm a disabled person. They would rob an old lady. You know what I mean? But
They see you as prey.
yeah, exactly. But like in other countries, like I don't get that feeling. Like, I don't, I would say like the minority of people, like one out of every thousand probably would do something to somebody who's disabled. But you seriously got to be a piece of shit to want to harm somebody with a
Yeah,
disability.
I think what it is in the other countries, and like Colombia, for example, because I lived there for years.
Hmm.
What in Colombia, because the police do not arrive right away,
Mm.
the people have to work together against the criminals or whoever's committing a crime.
Right, right, right.
So it's not. I don't want to say it's the vigilante mentality.
Yeah,
It's us versus them. So there's people that will, if they don't see a gun, they'll put themselves into harm's way to help the other person. If
right,
there's a gun involved, they may or may not. It's hit or miss on that one. But yeah, no.
right, right, right. And I definitely feel you. Like, for an example, when I was in Playa del Carmen in 2021, I was with a friend that lives there, and we were walking back from the nightclub around like 4 in the morning, and he was telling me, "Don't look back," and I'm like, "Okay." He was telling me that the police are following us, so I'm like, "Okay, dude, I got you, right?" So I started swinging my cane like really aggressive, like from right to left, and the guy started laughing. My friend started laughing because the police were staring at me like, "Oh shit, this guy's blind," and then they kept it moving. You know what I mean? Because you would like if they would have like because he was telling me that the police extort tourists
Yeah, they do.
when they're coming back from the clubs like at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, right?
Yeah,
So
they
he
do.
was saying that if they didn't see my white cane, they would have extorted us.
Right. Well, not only that, it's ingrained in the culture. It's embarrassing. Can you imagine if you're the person that extorted a blind man like that?
Yeah,
It's embarrassing. Like if they're if they're somehow they get caught or somebody turns them in. These
right.
people are such scumbags. They extorted a blind man. That's worse than you know what I mean because they see it as
That could stop tourism from tourists coming there. Like if they would rob or extort a blind person, damn, just imagine what they would do to you guys.
well there's got to be like if you're like in the mafia they have rules right, no women or children.
Mm,
There still has to be some rules even in these countries that are to some degree they refer to as a no man's land, right?
right.
No go zone.
Yeah.
Like Colombia's always been branded as a no go zone. That's been lifted when people like started traveling there. There's still Colombia is it's not 100% safe. If you look at the actual data,
Hmm.
I talked to Ulysses about this. It's really not safe,
No,
but
it's not at all.
it's not at all. Like take Cali for example.
Hmm.
I mean, I'll be very honest with you. If I were in Cali, I would if I go out late at night, I would hide my iPhone. I would only
Hmm.
carry 200,000 pesos, which I think is like 50 American dollars.
Hmm.
Maybe a little bit more because you don't need a lot of money in Cali. Am I
Hmm.
right, Ulysses?
Nah, you don't.
200,000 pesos, if you're going to go buy a beer, get in a bar, whatever, go eat, that'll cover your whole night. That's more
Hmm.
than
Hmm.
even
Hmm.
at a five-star restaurant,
Right.
you
And
know.
you know what? Right. And the funny thing is too, like I believe that I bring the good out of people. Like for an example, when I was walking out of my Airbnb, this guy came up to me asking me for change, and then I told him, "Hey, like I'm blind." And then he goes, oh, shoot. He saw my cane. He goes, oh, whoa. And then he told me to hold my hand down. He put money in my hand. I'm like, nah, man. I'm like, take your money, man. I'm good. Let me give you a little change, man. Like, I was like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like the hospital, like, they're just so hospitable there, man. Like, wow. Like, I was shocked that, I met somebody in Colombia that actually homeless. I don't know if it's homeless, but, somebody begging for change would do something like that, It was really good.
Yeah, no, you'll see that. It's they still have some traditions. I mean, they got their problems like anywhere else, but there still are some traditions in place. You know,
Right. Yeah,
one of them
yeah.
is like you said, when it comes to disabled, whether it's blind or anything else, that's taken into consideration.
Mm.
Women or children or elderly, all of this is taken in consideration. So there's still some protection there for the most part.
Oh, no, for sure. Like, I remember when I was in Sasua, the second time I was in the Dominican Republic, and we were walking outside of this nightclub, and the security guards, because security guards down there have guns, right? And the security guards like, come, let me escort your blind friend. So I felt like a boss walking out the club with a security guard following us to the rental with his gun on him.
That's funny.
I was like, the perks of being blind, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like anything else, there's pros and cons to everything.
Right.
But Colombia, if you look at the data from city to city, and it's crazy. Like, and I don't want to knock anybody for promoting Colombia, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love going there. Between you and I love going there. I've lived in multiple cities in Colombia. I just don't know. Not set in stone which city I would love to live in long term, right? I know the benefits of each city. Now, Medellin, I was there for almost 3 years.
Okay.
It's changed dramatically from the time I was there to what it is today.
Big time. Big time.
Big time. It's a beautiful place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful women, but what most people don't know about Medellin is it's very liberal with traditional values. Not only that, add into the mix, you have people from around the world. So now you have the Paisa Medellin culture, and
yes,
believe it or not, it varies from city to city. If you look at Pereira, they're not as exposed to foreigners, so they're not as tainted.
Right.
They're not as tainted as they are in Medellin. Whereas in Medellin, now you have the foreigner mix, and now they've experienced it for 6 years in different ways, from interacting with them to the cost of living going up to everything else. You name it, right?
Right.
When you add in all these factors, it's a very weird mix.
Yeah. No.
Colombians have not lived with Westerners on that large level, like the amount of Westerners there, not just foreigners in general. They've not lived among foreigners, large amount of foreigners in such a short period of time. So it's a culture shock to them.
Right. Compared to the 90s, I totally understand what you're saying.
Even compared to the 2000s, when I was in the late 2000s, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting. People don't realize that. Now, I'll give you an example. When I was there, you were lucky if you had 5 foreigners die in the whole country. Today, it's 2 foreigners dying every week. In Medellin, just Medellin, not the country.
Yeah.
So when you, and I don't want to say that to knock it for what it is, but let's even say there's 2 to 4 foreigners dying every month in Medellin. That didn't exist when I was there. It was 5 foreigners in the whole country.
But the thing is, like I get when people say, that Colombia is dangerous. I understand that, but when I I don't even watch the news anymore. But when I used to watch the news, when I hear about 40 people getting shot over the long weekend in Chicago, it's mind-boggling to me.
Oh yeah. Now here's the thing about Chicago. Those 40 people are killed in certain parts of Chicago. It's mostly the south.
Yes.
And the west.
Yes.
So it's pockets of the city.
Right.
It doesn't spill over into the nicer areas as often, but don't get me wrong, the nicer areas are now getting the brunt of it as well.
But the thing is, like when you're overseas, like the access to guns is not as easy as it is for people in the United States. You guys must agree with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely
absolutely.
now. But the crime rate in Cali, for example, is 7 times what it is in Chicago. I mean, the murder rate. The
Really?
murder rate in Cali is 7 times what it is in Chicago per capita. So if
Did
you
not
take
know that.
Cali,
Okay. Yeah.
Cali's got 2 million people. I think Chicago's got 3 million.
Right.
And I think it's 3,000 people get killed homicide every year in Cali. It's like 7 times what it is Chicago. Chicago's 500 every year. So
Okay.
5 times 7 is 30. What's 3,500? Yeah, but I believe it's
Right. Right.
3,500 homicides. I think in Cali, unless that number has gone down dramatically.
Right. And I'm going to be honest with you, my brother. Like when I was in Cali, even Medellin, I actually said to myself, like, shit, I'm only here for like 8 days. But I was saying to myself, I can guarantee you if I was in Colombia for like 2, 3 months, something would happen. I don't know what, but something like, yeah, something could definitely happen for sure. I wasn't there long enough for something to happen. I was kind of like in and out. You know,
Yeah.
like 5 days in Medellin, 3 days in Cali. It's not long enough for, you know what I mean, right? I was just in and out, and I was with 2 friends. But
You
if
know
I
the
was
weird
there,
thing,
so go ahead, yeah.
yeah, no, the weird thing is nothing happened to me in Medellin. I was there longer than I was in Cali.
Okay.
Cali had two incidents happen. One was a house break-in, stealing stuff. Then the other one was a getting robbed on the street. So Cali's a lot more dangerous. Now, keep in mind, if you were to ask about Cali, Cali's got it's like Brazil. It's got the
Hmm.
poor area right next door to the rich area.
Right.
Medellin, the rich area is isolated. You have to go a long way to get to the poor area. They're not next door to
Yeah.
each other.
Hmm.
So that makes a huge difference. So whoever designed Medellin was very smart. They
Right.
said, let's put the poor people on the other side of town.
Hey, let me ask you guys: was Grande like an upper middle class area?
What's the name of the area?
Sorry,
Granada.
Granada. I mean Granada.
Oh,
Granada.
Granada's like a upper, yeah, it's upper middle
Yeah,
class.
because we stayed in a really nice condo, man.
Yeah.
Rooftop pool, and then my boy was telling me that there were so many police just walking along the streets
So
in that
Granada's
area.
like it's like right in the center between the north and the south. Like you're on
Right.
the way to the north, which is Chippy Choppy. So
Okay.
Granada, you're on the way there. It's weird because even when you go through Granada, the hood's right next door. So
Hmm. Hmm.
freaking dirty. It's disgusting. Like I mean, you can't believe you're leaving Granada and only a few blocks away you're in the hood.
Hmm.
It's weird, right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. But yeah,
Yeah,
Cali
you
definitely.
feel unsafe.
Yeah, Cali, you definitely feel the tension in the air, man. Like,
100%. If
there's
Hmm.
you
also
go to Cali to learn salsa or you got a hot girlfriend, that's the only reason you want to be in Cali.
Hmm. Hmm.
Let's be
Plus, it's
honest with
hotter
you.
there. But plus, it's hotter there than
Oh,
compared to
yeah,
oh,
it's
Medellin.
hot, man. It's
Very
hot.
hot there, man.
very hot. It's if you don't have a hot girlfriend or if you're not trying to perfect salsa, I'll give you an example. There
Hmm.
was a couple from Mexico. They went to Cali and they learned salsa and they were there for 6 months. Ulysses might know them. They have their own channel called Baile something Dance and Eat or something. Baile y
Hmm.
Come or something like that. So they have their own channel. They went to Cali and they started learning salsa for 6 months and then they went to Mexico City. They currently reside in Mexico City. If
Okay.
you're not going to Cali for that, for salsa, or you got a hot woman, you're wasting your time in Cali because why would you risk your life where the crime rate's out of control? Homicide
Hmm.
is 7 times worse than Chicago.
Hmm.
Mm.
I
Yeah, it's
feel you,
definitely.
man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pereira was really nice though. I was there for 3 days though. I liked it. A nice
Oh,
spot.
did you?
Yeah, yeah, it's nice. Nice.
But
Okay.
I had the hottest girlfriend in Pereira, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the women are very attractive in Pereira for sure. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
And
What's
they're
your
not.
guys' background?
I'm Mexican.
My,
So
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
my
Yeah.
mom's
You remember you
from
telling me that.
Central America.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's easy for you guys to fluent these Latin American countries because you guys speak Spanish. So it was a bit difficult for me
I
to.
would say it's easier. Doesn't mean it's easy because if
Right.
you ask Ulysses, he'll tell you he's been in Medellin, couldn't find one serious relationship. But why? Right?
Mm.
You would think it's easier for him. Right?
Oh man,
Speak
Yeah. Yeah.
Spanish, you can
even
blend in.
even the Colombians will tell you don't go look for relationships in Medellin. That even the locals will tell you don't go to Medellin.
Right. So here's the thing, like my experience with women in Medellin. So when we got there Friday, my boy found out that there was a 1 a.m. curfew in that park, Park Lejeres. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Yeah,
But yeah,
parking.
there was a 1 a.m. curfew there because of obviously there's always a bad apple in a bunch. Some dude was trying to, I guess some dude holler at some underage girls, right? But what ended up happening is that they kicked everybody out the park. So like you have all these pros, like just like walking amongst like just everybody, right? So
But everything's still open though. Like that was just like a show of like a good gesture. Like when I got here like 2 weeks ago, the
yeah.
clubs don't close until like 4 a.m. That's bullshit. The mayor just like making a show. He's lying.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
lying, man. The pros are still walking around. What they have now that's different is that they're doing checks on the girls now, ID checks. And so
Right.
you see that,
Right.
but that's the only
Yeah.
thing that's changed. So.
Yeah. But obviously, it's still like it's very aggressive down there with the pros because like when the minute we walk out of our Airbnb, it's like wow, like it's like women just running up to massage, date. I was like wow, like it's
I
like
think, I think for yourself, I mean, depends on what your goal is, right? If you said to me, listen, Rod, I want to find a woman, I would tell you, you would have to live in Medellin long term, and then you would have to uh, blend in with the cliques. You would have to find the cliques that can introduce you to somebody. If
mhm,
that's not possible, it's hit or miss online, and
mm.
and 9 times out of 10, it's miss. Like
Well,
you'll
my
get
experience. Sorry for cutting you off. So my
yeah,
experience there, like I met a lot of beautiful women, working at the restaurant. So when I go to a restaurant, the waitress, whatever, like I would say hi to the waitress and talk to the waitress and get their WhatsApp and stuff like that. So that's kind of how I was moving around. I had a friend, I have a friend that has an Indian restaurant not too far from the Park Lejeres. And yeah, like even like he had a couple of girls working there that wanted to take pictures with me and get to know me. And these are not pros, right? So you can definitely meet normal women at the bars, restaurants. The nightclubs, it's tricky because my buddy went up to a couple of chicks at the nightclubs and they were like, "Hey, man, we're working."
right.
So,
Nah, I think it's changed in Medellin. Like the something that's not talked about is like it's kind of like a lot of girls don't want to be seen with us, especially the higher stratuses, because Americans now are seen as an embarrassment in the city
oh
itself. So they
shit.
don't want to
Well, no,
say like,
that's always existed though.
yeah,
Mm,
but now it's a lot worse. Like now it's like let's say a girl's like a stratus 4 or 5, like a dentist or a doctor or an accountant or a teacher or whatever. Like she
mhm.
don't want to be seen with an American no more because for her it's embarrassing to tell her family, "Oh, I'm dating a gringo," and she's like, "What?"
Yeah, yeah, that's how
I
did you?
can definitely see that. I can see that. I can see
Yeah,
that.
well, the ones from the higher stratuses, it's difficult, more difficult. If
Yeah,
you, I'll give you an example. Like if okay, so if you're in Medellin and you want to meet somebody from a middle class background or above, the
Mm,
family's gonna ask, okay, oh, you met a foreigner, where'd you meet him? That's the first question. Oh, I met
right.
him online, or I met him in person, right? And then does he speak the language? Like so, because you can get away with not speaking the language, but how are you going to communicate with the family? This is a family that doesn't rely on you for, for help, right? Now, if you deal with a girl that's from a lower stratus or a lower class, the whole family relies on you for sponsorship to bring them to the U.S. to help them financially. You become the actual ATM for the family, unfortunately.
Right.
So
But I'm
if
gonna be honest with you, like it still beats dating in America and
yeah,
Canada.
it's
I'm gonna
true.
be
wait,
realistic. Yeah.
which part of it? Go ahead, elaborate on that so we all.
So for an example, when I was in Santiago this year, I was there for about 10 days in January, and my friend's girlfriend's cousin she wanted to link up with me, and yeah, we met up, and she is a pharmacist, and yeah, I was like, she's cool, and I was saying to myself, like, wow, like I've been, getting eye drops for years at pharmaceutical companies here in Toronto, and there was this one girl, there's this one pharmacist. Actually, there was a couple of pharmacists that I liked, and I asked them out, and like they're just like all flaky and stuff like that, and they'll give you their number. They would like flirt with you, and when it comes time to actually go on a date, it's like, oh, I can't, I'm busy, and they would flake. You know what I mean? Then on
Yeah.
top of it, before I left to go to Colombia, I was on this dating app called Hinge, and I met this girl from the Bahamas. She's been living in Canada for 7 years, and I brought her on a date, and it was her birthday week. I'm like, fuck, her birthday week. Like stupid shit like that. It's like, okay, it's your birthday week. So I'm like, do you want a shot? She's like, yeah. Do you have any Don Julio or Patron? I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. It's her birthday week. And then the bill came up to about $220. And then the next day, we met up again for lunch. Here I am thinking that, okay, she might grab the bill this time or even give me like the tip money or something. Nothing. I paid another, $82. And then when it was her actual birthday now, she's like, hey, what do you want to do? And I'm like, nothing. I'm like, I'm not going nowhere. If you want to come to my house, I'll cook you some dinner. And then I ended up going to the grocery store, spending $100. To make a long story short, like when we were making out, you know what I mean? I was doing my thing. And then she's like, hey, can we take this slow? And I'm like, take it slow? And then I was saying to myself, I literally spent $400. I'm like, that could have been my spending money on it. Like, that could have been a freaking plane ticket.
Right.
So I'm like, yeah, no problem. We'll take it slow. So later on, she got an Uber, went home. She's been calling me. Hey, what's up? I'm like, hey, I'm busy. I'm going to Colombia. So when I posted a picture of myself in Colombia, she's like, oh, babe, you look good. And then I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then that was it. Now, when I got back, she tried to holler at me. She goes, hey, you're back. I'm like, yeah, I'm back. I hope all is well with you. And then like, I'm done. I'm done with these dating apps here in Toronto. I'm done. Like, I'm not wasting any more money taking any of these girls out anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, I think everything in life is your return on your investment. So not only your finances, but your time.
Right.
So you put in the finances, you put in 3 days of your time, and then the return on your investment is very low.
Well, here's the thing. I'm 47 years old. I'm old, right?
Right.
So my experience, so I remember graduating from high school in the early 90s. And I just remember, like just before social media, it was so easy to meet girls. Like I'm talking the hottest girl in the neighborhood wouldn't even know she's that hot. Like, you know what I mean? There's no social media. Like you grab your pen and your pad.
That's a good point.
Yeah, like you write her phone number down. It's like, yeah, you go
Well,
up.
not only that, she's not going, okay, it's harder for women back then to get the top 10% of guys, even if we fall in those categories.
Right,
Today,
exactly.
today you got 90% or more women trying to go after the top 10% of men.
But the thing is, it's retarded. Like, I actually talked to some of these girls today, and I'm like, how many messages do you get on a dating site? One girl told me she gets hundreds of messages every day. You can't compete to that. Like, you can't compete with that.
No. What she does is she's gonna filter it based on looks. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna filter it based on who they find attractive. Then after they filter it based on looks, then they start working their way down based on height, based on this, based on that.
Yeah.
So they're working it that way. Truth be told, between you and I, Sheldon and Ulysses, I gave up on dating American women, and I don't think I'm a bad looking guy or whatever. I think about myself. I gave up on it because I realized, like yourself, I'm not a young guy anymore, right? So I realized that what's my return on investment? I would rather take my time here, invest it in progressing as a person,
Yes.
either earning more money or progressing as a human being, and then finding me a woman somewhere else who's feminine,
Yes.
who might be a good weight that I. So I'm not into skinny women, but I'm not into big women. So someone I find attractive, right? Someone that's feminine, somebody that I know when it comes to the loyalty part of it, it's hit or miss. You'll know in time. But at least, hey man, I'm not trying to say what I don't know won't hurt me,
Right.
but because you're not going to know either way, whether it's in Canada, US, or
Mm-hmm.
Colombia.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to find someone that at least is willing to invest in you. And then your intuition will tell you, yeah, she's into me.
Of
You know,
course.
if a woman's going to tell you, like I know a guy who's 40 years old dating a 23-year-old and he's
Mm-hmm.
finding the relationship. He
Mm-hmm.
sends her, I think, $700 to $1,200 a month. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And he thinks it's his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you'd be surprised how
Transactional
much it happens
Yeah.
here, bro. It happens a lot.
So,
I
so
tell. Yeah.
I was just going to say it's a transactional relationship.
Right.
Cut off
Right.
the
Right.
finance. Stop sending the money. Let's see if it's your girlfriend.
Right. I tell men today, get a passport, travel now, experience, dating overseas. Do it now because it's gonna get worse overseas as well. Trust me, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. The more men start realizing that, hey, you know what, like I can't do this anymore, eventually it's gonna get oversaturated. Like even like Sasua and Puerto Plata and these places are oversaturated now. Like the last time I was in Sasua, Sasua is a dump now, man.
You know what I was going to tell you, Sheldon?
Mhm.
And let's just you got to plan a trip with people that know the country. So let's say, for
Yes.
example, you said, "Hey, let's go on." I'll tell you the best time to go: Thanksgiving. If you
Mm.
don't spend time with family on Thanksgiving, go to Colombia on Thanksgiving. You won't
Hmm.
regret it. It's a good time of year to go. So
Hmm.
you go around Thanksgiving. I'll tell you why. It's cold in Toronto. It's cold in the
Hmm.
United States. Depends on the
Hmm.
part of the country you're in. So when you go there, you get off the plane, it's 75 degrees. You're gonna be like, oh my gosh, sunlight, right?
Right,
So
right,
it's
right, right.
and then you have people that have the same mindset. You can enjoy the same things. You might, go to the same, people that like to do the same things you like to do. That's when you're now you have people that got the same mindset. You might enjoy hanging out with them, whatever.
Yeah.
That's when you go, and then now you have people that speak the language, understand the culture. You're gonna win more. Personally, I've dated a lot of Colombian women.
Hmm.
I prefer them over American women all day long. Now,
Yeah, yeah.
when I talked to Ulysses about this, would I bring him to the US?
Hmm.
I don't think you would have to. If she's got a good job, she doesn't want to leave her country.
Hmm.
And if that's your woman, let her work and you go visit her every 3 months. And then when you
Right.
retire or whatever you do, you retire early, you go live with your woman.
Mm.
That's
That
how I
makes a
would
lot of
see it.
sense. I have a friend that's doing that right now. Like I have a friend that well, he's the one that actually told me about Santiago. He has a girl and his daughter there, and he'll
Wow.
come up. He's from Montreal.
Right.
He'll go back for like 4 or 5 months, and then
Yeah.
he'll head back to Santiago for the rest, like 6 7 months.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so going back to like the first time traveling after losing my eyesight was the Dominican Republic twice. And then after I went to apply to Carmen, Mexico, then I went to Jamaica. My mom is from Jamaica. I have family there. That was more like just to see some family and stuff like that. But after that, I said to myself, okay, I got to do it big. So I actually flew to Costa Rica by myself. I went to Jaco Beach and I freaking love Costa Rica. My friend came down for like 3 days just to kind of help me out. And then he left and I was there for the rest of the week just by myself. I had the best time of my life in Jaco Beach. Met a lot
Nice.
of beautiful Venezuelan and Colombian women in Jaco Beach. I don't know if you guys been to Costa Rica, but it's beautiful there.
Wow. No, I haven't been there.
Mm.
Because in my head, I'm
Mm.
thinking, why go to Costa Rica? I mean, the beaches, yes, but you can go to Colombia and enjoy it at a fraction of what it costs in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is expensive in Costa Rica. Yeah.
I mean, other like you said, other than the beaches, women are better looking, obviously, in Colombia, even the Venezuelan women. But
Hmm.
it's when I say a fraction, I was looking at I don't remember who was it. It was one of these passport bros who recommended this website called Numbeo,
Okay.
Numbeo. You can compare Montreal, for example, or
Hmm.
Toronto
Hmm.
to any country, any city in Colombia, and it'll compare and contrast the cost of living in Montreal or Toronto to that city in Colombia. So I pulled
Mm.
it up for Cali and I compared it to my city I'm in. And the
Okay.
difference in everything's cheaper there except cars. The only car that's cheaper in Colombia than it is in the U.S. would be a
Mhm.
Volkswagen, German Volkswagen. That's $4,000 cheaper than the U.S. That's the
Okay.
only
Yeah.
car. Electronics
Mhm.
are more expensive than the US. Clothing is
Mhm.
more expensive than the US. And cars are more expensive. If you stay away from these things here, you can live a better quality life in Colombia. So you can Uber it everywhere, or you
Okay.
get yourself a used car, but you got to be wise in the used car you get because it's overpriced.
Yeah.
Uh,
So let me
and
just let me. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you guys. So I've been to Lisbon, Portugal. I have mixed. I have like mixed feelings about Lisbon, Portugal. I love it, but at the same time, I wasn't really getting any love from actual like Portuguese women. I was getting more love from the Brazilian women down there. Like I met this one beautiful Brazilian girl at the nightclub, and yeah, man, we hit it off. Went back to the telly, and that was it, right? But I met this Portuguese girl, and I don't know, like I thought she was vibing me, right? We were talking, and then when I'm like, hey, do you want to do something today? She's like, hey, you seem like a nice guy, but you're too big. And I'm like, what do you mean I'm too big? And she just said, like, you're too big. And I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell did you give me your phone number for, right? I don't know. It was just weird in Lisbon, Portugal. I was getting so much love from the Brazilians. I don't know if you guys been to Portugal, but
Yeah,
yeah.
well, you know what it is? It's a European mentality. So,
Okay.
so what it is about Portugal, keep in mind it's obviously Europe, but it's a European mentality. They're not.
Yeah, they act like they're white.
Yeah, they're technically they're
Well, they
European.
are. Well, yeah, 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 yeah,
So,
yeah.
so the
You could,
Europe,
yeah.
and not only that, they're not used to seeing big Americans, right?
Right,
They're
right,
big
right.
Canadians. If I were to
Yeah,
go there as well, I'm a big guy for them. So,
right.
so if you look at the average guy there, and the reason why is you have to compare. If you compared and contrasted, let's say the food in the United States versus Portugal,
Mm.
Portugal is more cleaner.
Yeah, they eat a lot of seafood. They love their fish and
Not,
all
not
that.
not only seafood, they don't have a lot
Hmm.
of poisons, a lot of chemicals, a lot of
That's
genetically
facts.
modified,
Their
a
food is
lot of
really delicious there. Yeah.
so if you look at like 'cause I was looking at Europe, they don't fluoridate their water in Europe. They do in the
Right.
United States. Fluoride's really bad for you.
Hmm. Hmm.
We shower in it, we drink it, whatever, right? So it's horrible for you. I don't want to get
Right.
into the whatever thoughts on. I'm just telling you they don't do that in Europe, so they're going to be healthier. They're going to be,
Mm.
I'm not saying that obesity, overweight is not a big deal. Certain parts of Europe it is. But
Hmm.
overall, if you look at Greece, you look at Portugal, you look at Spain, people are not
But I was
obese.
going to ask you guys: is Spain similar to Portugal when it comes to?
Yeah,
Oh,
same
okay.
same mentality. Because so the Spaniards and the Portuguese colonized Latin America,
Mm.
right? So the Portuguese colonized Brazil, the Spaniards colonized every other area of Latin America. So if you look at the mentality, it's really interesting because they still, even in Latin America, some of them are purebred Spaniards. A lot of them are mixed with Spanish DNA.
Right. So they.
Right.
So pretty much they looked at me. I felt like they looked at me like an African.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah. Like so, like
no,
from an immigrant. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like,
yeah,
yeah,
100%. And here's the thing,
yeah.
it's like I was watching this guy's channel. You guys probably seen Where's Wes or whatever his name is.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
they
yeah.
love us. They love us Asians in fucking Poland. I'm thinking, not in the
He's
U.S.
full
Like
of.
you know what I mean? Like in the
Yeah.
U.S., it's hard for Asian men to date, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I feel like he says
Whereas
that
it's
about every
easier for
girl,
them.
though. Every country he
Oh,
goes to,
oh, really?
he says he was saying about the Ukrainians, like, oh, dating is great in Ukraine. I'm like, bro, it's like you say, you're gonna have to have an ATM strap behind your back to date those girls. Like, no,
No, but he made it
Yeah.
seem like it was. Yeah,
no,
yeah, he made it sound like
Oh
it was
man.
easy for Asian guys to date Polish girls, right?
Yeah.
that's bullshit. Nah,
Yeah.
But like he's like, look, they don't like the people from the Middle Eastern people in Poland. I'm thinking some of the Middle Eastern people that go to Poland look European. They look
Right.
Southern European. So I don't know why somebody, for example, why a woman from Poland would not prefer somebody that looks Southern European over a guy that looks Asian, for example. And I'm not saying I'm saying I'm for or against this side. I'm just telling you from a cultural perspective, that's what these people prefer. Like the Polish people in America, would prefer somebody that looks Southern European over, let's say, an Asian guy. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Am I
No, you're
wrong?
right. No, you're right. Because here in Toronto, we have a Polish community on Ronsonville. It's on the west side of Toronto. And yeah, like it's just all Polish people and Europeans, and like they don't really mess around with brothers or other really any other race except for like obviously white or Asian or, but yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
But when I was in Amsterdam, like when I was in the Netherlands, my God, like I couldn't believe I was meeting women 6 foot tall, blonde hair, blue eyes. Like especially at the hostel where I was staying, I met this one Ukrainian girl. She was like 6'1", and I was just like, holy shit! I never met such tall women in the Netherlands, man. Yeah, in Amsterdam, there's a lot of tall, skinny,
It's
snow
interesting you said
bunnies.
that.
Yeah.
I went to the gym today and I seen some women that were fit, and I was thinking
Hmm.
they look like they could be just your regular, Anglo women from the US,
Right.
except they're Eastern European.
Hmm.
Very skinny, fit,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man,
yeah, yeah. And so I
it's like
seen that.
night and day. Yeah. Go ahead.
So when I seen that, I realized, okay, there's a huge influx of you that they're allowing in. You know what I mean? Of these Eastern European, most recently after the Ukrainian war.
Hmm. Also,
But
too, like the women, I noticed that the women here in Toronto and also in the United States are more overweight, and we deal with obesity more than European people do. Like when I was in the UK, like the people there are a whole lot smaller, like slimmer
right,
than we are in like in Toronto or in the United States, especially like more Central Europe, like Germany, even going toward like Eastern Europe. Like these people ride their bicycles everywhere. They walk everywhere. Like everything, like even that when you were mentioning about the food and everything, like I could like the food even like tastes better. I can
it's better.
definitely. Right, yeah. Like one of the reasons why I'm traveling, yes, is for my YouTube channel, but also to I'm trying to find a home base where I can actually, just like set up shop, kind of like what you're doing, my brother. I haven't gone to any Asian countries yet. I'm still looking forward to going to like Thailand, the Philippines, but I'm looking for a spot where I can set up shop.
You should
I
think about
think you would.
Brazil.
Yeah, I think
Brazil.
Brazil. You
I
want
just
to
came
be
from there.
closer to the U.S. or Canada. You know what I mean? And probably
Hmm.
in the same time zone. I think if you go to Asia, um, okay, this is my opinion. I could be wrong because in Brazil they have a lot of Afro Brazilians, Afro Colombians, Afro Latinos.
More comfortable there, right?
You're going to be more comfortable there.
Mm,
Asian culture. So I don't want to generalize,
mm.
but I wouldn't live in Asia, right? I don't think Ulysses would live in Asia as well. I could be wrong. Maybe he likes Asian culture and
No, I
women.
never
Hmm.
been to Asia.
Okay,
Hmm.
so I've lived in China.
Oh, you lived in China. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, for a year. I lived in South China.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, not in Hong Kong, right next door,
Hmm.
Shenzhen. So I lived there. Now I'll tell you, good place to work if you want to. If you have an entrepreneurial mindset, you're creative, good. Do you want to date Asian women? I don't find Chinese women attractive. I'm going to be
Me
very
either.
honest. I
Me
don't. They're
either.
very skinny. They look like they have the body of a teenage boy. Not just,
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say that because he's
Oh
got
my
this
God,
new.
it's so true. It's so true.
I'm not
It's
trying to
so
be like,
true.
not trying to be facetious here, but I'm just
Yeah.
telling you, like, when we were teenagers, look like one of your friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, it's true. No ass, I'm nothing. It's so true. It's so true, man.
So that's not necessarily a bad thing. That means you can focus on your work if you're there strictly for work.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Whereas if you're in Colombia, it's beautiful women everywhere. You're like, oh, I'm not working after 5 o'clock because they're beautiful women. So it's
Hmm.
interesting.
Well, it's
Just
actually so. I think you're right because one of the main reasons why I want to set up shop because, like, obviously, I have a YouTube travel channel,
right.
and yeah, guys, my YouTube channel is called Sheldon the Blind Traveler.
Yeah,
So,
let's put it in the chat box.
thank you so much. Yeah, guys, Sheldon the Blind Traveler. So you're right. Actually, if I set up shop, my numbers can probably drop if I'm in Thailand or the Philippines versus like if I was in Brazil, right? Like in Rio de Janeiro my numbers would probably go through the roof.
Maybe I think because you're still gonna post your videos. If you're gonna go live, that means you got to wake up on their time zone and then go live, right?
Right. But what would be more like, because here's the thing. I noticed that like when I started doing my research on YouTube and obviously traveling, I noticed that YouTubers would get hundreds of thousands, millions of views in Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, Dominican Republic. They like more South
Sex
American,
appeal.
Brazil, more
Sex
South
appeal.
America. Say it again.
It's all sex appeal. So the places that okay, so the reason why they're getting so and I could be wrong. If they're
Mhm.
filming beautiful women in these places, they're gonna get those views. You have to be
Right.
clear. Are they getting those views because of they're displaying the culture and the food, or are they getting it because so you can see it in the videos? Are they getting it strictly displaying the beautiful women? If that's
I
the
think it's
case,
everything. I think it's everything because one of my buddies was saying, like, in South America, you're getting everything. You're getting your bang for your buck, plus you're dating beautiful women, plus everything's just better.
right?
Cost of living, everything's better.
Right, yeah. Well, not only that, yeah, 100%. Your Canadian loony goes a longer way.
Yes,
But
yes,
wait till you get to
yes.
Brazil. Right now, the dollar is like 5 reals. It's going up to 6 now.
Mm.
I think I would prefer, okay, Cali's a dangerous city,
Mhm.
okay? But if I were in Colombia, I would do Cali over Medellin. If
I
say
was
for
going to ask you because I kind of want to set up shop in Colombia because my friends that I went down there with, they're going back in August and they're
right,
going to invest into a medical Airbnb where I guess you know how a lot of people, because the numbers have gone up where there's like thousands and thousands of Americans, Canadians, and Europeans flying to Colombia for medical procedures like
right.
BBLs, breast implants, like
So
everything. Yeah,
Cali is
yeah,
known for like Black American women are going, and I think men, but mostly women are going to Cali to get BBLs, to get
right.
liposuction, to get all that stuff done. Cali
Mm.
is known for that more than Medellin is. Sorry, so Cali's known to have better prices for that when it comes. So if you shut up shop in Cali, you would have I would say you would have more of a strength than you would in Medellin, right? Because
Okay.
in Cali, you could probably
And
say,
Cali's a
hey,
whole lot cheaper than Medellin. A whole lot
Cali's
cheaper.
cheaper and
Yeah.
less foreigners. As a matter of fact, there's a Black American guy. I think he's from Detroit. He's got a YouTube channel, Andre and Andrea.
Oh, I love crossing borders. They actually interviewed me 2 weeks ago.
Well, you get a consultation with them, ask them to give you a discount, and I'll tell
Okay.
you why. There was a guy that asked him for help, and he's like, "Dude, I'm living in South America. This is my job, my career.
Hmm.
So get a consultation. Say, hey, man, let's do a consultation. I just want to ask you whatever questions you have, whatever you want to do. Get a consultation on, and tell him, hey, just take care of me. He'll get it,
Yeah.
and then hopefully he'll take care of you." But I remember
Yeah.
somebody that
Yeah.
asked him
Shout
for
them out, man. Shout out to Andrea. Andre and
yeah,
Andrea.
so
Yeah.
he's
Shout them out.
there.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about Cali is you could pull up the crime rates yourself.
Hmm.
As long as I hate to tell you this, you have to be it's like living in the Beverly Hills. You don't leave the Beverly Hills, like in
Hmm.
Los Angeles. You're going to stay in that neighborhood. You go to the mall, enjoy yourself at the mall. You go to your gym, go to your car. You know what I mean? You're going to limit problems. Now, during the
Hmm.
day, not as bad. I know not as bad as issues, but at night, now you have to move a certain way at nighttime because there ain't no police around.
Yeah, I
Crime.
know this girl that we knew. She brought us to this restaurant, and I pull up my camera, and she's like, "What are you doing?" She speaks English. She's like, "What are you doing?" She goes, "You'll get robbed here. You got to go in, eat our food, jump in the Uber." And the Uber driver, I actually videotaped it. The Uber driver was running, was running the red lights. And I can't remember the name. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the area, but she told me the area was that dangerous. I'm like, holy, I didn't even know
Everybody
that,
probably
man.
thought they had the president of the United States in the damn car.
Yeah, man.
He was running. What,
Wow.
what time was this at?
Oh, this was like around 8 o'clock. No, around 9 o'clock. No, it was around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night.
Wow. And he's running the lights, right?
running the lights. And then I'm like, so I said to her, like, what do we have to go? Like what do we got to? Because I'm from Toronto, right? Like, I've been to New York City, Bronx, Queens. I've been everywhere, right? So I'm like, are you guys like? Do we have to be careful of gunmen? Because you
So
know what I mean, right?
here's what happens. I don't want
Uh-huh.
to scare you.
Yeah.
Late at night, there are no police. So when you come to a red light, you're waiting for the light to change. That's the best time to get robbed.
No, but are these actually gunmen or just because she said those homeless people you
Normally
have to
it's
worry
guys
about?
on normally guys on motorcycles. They pull up to you while you're at a red light, pull out the gun, and then rob you.
Oh shit! So it is gunmen.
It is gunmen, yeah, 100% gunmen. And nine
Oh
times out
shit!
of ten, it's guys on motorcycles. It's not a
And
guy
they
in a
will
car.
shoot you.
Oh, they'll kill you, dude. Have you seen the videos of the guys getting killed for not complying?
Were these Americans?
Yeah, yeah. A couple of black American guys. One got a chain ripped off his neck. He got shot in the head 2 times because
You're
he
being
chased them.
serious right now.
I swear to God,
Was that in Cartagena or in Cali?
that was in Cartagena.
Yeah, yeah, I saw the video. Yeah,
And Cali, you're
Holy
not gonna
shit!
see people move differently in Cali.
Hmm.
Things happen in Cali. A lot of the incidents that I've noticed in Cali is extortion. Or if it's a motorcycle incident, normally people comply because it's known for being a dangerous city. But there was
Right,
a
right.
guy in Cali, I think he was Hispanic, of course, but American, and he had a bar, and then he was extorted or he extorted somebody. It was a lot of nonsense, and so they killed him. Crazy. They killed him, like, cause. So I don't know. I have to get you to link something.
Yeah,
So,
please do. Yeah. So I
yeah.
watched that guy. I don't know if you guys heard of Austin Holloman. Obviously, you heard of Austin Holloman,
yeah,
right?
we all have.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So he actually said that Cartagena is very dangerous as well.
But yeah, but what he was doing was like walking around the red light zone. Well, I'm not gonna say red light, but the clock tower with the camera. And a
Oh,
lot of the prostitutes, bro. You have to realize this: some of them are married. Some of
oh
them have
shit!
many of them have boyfriends. As a matter of fact, I'll say most of them have boyfriends, and so they don't want their families looking at those videos because they know YouTubers are putting that shit up.
Right, I get it. That makes a lot of sense.
Actually, like 3 weeks ago, it came out on the Prince of Paisa. I don't know if you saw it, Rob. This guy in Medellin went to a whorehouse and he saw his wife there working and shit, bro.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Like, yeah, it came on it's on Instagram.
God damn!
Wait, was he a foreigner?
No, he's a local. He's a Colombian, dude. Like he
Wait,
saw his
was
wife
he a
working.
foreigner?
No, he's a local.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. He saw his wife working in a casa and shit. And he went crazy, started like hitting her, and they had to call the police and all that shit. Yeah, yeah.
God damn!
But he wasn't in the right either, because he was over there doing and shit. Like
Right, 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 right. Man.
No, you know I know I think where I think you would do very well. This is gonna sound crazy, Sheldon, but if you went to Cali and you made Cali your home place,
Hmm.
you would have to make sure you go down to Buenaventura. Are you familiar with this place?
No, never heard of Buenaventura.
How about you, Ulysses? Ulysses, you know Buenaventura, right?
I think so. Yes, yes.
So it's right off the coast near Cali. I think, and it's like I think an hour and a half away from Cali. It's a pure
Hmm.
black Colombian city, and
Okay.
nobody goes there. So there's hot black women that are
Oh, damn.
discovered.
So a lot of beautiful Afro Latina women.
Yeah, yeah, Afro Colombian women that
Okay.
have been like undiscovered. Like some of them can be supermodels, right?
Oh,
How do we
wow.
know about this? Is because when I was in Cali, sometimes I come across an Afro Colombian.
Yeah.
Where you from? Ah, Buenaventura. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You find out they're all from Buenaventura, like the nice looking black Afro Colombian women, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
Yo,
man.
so let me ask you, I never hear anybody talk about, because when I landed in Bogota, it felt fresh. I don't know. I got this good vibe about Bogota, but never hear anything talk. No, I don't hear anybody talk about Bogota.
That's
It's too
because of the
cold,
weather.
man. That's the thing. The thing with Bogota is it's the weather factor.
It's fresh. I
You know,
know,
so
but
a lot of-
it's fresh.
a lot of-
It feels
a lot
like
of-
it feels like it's fall.
Yeah, a lot of guys their vacation because there's two things they considered. First is the women.
Mhm.
Second is the weather. So it's like, but some guys don't care, so they will go for the women regardless of weather. So
Mhm.
Bogota might be somebody's favorite spot. You
Mm,
know, guys, there's more to Colombia than just Medellin and Bogota. There's a lot of other
mm.
cities. Colombia is twice the size of Texas. Like
Oh shit. Okay.
it is actually. I was looking, I was like, holy shit! It is
Mm,
actually a big country. There's a lot
hmm.
of places to visit. There's a lot of cities. You know,
There's a lot of places most foreigners don't go to. I'll give you an example real quick.
Choco is another
Choco.
place that they don't
It's
go.
an Afro-Colombian city. Now a lot of Black American guys been going to Choco, and like, oh, look at them, they're all excited, you know.
Hmm.
But if you go, there's places like Pasto. Pasto's got. There's places like Ibagué. You guys know? Have you guys been to Ibagué?
No.
No,
All right. How about you, Ulysses Buck? You guys
no,
been to Ibagué?
no.
I haven't been.
Dude, Ibagué is a place most foreigners don't go to, man. Like you
Mm,
walk in like you're a celebrity. That's what's crazy. Like no foreigners go there because
yeah.
they find out you're a foreigner. It's like weird. Like what the hell you doing here? Because
Mm,
Ibagué is like 2 hours away from Pereira,
okay. Okay.
4 hours away from
Yeah.
Cali, and then you go there and then you see these women. Like some of them could be models. It's incredible, and
Wow.
it's incredible. And the cost of living is a lot less. Yeah, Bucaramanga as well.
Okay. Yeah. Let me ask you guys. So, where do you think the most beautiful women come from? Because when I had my eyesight and I used to watch those Miss Universe beauty pageants, the women that would usually win are either from Argentina or Venezuela. So I always thought like Argentinian women are drop dead
It's
gorgeous.
not so. It was always Colombia, Venezuela, and I believe some other Latin America, Uruguay or Argentina.
Right.
Maybe
But in
Colombia and
Colombia,
Venezuela.
I would say the best out of the best so far. What I've discovered, the best out of the best actually they come from Barranquilla.
And
So
that's in
you think?
Colombia.
Wait,
That's in
wait, hold
Colombia.
on, hold on. You think Barranquilla really? No,
I
I
because
don't think so.
what makes you think otherwise? Go ahead, Rod.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. Now, if you said the ones that are hot that make it into the competition come from Barranquilla, yes, you're correct. But if you were to say, look, if you take 10 women from Medellin, 10 from Barranquilla, which one are hotter? Medellin's got them beat.
Really?
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm talking about per capita. You take 10. You take 10, there might be, let's say, five good looking from Medellin, 3 to 4 from Barranquilla. Three, I would say, from Barranquilla.
But why
Because
not
you gotta keep
Argentina?
in mind,
How come? Why not Argentina?
Argentina's like it's a lot of different races or ethnicities there, but Argentina, they're not known for having the ratio of attractive women like they do. So I could be wrong. Maybe you guys can correct me on it. There's not a major emphasis on looks in Argentina like there is in Venezuela and Colombia.
See,
Right.
Argentina, from what I heard, and I'm just going for what I heard. It's basically little Italy. It's more the population look like they look like more European.
Yeah, they're a lot.
And,
Okay.
and,
Okay. Okay.
and and the thing is, like Argentinians, they don't like to be associated with Latin America. They like to be associated with Europe, so they don't even consider themselves Hispanic.
Right.
And I think
Right.
not only that, there's a lot of other components. In the early
Yeah,
1900s, they were the richest country on the planet. So
Right.
there's a lot. Yeah, I don't know if you know this. So there's a lot of pride there. Like they were once the rich. They were like what America was, back in early 1900s. They were richer than America, which is gonna blow your mind,
Okay.
right? So imagine that. Imagine you're Canadian, and then 80 years later, your grandkids are talking about. I remember the good old days when my grandfather, Sheldon, was living it up in Canada.
Right.
What Argentina is today. It's a third world country. It used to be
Hmm.
richest country on the. So there's a lot of, from a mentality standpoint, Argentinians are a little bit arrogant. They're like
Mm.
we have European DNA. We're descendants of Germans, Italians, whatever. The soccer player, what's his name? Messi. He's
Yeah.
Italian. He's
Yeah.
Italian. Messi's an Italian name.
yeah.
Okay. So let
See,
me. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say there's I came into contact with a lot of Argentinas in actually Mexico in the Quantaru state, and there's a lot of them out there. The thing is, like, there's a lot of them out there, but they keep it to themselves. they don't mix in with the local Mexicans.
Nah,
And
bro, they don't
some
date
of them have
Latinos at all, bro. I'm telling you right now.
some of them have a they look down on the locals. So like just because
Mm.
they think of themselves as European and white, so it's like I mean
So
they
there's a
are
lot of
European right, but they just have that they just looking down on locals, even though
Superiority.
they fled their country, now they go into another country and just looking down
no,
on
they're
locals.
very Argentinians are very tribal. I just say that.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
tribal.
Yeah, but I would
Would
say
you compare
say-
it like? Would you compare them to like women from Chile or no? Because I used to work
no,
with
no.
this girl
So
from
so
Chile,
so so
and she was
Chile
drop dead gorgeous.
Chile's a whole different dynamic. They're not as purebred European. They might have a lot
Okay,
of Spanish DNA and they might have some Arab DNA, like they're Palestinian. I think there's like 250,000 Palestinians in Chile. But overall, like they have the Spanish, they have that Arab mix, they have
right.
so they have that. But they don't have that Italian German type of mix like they do
I
in
get what you're
Argentina.
saying now. Yeah, 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 yeah. I get what you're saying.
So they're
Yeah,
not going to be as arrogant as the Argentinians, if that makes any sense.
right. No, I feel you because like my boy wants to go there, and I don't know if I want to go or not because I told it might be a waste of money.
The long drive, long flight.
Yeah, it's 14 hours from Canada, from
You'll be,
Toronto,
you'll be
I don't
flying
because
back
we have to
14 hours
fly. We have to fly
regretting
from
it.
Toronto. Yeah, we have to fly from Toronto to Sao Paulo, and then from Sao Paulo to Argentina,
So
Buenos
here's
Aires.
what I think you should do. If you set up shop in Colombia, then
Yeah,
book a flight from Bogota to Argentina. That's when you do it. Don't do it when you're in
it'll
Canada.
be it'll be a whole lot cheaper. True.
It'll be cheaper and it's a shorter flight. So if you have any regrets, you'll be on a 6 hour flight instead of 14 hours.
Okay. Okay.
Like so it's 6 hours, I think, to Bogota or something. Like it's
Mm,
not that like not that bad. But if you're taking a 14-hour flight to Canada, you're
yeah.
gonna be on that flight thinking about God damn and everything else about that
Yeah.
going to Argentina. Your regrets are there on spending the money and then the long flight.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, my brother, you're right. Colombian women are the best looking women in the world because ever since my two friends got back from Colombia, man, they said like Colombia like has all the women beat. Like my buddy who was with me in Colombia, he just came back from Panama City, and he said, yeah, like he said how ever since he's been in Medellin, like he can see a Colombian girl from a mile away. That's all.
Yeah, well,
So
yeah,
yeah.
100%. No,
Yeah. He said, he goes, dude, when I was in Panama City, I met this gorgeous Colombian girl. I'm like, dude, what about the Panama girls? He goes, not like the
well,
Colombians.
you
I'm
know what
like,
it is?
damn.
It's like I hate to use this analogy. It's like getting in
Yeah.
a BMW. Once you get in a BMW, and then
Yeah.
you get back into your Ford Escort, you feel
Oh,
like a
shit.
victim. That ever
It's
happened to you
so
when
true, man.
you get in a Ford Escort, you feel bad about yourself. You feel like a victim. What the hell?
Oh,
Why did I get in that
man.
damn BMW, man? And then you're driving in a Ford Escort.
I
So
actually said to myself, too, I'm like, I should have fucking went to Colombia last on my list because now it's going
right.
to be hard for me to go to other countries.
Yeah, yeah, dude.
Guys,
Yeah.
what place I think has one of the most beautiful women, and I'm gonna go. It's gonna be Sheldon's country, but it's one particular city, and he probably knows what I'm talking about. Montreal.
Oh, shit. French Canadian? God damn.
Montreal, Canada, have one of the best looking females I ever saw in my
Yes.
life.
And
And
very
I've been to
freaky.
Medellin. Look, Rod, I've been to Medellin many times, right? I don't think just it's in Montreal. The thing is, Montreal, Canada is diverse, right?
Very
So
diverse.
it's very diverse,
Yeah.
but you have a large North African community out there. So
Yes.
I saw a lot of Algerian women, Moroccan
Mm.
women, and French Canadian women. Yo, that place, especially those North African women, they just was just beautiful, man.
And
I
they're
was like,
very
holy,
outgoing, very friendly,
very
easy to talk to.
outgoing.
Yeah, and very freaky in bed. Very
Look,
freaky.
look. The thing is, Canadian women are like more outgoing than American women, so you can like approach them, and it's like it's they chill, they're cool, So it's like, yeah, man. I think Montreal, out of all the places I've been to, I think Montreal has one of the best looking females.
Yeah, they
Really?
have some very beautiful women. And and to be honest with you guys, like Canada's a good country. Like if you're going to like small towns, you would meet some beautiful women, and they're like friendly, cooperative, easy to talk to, outgoing and stuff like that. But like Toronto, like the major city here in Toronto, it's like you're in New York City. It's like you're in a smaller New York City, and
Yes.
it's very, very cutthroat. But anywhere else, like you know what I mean, Rob, right? Any small town you go to in the United States, like if you're in Nebraska, you'll probably meet some nice, like nice girls there.
Yeah. I mean, also
Yeah, yeah.
then you
Yeah,
got
but I
then
don't
you
think it's good looking though, right?
Um, when I was in New York City, man, like there was a lot of beautiful women in New York, but that was in the '90s when I was in New York City.
Yeah, that's old. If that was before, back in the '90s, I poked fun at, you know, '90s versus today. They In the '90s they didn't damn poison us with all the food. People were not big like they are today.
Right,
You know
right.
what I mean? It's crazy. I'll give you an example, and I hate to use this analogy, but I'll use it anyway. Maybe about 4 years ago, I almost got married, and the woman I was talking to for a while, she looked good putting the makeup on, and she had the tight pants. I was just, I wasn't. I guess I had brain fog. What do you call it when you can't see straight? One day she
Mm.
camps up with no makeup. I was like, is this the same woman I seen in? She wasn't attractive. Like I, but it was just I was sold a dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare because
Damn.
I when
Oh
she
man.
cammed up, I was like, oh, I got to see this every day, you know.
Yeah.
So and here's the thing: it's like you conceal all that. Unfortunately, that's just how it is where I live at, right? Whereas
Right,
in
right, right.
South America, it's a little bit more difficult. Like you can conceal it, but you're gonna find out what their person's all about.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
can't cover up with the makeup and tight this, that, everything else.
Okay.
So you get more for your. I think you get more for. I'll tell you. I'll leave this last story real quick. I was dating a girl in Cali. Nice body. Face
Mm.
probably a 6.5 out of 10, but the body's like a 9. Like really nice body. I broke up with her because I had to focus on my work, and she was just requiring a lot of time. Talking to her 5 times a day, I couldn't work. So I told her this can't work out. I got to work, and I don't think this relationship's going to work out. She had a backup plan with another guy. Like she was just friendly with him. Turns out the guy's this big fat guy from Philadelphia. You guys remember the movie Scarface? What am I, baggage handler? Remember that
Yeah.
scene? Well, this guy was a baggage handler
Yeah.
for the airline, for American Airlines. He was a baggage handler. He used to put the bags on the plane. So he used to fly into Cali after I broke up with her. He would fly into Cali for free and just pay the taxes and
Mm.
meet up with her like he's a big baller. She doesn't know his lifestyle. She's thinking I'm going to the US. Well, I know he makes $55,000 a year. That's the most you can make as a baggage handler for American Airlines.
Mm.
55 grand or $35 an hour, whatever it comes out to. So that's what he makes. And she doesn't know what she's thinking I'm coming to the US. She was working 12-hour days as a nurse's aide or something like that, nurse or whatever, 6 days a week, sometimes 7. She wanted out of that. She was barely scraping by. This guy was the opportunity. She thought I was the guy that was going to marry her, take her out of that miserable situation. He was
Yeah.
the guy. He did it. And
All right, Steven sends 499. Thanks for the super chat. Says, don't go to Buenaventura, Colombia. It's one of the most dangerous cities in Colombia. It's where all the whitest transfer to Mexico. What do you think
Yeah,
about that?
that's the port city. Yeah, that's the port city.
keep the super chats coming, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Man, like I said, guys, I feel like guys need to go to Montreal. It's different from a lot of North American cities because
Yes, it is.
it has a European vibe.
Yes, it
So
does.
it's like
The old port is really nice.
old port. Yeah,
Yep.
everything's walkable. Best time to go there is summer. Last time I went there, actually one of the this is another fact. They have the biggest jazz fest in the world.
Yes,
In
that's
the world.
facts.
I went
Yes.
there last time. It was lit, bro. It was man, yo,
And
Canadians
don't
are
forget too,
friendly.
Montreal has the
Canadians are
most
friendly,
strip.
man. Let me
Right.
tell you guys about this. Canadians are friendly. They're like the Americans who are friendly, to put it that way. It's like, and it's like they're more open. It's cool. I was seeing a lot of interracial relationships.
Mhm.
It's the vibe was just different, and it's like one thing that kind of surprised me is over there the women are they're more slim, and I was surprised. I was like, oh, this is North America. Women are gonna be on the chubbier side. They're gonna be bigger. I was all wrong, man. When I saw them in person, they looked petite, slim, in shape, you know. So yeah, man.
Facts, man. Don't forget too, man. You forgot to mention that Montreal has the most strip clubs out of every city in the
Yes,
world.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, man. Sheldon, we got to keep that hidden gem, man. Uh,
Yes.
uh, don't tell them that.
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
there's some places where there's some places where I accidentally stumbled, like accidentally stumbled, and I was like, what I walked into, and I walked in, and it was like this massage place, and it's like they had 15 chicks lined up, and I was like, yeah, and they said, Nick,
Yep.
so and I was like, no, I'm not ready today, so maybe next time. But they got it out there too, man. It's like I said, like you'll see people smoking marijuana in the streets.
Yeah.
It's open. Like I was seeing like families out, like when I was walking around, it's so safe that you'll see families like 1 a.m. in the morning, with the kids out playing soccer.
I love that you said that because when I was there in 2021, I was with a friend. They're so friendly and it's so safe there that somebody walked up to me and is like, "Hey, I see that you're blind. Do you need any help?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I'm good. I'm with a friend." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And I was like, "Wow, I've never had anybody actually like walk up to me while I'm with somebody offering me help." Very,
Yeah,
very friendly people, man.
yeah.
Nice.
And Canadian women, Rod and Ulysses, Canadian women are actually chill. You could actually go up to them and talk, bro. It's natural. It's like it's yo, you really don't have any kind of barrier. American women, you approach them right off the bat. She's showing you like she on the defense mode. It's like, what do you want? But in
Well, not only that, but a lot of them are not very slim. Like I don't want to
yes,
generalize, but they're
it's
on a thicker side.
yeah, yeah.
Um, like I guess you could say that there are some big girls there, but I would say a majority of the women in Montreal are fit
There's
because like
slim.
they're very it's kind of like Montreal's a small city in Quebec, and it has like he was saying like that kind of Amsterdam European vibe with the cobblestone and people riding their bikes everywhere. So they're very like
Yes.
health conscious
Mhm.
compared to like Toronto is more of bigger city and like you have a lot of like Montreal. It's a different vibe. Like I would definitely recommend Montreal over Toronto any day.
Any day. One thing I noticed also to piggyback on the walkable city, I
Hmm.
was it has the most bike lanes, so it's like you see people riding in bikes, girls riding in bikes, people jogging, people running. And another thing is, I think why people are more slim over there is the food. They don't have a lot of the GMO stuff of the, as much as we do in the states.
Hmm.
And the surprising thing is, like in Montreal, since it's French, basically, they eat a lot of breads, all these carbs, and they're still slim.
They're still slim.
Yeah.
It's what they have in the bread, man. I'm telling
Yes,
you, I'll give you an example, and I don't want to throw this out there and start bad mouthing our country. But if you look at the cancer rate, for example, cancer, I mean, different ways you get cancer, but it's twice the numbers twice the rate that it is in Latin America. Like Colombia, it's like 150 out of 100,000 people get cancer. In the U.S., it's 350 or 355 out of 100,000, almost twice that number. Why? Is it because the lifestyles are people just not healthy? I mean, what's the reasons for that? I'm not an expert on it. I just know that's the numbers, right?
Mm.
So like, what's going on there? Is it the food source? Is it this? Is it people just, is it processed food? Is it stress? There's so many other things that, got to ask why.
Mm.
So
Sheldon, have
we
you
don't
thought
want to get
about
into
going
that.
to Brazil maybe?
Yes, 100%. Definitely going to Brazil. So, if you're flying to Brazil from Toronto, they fly into South Paulo, and then I guess I would have to take a flight from South Paulo to Rio de Janeiro.
You could take a
How long is
bus.
that?
The bus is like 5-6 hours, and it's about like $20.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Or yeah. So I was all over Brazil for 6 months. I was in the north.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to ask you, how was that, man, for
Yeah,
you?
man, it was fantastic. Well, I've been to Brazil several times, but this is the first time I actually explored the country like the way I did. So the
Right.
south of Brazil, like when you talk about way lower than Sao Paulo, like in the state of Paraná, like Curitiba,
Mm-hmm.
the Brazilians are white. They have like the blonde hair, blue eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you go to like the north, like at Salvador, that's where like you have like the afros and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And then Rio is like a mixture Afro, white, or whatever. But yeah. So
Yeah.
the
I like your
southern Brazil,
Brazilian videos that you did. I
yeah,
sent them to my friends too. They really like your Brazilian videos.
yeah, bro. It's really good, man. Like in Brazil, you'll meet people. Brazilians are very like friendly. They'll go out of the way to help you. Very hospitable. I think of all the countries I've been to, I've had so many Brazilians invite me to their house without even knowing me. Oh, you can stay with me.
Mm.
So you're gonna get that hospitality big time when you get over there. It doesn't matter if you're in Rio, Sao Paulo, or anywhere in Brazil for that
Yes.
matter.
Yeah.
So hospitality, the hospital stuff that they give you over there is number one. The
Yeah.
welcome and it's fantastic. Rio girls are like really good too. The cariocas. That's what they call the
Okay.
women that are from Rio, right?
Mm-hmm.
So very friendly. They like to go out. They like to party. It's a good time. If you go over there, it might be your favorite country, bro. You never know.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna go this year for sure. It might be in September or October because that's when it starts getting nice again, right?
During that time in Rio, I think it starts raining a lot in October. If I could keep it real, because I've been in different seasons. So their summertime
Oh,
is different. So their
right now
summertime,
it's winter there, right? Right. Well, not
yeah,
winter,
yeah,
but right now
it's
it's
winter, yeah,
cold.
yeah, yeah. Because I
Yeah.
left like 2 weeks ago. And it was it was getting cold.
Right.
But
Right. 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 Right.
but
Right.
in summertime starts for them in December through April.
Okay. So go. I'll probably go maybe end of November, December, beginning of December. I wouldn't
But
go.
also,
Uh-huh.
Carnival is something that's like fantastic. So
That's in
actually,
February, right?
Carnival. So let me tell you, Carnival is actually like a month and a half. So the official
Okay.
dates are like February the 10th to the 17th, something like that. That's when it really kicks off. But actually, for like from January all the way to that date, they're still having blockos. Like the bands are practicing pre Carnival,
Okay.
and so they're getting their like they're getting tuned in. If you get my drift, but they're
Of
having
course.
blockos like every single day. And so, like for like a whole month and a half, there's nothing but parties in Rio, just so you know.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Good to know. And what? Excuse me. What about safety? Because I watched
Rio,
that movie. I watched that movie long. Everybody probably saw that movie, City of God.
it's dangerous just as well as Colombia. But if you move right in Colombia,
Yeah.
you kept your head on a swivel. You know, you don't get like crazy drunk or whatever. You'll be good. You understand?
Right. Because they know how to fight. They use that. What's that called? Caparete, capa. That fighting style that they looks like they're dancing, but they're fighting. Is it called cabra?
No idea what it's called. I know they do a lot of jujitsu over there. Yeah, the people over there are they'll go out of their way to help you out. The cariocas are very friendly. So if you go over there, you're probably gonna like them.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very diverse.
How many countries have all of you guys been to so far?
Me, 30.
Oh, damn. You've been to 30 countries, eh?
Yeah.
Holy. What about you, Rob?
He's probably in the restroom or something.
What about the other guy that was on the line?
Buck, how many countries have you been to?
I would say give it 11.
11 countries? Okay, I've been to 16. Okay.
I've been about 40 countries.
You've been to
So
40 countries. Wow.
Yeah. So I was looking at a definition, and they say in order to be a global trotter, I think it's like 10 countries or more. And I was looking at a stat. They say most people haven't even been more than 2 countries in their lifetime in the world. That's a
Okay.
crazy stat.
Yeah.
But if look, if you're worried about safety and all that, Asia is where it's at, man. I felt super safe in Japan.
Okay.
Like I was walking like in the middle of.
Were you in Tokyo?
Tokyo, yeah, Tokyo.
Oh wow, that's like the
So,
gaming capital.
look, it's so safe.
Yeah,
It's so safe out there that the bikes are left unlocked in the middle of the night.
really.
They're just left unlocked.
Wow.
Nobody's gonna. It's like it's so safe out there. It's like I was like, dang, people are leaving their bikes here in the States. You leave your bike locked, and it's still somehow people are gonna steal that shit because they're gonna,
They'll take your
tires and all that.
seat. They'll take your
Yeah, the
pedal.
seat.
They'll take your chain. They'll take the bike and leave the wheel with the lock.
Yeah, they'll take something. But over there, I was seeing the bikes just leaving, and I'm like, these are expensive bikes being left unlocked. I was like, what
Oh
the fuck?
man.
It's safe. The only thing is like over there is the women are not as attractive. If you like into those Latino women,
Oh, for
you know,
real? Wait, hold on, man. You don't like the Japanese look?
I mean-
Some Japanese girls are cute.
they're cute. They're cute. But if you're into the petite women, like
I would say Japanese women
yeah.
are probably hotter than women from China and Thailand and even Philippines.
They're up there. I would say either Vietnam or Japan are like the top Asians when it comes to like what
Yeah,
looks
Vietnamese
wise.
women are actually beautiful. Yeah.
Vietnam isn't. They're also attractive. Cambodians are also attractive if you like into those melanated Asian women. But I think both Japan and Vietnam are very attractive.
Okay.
I'm not into Chinese chick.
Yeah.
No, nothing against them, but it's like for me it's like I'm more of a I like the Middle Eastern girls and I like the Latino girls.
Oh man, I love Middle Eastern women.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask you guys. I want to go to Sweden one day. So what do you guys think? Because when I was in Iceland, like I heard, like I was only in Iceland for like 10 hours. And yeah, like I heard like the Icelandic women are very like freaky. Like they don't even want you, like they'll have sex with you first before you take them out on a date.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard the same thing. And I also heard that since they only have 300K people over there,
they have that app.
Everybody is all related.
Yeah.
So they're trying to diversify out. So it's like if you can find a way to live out there, you might able to
get because the reason why I'm saying this, guys, because when I landed in Iceland, I missed my flight going to Germany, so I was stuck in Iceland for 10 hours. So I met a couple of ladies in the airport, and we went out. We left the airport. And we were talking. She said the same thing to me too. Like, I'm like a breath of fresh air. And I'm like, why? And she was saying about that app, how everybody's related. And you have to go on the app to make sure that you're not dating your cousin. And she was telling me like, yeah, like, so she was saying that the next time I come back, try to stay for like, a week or two. She said the women will like fall in love with me. And I'm like, okay. But I also hear good things about Sweden as well.
Those women are beautiful, bro. They have the long blonde hair, dude.
Yeah.
But once are they approachable?
I think they are, man. The Scandinavian women are very friendly. I heard.
I mean,
Austin Holloman spent some time there, right?
No. I think he only went to Romania.
He went to Romania and Poland.
Yeah, and they were having him and Floyd were having problems out there because they were just in their hotel the whole time live streaming.
But they went there in the wintertime.
Right.
Yeah.
So they were. Let me just say this, man. Dutch women are very attractive.
Woo, yes.
But they're like 6'1", 6 foot.
I'm 6'4". I love it. Yes.
They are tore out there, man. Like you'll see a lot of Dutch girls, blonde hair, blue eyes, 6'3", 6'2", and it's like for them, it's like they won't even look at you if you're not even meeting that height threshold, like 6'3" or more. That's because it's like they're used to their men who are already tall.
Yeah.
So it's like over there, it's like they got one of the tallest people in the world. So
right.
But they're very attractive, long. They got those super long legs.
Yes, man. Also, too, I heard that the Ukraine used to be a really nice country to go to, obviously before the war. I have a friend that used to go there, and he said that Ukraine, like they love brothers down there in the Ukraine.
Yeah. Actually, man, them African dudes, man, they be since Europe is since Africa's right there too. They be doing damage out there, man. I'll be seeing.
I know, Sheldon. I have a friend that used to work at the pub crawl. He was from Kenya. This guy he used to get like 2 or 3 girls per week because I used to do the pub crawls a lot. Like, from white girls from all over, especially the Eastern European ones.
Yes, man,
he was older. He was like in his 40s, and he's like cleaning the house. I was like, damn.
Yeah,
I
man.
think like anything that's you know, imagine going somewhere everybody looks like you. So obviously anything that's different appeals to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's guys they go to Asia. Like I'll give you an example. I had a buddy of mine. He's Eastern European. He lives in China. We're walking around. He's like a celebrity, dude. The women, like the Chinese women, they're not attractive, but they come up to him like he's asking them for an autograph. He's a model in China, and he's a tall guy in great shape, right? And the ugliest women will just walk up to him, and his girlfriend's not even attractive. But he said in the picture she looks good. In person, she doesn't look attractive, and this guy's a fucking model in China, you know? And I told him, I said, why don't you just date the Eastern European women? Oh, no. He just keeps telling me no. Why?
Yeah.
He's Eastern European. They're Eastern European. Somehow they're just, I don't know. You know, it's just.
So here's the problem that a lot of people are going to run into with Colombia, because the vibe that I got when I was there, especially in Medellin, I'm like, this place is like Disneyland. And it's like, it's so much fun that I said to myself, like, this shit's not going to last forever. Come on, you guys must agree with that, man.
No, it's already started, right? So I'll give you an example. Like,
Yeah.
people don't know Medellin culture. The Paisas are very tribal people.
Mm-hmm.
There's 5 million Paisas in a country of 50 million people. And in Medellin, there's 2 million Paisas. So there's 3 million outside of Medellin. These 2 million people over the last 5 years, 2017, 7 years. The last 7 years had a huge influx of foreigners arriving.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the only thing they're really concerned with is how am I going to take your money? Because
so you have a lot of expats that live in Colombia now, you're saying?
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of expats, but they're getting a lot of negative
Negative attention.
stereotype. A lot of negative. They're thinking they're there for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
for
I get it,
example,
It's like I said earlier, like we're seeing like some of the women won't go out with us anymore because like we're seen as an.
But that's what I mean, because when I was there, I'm like, this shit is not gonna last, because that's the vibe that I got. That like eventually they're gonna be like, get the hell out of our country.
well, for example, when you were in Parquilleras,
Mm-hmm.
wasn't it? Didn't you feel like it was all about what are you going to get them? Like it's all opportunity.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
wasn't like, okay, hey, welcome to Parquilleras. Hey, man, you need something? You know, it was all about,
I
what
just
do you
felt
need?
like the police, even like this, they like talking. I just felt like that the people are drained of like this with the whole sex tour. Like to me, Medellin felt like a huge city for just sex tourism. It felt like a huge Las Vegas.
Well, that's because most of the women do it here. It's like Medellin has a narco culture, like the culture that Pablo Escobar left behind. Unfortunately, is still in the barrio, so that's why so many women like sell themselves.
See, that's another thing too, because me and my homeboys, we met some girls, right? And then we were like, yo, come back to our Airbnb and just flex. Like, yo, we got some alcohol. You know what I mean? Like, just come back and flex and see what happens. So we went back to the Airbnb. I chilled, and then my homeboys were having their fun. So I go onto the rooftop of terrace where like we had the hot tub, and the girl jumps out the hot tub and she's like, see. And then she put something in my hand, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And then my boy was telling me, oh, it's pink cocaine. They're sniffing. What's it called?
Yes, Tootsie.
Tootsie. And I'm like, are you for real? He told me because he's been there more than once, and he told
They
me
love it, bro.
They
They're
love it
addicted
down there,
to
the
it,
girls.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, this place is gonna go to
Yeah,
hell
that
soon.
wasn't the case like a few years ago. I don't know. Rod hasn't like gone out, but like you go to the clubs now. Even in
Yeah,
Cali, I saw them doing Tootsie. Like I see girls like they bust out the bags. I'm like, holy shit! So it's like a new wave thing for the youth. I think it's more
It's
like
very
like, but it's
inexpensive too.
but why? I'm saying like it's
It's I think that's because it's very inexpensive, so it's it's easily accessible. It's like buying a bottle of water. So if you ask yourself, do you want to feel good or you want a bottle of water? Like that's
right,
it's like 5,000 pesos for a hit or something like that. That's like
right,
so question then becomes is 5,000 pesos is what? I don't know what you can buy for 5,000 pesos on the street, but
right.
they can get a hit for 5,000 pesos and feel like $1 million. It's kind of like the rave parties. I haven't, I don't do that stuff, but I'm just letting you know.
So how long has Medellin been like this? Because I'm 47 years old, and I remember in the 90s watching the documentaries of
So,
the Pablo
so
Escobars. Because
it
remember,
started in,
Colombia was a no-fly zone, right? At one time.
well, here's the thing. This huge influx of foreigners started in 2017 when they started promoting Medellin as a tourist destination.
Oh, so
Prior to
not
27,
too long ago.
not too long ago. Prior to that, there were foreigners that went there. Like, they were ones that got lucky. Like, say, for example, myself, I went there to celebrate my 30th birthday, for example. So
Mm,
when I got there, I said, Where do I want to go to celebrate my birthday?" And then my buddy's like, "You know what? We've never been to Colombia. Let's go check out where Pablo Escobar's from."
mm.
All of a sudden, we go to Medellin, and I'll tell you what brought us there: cheap flight. So back then, and it's still cheap today. Matter of fact, what we paid about, what is that, 2010, 12? It's probably like $100 more today. So that's
Wow.
not bad. You know what I mean? Like it's like, so if we paid 500, it's $600 round trip from where we're at in the US. So the reality of it is we were just like, let's go. So we did it, and then when we got there, we're like, wow, this place is incredible, beautiful.
Right.
We didn't share it with anybody. We didn't go out there and start advertising, you gotta come here. And then the
You
women.
didn't start a YouTube channel, Rob? No, I'm joking.
No, it's interesting you said that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start one, but I think I'm gonna do one on a certain specialty, but it has nothing to do with travel. And I'll tell you why I'm not interested in travel. There's just too much travel stuff going on,
Mhm.
and don't get me wrong, like unless you figure out who, like in your case, I think what you should do is you should target the disabled.
That's what I'm doing. If to tell you guys the truth, if I wasn't blind, I wouldn't have started a travel YouTube channel. Way too many.
That's who your
Yeah,
clientele should be.
yeah. Because I'm in
It,
my own lane. Like
Yeah,
I found
not
my
not
new.
only are
Yeah,
you like it's like the
yeah.
Austin Holloman wave, right?
Yes.
You could be the Austin Holloman for the disabled, and I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being
No,
serious
it's not, man. You're 100% right, dude.
because then you could be the face of, look, if I can do it, so can you. Let's get some consultations in, right?
Right, exactly. This
And
is
like,
actually my fifth interview. The first interview that I did a couple of weeks ago with it was with BMT Travel.
yeah,
Second one was with what's his name again? Andre and Andrea Love Crossing Borders. Third one was with Razor Ray. The
right,
fourth one was with International. And
yeah.
then yeah, this is my fifth one. And
So that's all within the click, right? So
yeah, yeah,
that's the passport arena.
yeah.
You got
Passport Bro Group. Yeah.
what you got to do is now you're the face within that group of
Hmm.
passport bro movement. What you need to do is become the face of the disabled passport movement.
Yes, I got to
You got-
start my own website doing
and
that too.
actually
Yeah.
you might even call it disabled. I don't know if you want to call it disabled passport pro.
Well, I do because like if you guys like when I was in Cancun, Mexico, I was with a friend that's a quadriplegic. He's paralyzed pretty much from the neck down.
Right.
And yeah, I inspired him to go to Costa Rica last year. And then he wanted to go on a trip with me. And then me and him went to Cancun, Mexico, like 2 weeks ago.
Nice. And
Yeah.
here's the thing, I mean, look, you could even the way you can run it is you can be like, hey man, we're gonna meet 100 of us in Cancun at this hotel, and then you
Hmm.
rent space, but then you have them reserve tickets in advance. And what
Hmm.
you can do is you can do the disabled. I don't know if you want to call it the disabled passport bro, but
Hmm.
somehow let them know, hey, look, this is the
Well, that's
click.
the thing, because here's the thing. Here in Toronto, like, it's not easy for a disabled person to get a date.
Right.
That is not at all, right? So I want to show other disabled people, like, don't be afraid to get a passport and travel, because a lot of disabled people who I speak to are scared, because when they hear stories like, Rob, when you're talking about somebody getting shot in their head in Cali and stuff like that, they get scared when they hear all these things going on, because these people watch the news every day. They live on the news. So when they hear what's going on around the world, they get scared. But I want to show them that majority of people are not going to fuck with you, man.
Yeah,
You'd
but
have to be a piece of shit to rob somebody in a wheelchair or a blind person.
I think the idea you should do, this is my opinion. What you do if you really want to play it safe is you have a convention at a certain location. You'd be like, okay,
Mhm.
guys, we're gonna have a disabled passport, bro. We're meeting at this hotel and this room, like this is the room we're gonna reserve. Buy your packages now, 9.99. You pay for your own
Mhm.
flight, whatever. And you work it out with the hotel where you get the room for free,
Yeah,
and then you get the hotel rooms at a set price.
yeah.
You can make your
I'm
money.
going to have to, Rob, because I don't know if you guys ever heard about the CNIB. It's called the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. So I was a guest speaker at this event, and after I was done, because I was talking about my travels, after I was done, I was asking people, "Hey, so would you guys ever travel alone?" Every single one of them said, "I'm crazy. They would never travel by
Exactly.
themselves."
Yeah, yeah, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Because you got to look at it from a psychological standpoint. They can't even walk down the street. You're telling them to go to another country.
I know. I'm crazy. I'm
So,
crazy. Yeah.
so what you can do, I'm not trying to discourage you.
Yeah.
If you really, because I'm a very analytical person, if you
Mhm.
really want to make it happen, you set everything up. You get the
I'm going
location,
to. Yeah.
and then you have
Get
an
some
event,
volunteers to come and help some
and
of the
then you
people. Yeah.
keep it. Don't make it 1 week. Make it like 2 days.
Mm.
Start off with 2 days. You fly in one day. You guys rest. The event's 2 days, Friday, Saturday, you fly back out on Sunday. You
Mhm.
make it simple. You get these people used to going to your event for 2 days. You could expand it to 3 or 4 down the road, but you keep it simple, and then you do it 2 days in Cancun.
I'm actually glad that you said that, Rob, because when I flew into Czech Republic and I reached out to this free walk-in tour company, I was talking to the lady on the phone, and she said to me, she can't wait to meet me, and she told me I don't have to give her a red cent, because she said that she's never guided a blind person before. So it was exciting. So when I met her, the lady fell in love with me, bro. Like, she introduced me to her son. She bought me hockey tickets to go see the Czech Republic play. They love hockey down there. She
Right.
brought me to like the musical. She brought me to the musical museum, the Charles Bridge, that castle. And she actually said to me that, like, she would love to have a group of blind people that she can, like, bring on tours.
Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, listen. So first of all, it takes courage, first off, to say, you know what, I'm gonna throw my hat over the fence. I'm gonna do what a lot of people don't do in life. I read this book once. It says that it's a book on people that have regrets on their deathbed.
Mhm.
And there's 3 regrets they have. Number one, they wish they would have taken more risks in life.
Yeah.
Number two, they wish they would have spent more time with family and friends. And number three, they wish they would have traveled more. Those are the 3 regrets most people on their deathbeds have.
Mm.
So imagine that. You want to do your best to at least be friendly towards family and friends.
Of course, man. Yeah.
But it's not easy. It's not always easy because you know how it is.
No,
Family.
I do know how it is.
So,
Yeah.
so, you, so sometimes you got to bite your tongue or whatever. So you want to just keep that. And I learned the hard way because I
Hmm.
myself cut off my family for a certain amount of time. Where I don't mean cut them off. I just stopped talking to them for a little bit of time.
Hmm.
So that's not cool. But you're in your own world. The other one is taking more risk, but more calculated risks, right? So,
Hmm.
for example, you touched on you want more disabled people to travel. Problem is, you go into Cali as a disabled person, you better know somebody that knows how to move around in Cali. You don't go around thinking,
Hmm.
okay, yeah, Cali's safer than most. No, the crime rate's still out of control. You just have to know how to move around.
Mm.
Somebody that knows Cali tells you, okay, we're going to go out there in a day. We're going to go to this part of Cali, and we're only going to stay there between 10 and 6 or 4 o'clock. The sun goes down. We're gonna leave on 2 hours before the sun goes out. So someone that knows how to move around to lessen problems.
Yeah.
The risk
Yeah.
of any problems.
Mhm.
So, but I think when you said disabled, the first thing that came to mind is I'm thinking from a psychological standpoint, they're already fearful to walk down the street. So you have to
Well, that's the
make
thing. I have a lot of disabled people that are living vicariously through me, and
right,
I want them to actually take that leap of faith, because honestly, if you don't face your fears in life, you're not going to live your best life. Kind of like we were saying, talking about the 3 regrets in life. You know what I mean? Because
right,
after I lost my eyesight in 2010, you know, I looked at it as like God has given me a second chance at life. It's like, yeah, I looked at it as like, this is a new chapter in my life, because, and I also looked at it as like, losing my eyesight was a blessing, because the lifestyle I was living before I lost my eyesight was like really, I was living a destructive lifestyle. I was going down this path of destruction. I would have ended up dead or in jail. Like, I was living that street life before I lost my eyesight. I had friends that been assassinated. I have a friend that died from a cocaine overdose. I
wow,
was a I was a street pharmacist before, you know what I mean? Like, I
yeah,
lost my eyesight. So I felt like it took losing my eyesight to actually get out of that street life. Yeah. And ever since I lost my
right.
eyesight, like, my life has gotten better. Like, my life is better today as a blind person. Like, I don't have to look over my shoulder anymore. I don't have to sell drugs anymore. I don't care that I
And,
don't
and
live
you
in
don't you
a,
don't really
yeah.
care what people think because
No, and I don't care what people think. And I'm more confident because I remember running around selling drugs. I bought a $500,000 condo, wearing Gucci and Louis and all this stuff, like walking into the nightclub, looking
yeah,
at it like a drop dead gorgeous girl. Here I am, intimidated by the girl, but what do I go do? I buy a bottle. I whip out $2,000-3,000 out of my pocket to impress the girl. Now that I'm blind, like, I walk into a room and, like, you know what I mean? I'm the highlight of that room. You know what I mean? Like, I have my
right.
beautiful smile on my face. I'm not I'm not like intimidated to approach women anymore. Well, I can't see what they look like.
Yeah,
So
so there's not you don't have that barrier.
right. And then also too, women tell me that they're more comfortable around me now that I'm blind, because it's like
They
I
can
didn't
run from you.
right, because I didn't realize that when I had my eyesight, I would stare at women's asses,
Yeah.
tits, like it's just a
Well,
nature.
not only that, I mean, if you look at it, and I'm not trying to be funny about it, but
Yeah,
if you look at it, you're like, okay, well, what's this guy gonna do to me? I could run from him. He can't find. You know what I mean?
exactly.
So
Like,
so
it's so fucked up. I'm meeting more women today as a blind person than when I had my eyesight.
right. Yeah, yeah, 100%. That's why earlier when you were like, yeah, I see these beautiful women. First thing I thought about when you said that, I was like, you know what? There's this conspiracy that what's his name? Stevie Wonder's not blind.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you seen that video where he there was a microphone stand that tipped over and he grabbed it before it fell?
Hmm.
Everybody's like, this guy's not blind. Remember,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
remember that? So that's why when you said, oh, they're beautiful, I'm like, dude, have you seen them? I was
Yeah,
thinking, how did
yeah.
you know? You know what I mean? Not in a funny way, but I was like,
Of course. And to be honest with you too, like, most women that I meet when I travel, I can just tell that they're beautiful, because when I shake their hand, like, you know how Ray Charles will feel the woman's wrist. So
yeah,
what I do, I would shake a woman's hand, then I would run my fingers down her hand, and I would feel her nails, and I'm like, oh wow, really nice nails. And she goes, how do you know I have nice nails? And then I'm like, I can tell that you take care of your nails, and a woman who takes care of their nails is a woman who takes care of themselves. Takes care of themselves.
right,
Also, too, smell, right, and then also, if, like, I like to touch a woman's face, right? And I tell them that their face is like a sculpture. You know what I mean? And if I have to wash my hands after touching your face, then you are not all that, because you cake too much makeup. I hate women that cake up makeup all over their face. I like a more of a natural woman. You know what I mean? I hate a woman who puts on a lot of makeup and all that shit. And then also too, I noticed that women that have raptor claw nails, they're hoes. Facts.
You mean the Cardi B long nails?
Yeah, yeah. once I feel those, I'm like, this bitch is gonna rob me.
Oh my god. You don't
Oh
see too many
man.
raptor claw nails in Latin America. I've never seen too many girls like that. No, not here.
I actually met one. I actually met one in Santiago. Oh my days! I met her at the nightclub, and I was feeling. I'm like, "Are those diamonds on your nails?" She goes, "Yeah, you like them?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm like, get the hell out of here! This bitch gonna rob me." Oh man!
How
Too
was
much.
your experience in Santiago? I used to live in. Actually, I'm gonna go to Santiago in about another few more weeks.
My experience in Santiago was the best. I felt like at home in Santiago. I had a girlfriend there. Shout out to Angie. And she lives in the Bronx now. I can definitely name her. You know what I mean? She's cool. She's good people. I was staying in an area called El Congo. I don't know how to pronounce it in Spanish, but if you type in El Congo, Santiago, it'll give you the actual Spanish name of it. But yeah, man, I lived in El Congo for 2 months. I loved it there. It's so crazy that when I actually first met my ex-girl, I remember, after we had fun, whatever, she made some macaroni. And then I was sitting on the couch, and then she spooked me because the spoon hit my mouth. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, what are you doing? And then I translated, and then she translated back, I'm feeding you. I'm like, shit. I'm like, wow, I never had a girl feed me before.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They're very submissive over there.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, girl, you can feed me. Then after I told her, stop feeding me, I'm not a baby. You know what I mean? But like, even we went out, and then I started sweating. And like, I didn't even have to ask, bro. She started patting my forehead and wiping the sweat off of my forehead with like a paper towel. And I'm like, damn. Like, I remember in 2019 when I was with my ex-girlfriend here in Toronto, I started sweating, and then I'm like, hey babe, can you get me a napkin? I'm sweating. She goes, you didn't bring like a towel or something? I'm like, no, I didn't bring. I forgot. Well, you know you always sweat, so why did you forget your towel? And then we got into a huge fight because of me sweating.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that Dominican women could be like very jealous though. So I mean, that's the only one thing that just like. Well, Colombian women are very jealous too, but because their men cheat on them so much over here, they're kind of like they're expecting at any moment, so they use like any excuse to like, what are you doing? Like, even like if I posted a video one time, I was talking to this chick in Santiago, and I posted a video of like the bartender like playing around with me on my WhatsApp, and one of the girls, she completely stopped talking to me, like, oh, I saw that you're flirting. I'm like, how am I flirting? I was like, she's a bartender and shit, yeah, but that's very
but I'm gonna be honest with you, my brother. Like, I felt like it was easier for me to get a girlfriend in Santiago than Medellin.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, it's not day and night. I would never get a girlfriend in Medellin. Hell no.
Oh, okay. So same thing with you, right? It's not just me.
No.
Oh,
Medellin just for fun, man. It's just like it's like going to a nice restaurant, eat your dinner, and then you keep it moving.
Facts. That's facts. Yeah.
Man, did you go to that barbershop, Santana Barbershop, when you were over there in Santiago?
I went to the barbershop in El Congo.
Oh, okay.
I actually did a short video of the barbershop that I went to in Santiago.
There's one in called Santana, but the girls like dance on you and stuff like that when you get
really. Hey, yeah. My brother, the best haircut I've ever got was in Santiago.
Yeah, man, Dominican Republic and also Puerto
best
Rico
barbers in the world.
Barbers, hands down, man.
In the world, I told that when the guy was done, I said, "Holy shit, you're like the best barber in the world."
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, once you get used to the haircuts over there. Even when I went to Brazil, I love Brazil, but the one thing I didn't like about Brazil is the barbers are not the best. Like, they fuck it up. Like, I told one guy one time, just like cut just a little bit. And he cut like more than half. I'm like, you like? I'm like, bro. And I showed you the picture. I showed you like my hand signal, like, and I just like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Like,
the one thing that I don't like about the DR, after 2 months, I got bored, guys.
Really?
Yeah, I got bored after 2 months. I don't know what it was. I
can see that. Santiago's not for everybody. It's one of those cities where you're like, you don't care about like beach vibe or just like a big like night. Well, it does have a good nightlife, but not as big as.
Yeah, but after a while of drinking all the Salvesa and all these things, I was just like, I gotta get out of here. Because
you know what? You should have tried other areas.
I should have went to Santo Domingo. True, I've never.
No, you know what, bro? Next time, do Las Terrenas, bro. I think you will like Las Terrenas.
Okay.
It's very it's just a small beach town, great nightlife, something going on every single day. You got actually very attractive women that are coming from Europe and many countries to learn bachata. So there's a lot of
Really?
different, yeah, yeah. And so even when you
Where
go
is this
to night,
again?
Las Terrenas.
Is that close to Puerto Plata,
No,
Sasua?
that's actually on the other side of the island. That's like going towards like
Going towards
it's actually
Haiti?
2 hours away from Santo Domingo on bus. I think, right? Yeah.
Oh, you're going towards Punta Cana.
Nah, it's the opposite side of Punta Cana. It's like on the north, upper north of the island.
You know, it's funny you said that because you said they're coming to learn bachata. And when I was in Cali, there was a school I was going to learn salsa, and all the students were from like Germany
Yeah, 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 yes. You see it. You see it when you take
and
the
France.
salsa
But
classes.
the thing
Mm.
is they're not like these are girls learning how to dance. They're not hot, dude. I mean, it's and the instructors. I know the instructors. Like instructors are acting like they're damn celebrities because they're teaching them how to dance. But it's pretty funny, dude. Like they're teaching them how to dance, and I'm talking to an instructor. He's touching that girl that's average looking, but because she's German, he's all excited, and he's Colombian.
Mm.
You know, it's so it's kind of interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
If she was hot, I'd be like, damn, she's hot, but she's not.
Hey, so let me ask you guys, because one thing that I noticed, I don't really meet a lot of people or even see a lot of YouTubers that talk about Africa. Like, I remember when I had my eyesight, I went to this fashion show and I met this white girl and she was drop dead gorgeous. And I'm like, where are you from? The UK? She had like I thought her accent, I thought she was from the UK. She was from South Africa. And then she was telling me so much things about South Africa. And then, yeah, like a lot of people sleep on African countries.
Well, no, there's actually YouTubers that are in Africa. You got to find them. They're passport bros, but they live in Africa.
Well, not the okay. Austin Holloman was in Tanzania.
He's in
Where
Kenya.
like
He
You
was
know
in
what? There's a
Kenya.
good YouTuber called Watamaya. He's an African. He's like one of the most popular YouTubers in Africa. He's probably been to almost every.
And then you got Peso Man.
yeah,
Oh, man, that's
yeah.
man is fucking crazy, man. He's
Yeah,
you know
Peso
that they're
Man. He's
having
in
a
Uganda.
you know that they're having a Passport Bro reality show in DR, and
Yes, yes.
Razor Rays might join. I know West is gonna go.
Floyd might be there.
Yeah, Floyd's just an idiot. He's making us all look bad, and I don't think Austin's gonna go. And then
Whose
the J
idea was that?
Rello, Jesus, bro.
Whose idea was
Man.
that?
I don't know. I just like I told Peso Man about it. He started laughing. He's like, nah, he said he would never go. It's like, oh.
Oh, so this is real. It's not fake.
No, it's a real reality show that they're gonna have in DR and Santo Domingo, I believe.
Wow, listen,
Oh, wow.
if you can get on that,
You cannot pay me enough, bro. Like I'm so good, bro.
no,
I'm
I mean
not
listen, once you get on that, that's it. Your name is blown up. You're gonna get a free market. That's the
I
only
do this
thing.
for fun. I just don't want to be associated with those type of people because like I have a good name and I be around Jay Rello and then Floyd. I just can't stand them. I just like, dude, they're lame. No.
I
That's my
think no,
patience.
listen. I think with them, the problem is, and I'll tell you what it is with these guys. Problem with these two guys is they're going there for the pay for play, whatever it is. They're not going there looking for wives or girlfriends.
Mm.
Like some of the other passport bros thinking, oh, I'm gonna go find me a wife. They don't speak the language.
That's facts. Because can I be honest with you, brother Rob? You're 100% right. Because when I joined that passport Facebook group, I was excited. Don't get me wrong, because I was like, wow, there's like a bunch of brothers, black men, Hispanic men,
Right.
melanated brothers, traveling the world, right? So as the weeks and months go by, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? All I hear is DR, Thailand, and fucking Colombia. DR, Thailand, Colombia. I'm like, don't these people go anywhere else? So I'm like, okay, fuck this. I put it upon myself to go to Europe. So last year, I went to Zurich, Switzerland, Germany, Amsterdam, Czech Republic, the UK, and like Iceland, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like I had a great time in Zurich, Switzerland. It was crazy expensive, but I had a good time there. And the thing is, it's like I wish that they would, promote more of like, you know what I mean, other countries besides the big three. What did they call it? The big three? Was
The
it
big four, actually.
the big four or whatever? Sorry, yeah. Where it's
Yeah.
like, it's just like where like pay for play is really popular.
So here's what it is. Here's what I think it is. This is my opinion, and I could be wrong, right? Everyone's got their own opinion. The problem is this is a new, fresh movement, right? So you got to keep in mind there's expats. Expats were people that were traveling before this passport bro stuff. That's why
Right. Yeah.
like, so for example, you could have been an expat that served in the military, gone to country, you retired and decided, you know what? I like Panama. I was stationed there. Love the women, love the culture. You'll find guys that stay there or move there after retirement. There's a lot of expats in Panama. So there's expats. They're not passport bros. Passport bros, if you really want to be true, Ulysses and Buck, correct me. What does it mean to be a passport? Is it solely for black American guys, or is it everyone? You know what I mean? Like who actually owns the name?
Like I would love for it to be for everybody.
Yeah, that's what you would think. But what's going on now is like, and I think, I talked to a few people on Razor Ray's channel.
Mhm.
I go back and forth with these guys, but seems like that's what it's gonna be for, just black American guys.
You're talking about like people like Johnny LA.
Oh, Johnny LA, dude, he's
And
fucking
rapping
funny.
his girlfriend $100 talking about it's my fiance. I'm like, come on, man.
I
But
don't
like
know.
guys, like for me, like I want to go to Australia. I want to go to Sydney. I want to check out Melbourne. I want to go to Greenland. You know what I mean? Like I want to go to places
You know,
where
I think there's gonna
mhm.
have to be another type of brand, not just passport bros. It might be expat bros, right? Like something else where people can attach themselves to it and say,
Yeah, the
look,
expats don't want nothing to do with the passport, bro.
yeah,
Because
well,
I've
the
been here for
expats,
At
they've been
all.
doing, yeah, they don't because they've been doing it for 40, 50. Like
because
these
they're coming
guys,
over here and like raising the prices. Like even if you're a monger now, the girls are charging like I don't really want to talk about it in here, but I just like, man, bro, even the Venezuelan girls that are working on the streets are charging outrageous prices. I'm just like laughing, like, bro, these
Mhm.
guys came over here in 2 years, raised up the prices that much. And talk about like somebody that makes about 250 a month is
right?
charging like 150 or 200 for the whole night. I started laughing, like, nah, bro, like,
Did you guys see that image of the guys that were in Cartagena? Four of them beating up
oh my god, bro.
the one when they
That's
shot
what I'm
back.
talking about. We're seen as an embarrassment now because of shit like that, man.
Yeah, but let me ask you: is how are men getting robbed and like drugged and shit like that? Like, what's going on? Like,
Yeah, so
Uh,
what's going on there is a few different things. Like most of these guys getting drugged are renting Airbnbs or
okay,
going to hotels where the security is not being accountable. They're not checking IDs. So what's happening is there's the women are going with these guys. These guys are thinking, oh, I don't want security involved, so I can bring women back to my Airbnb and do whatever they want to do with them, right? Like that's what they're doing. They're not bringing the women back to a place that has security and
right,
checks ID
right,
and checks ID. So that's the first thing you got to understand. That's the first component. They're bringing these women back to Airbnbs and hotels, which has very lax security or no security at all.
and they're meeting these women on dating sites on the
They're meeting
streets.
up mostly on Tinder, and now they're meeting them on like other.
But the thing is, if I walk into a bar or a restaurant and I meet a waitress or a bartender and I bring her back to my Airbnb, most
Okay, so
likely I'm not going to
she's
get
not.
drugged.
Yeah, well, she's not going to go back with you. I'll tell you why. It's from a cultural perspective. It's not a hookup culture.
nah, they don't have a hookup. Have I
They don't
done it?
have a-
Yes, but it's not the norm. It's
It
not.
okay. It's
Mhm.
not the norm unless you're like you look like Brad Pitt or Denzel Washington.
Mm,
Or one of these guys
mhm,
that smooth, very smooth looking, right?
mhm,
Then it's not the norm, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. You know what I mean?
mhm, mhm,
But it's not the norm. If they go back for you ain't that smooth, dude, because
mhm,
it's not culturally acceptable. It's kind of like in
mhm.
the Middle East. How easy is it for you to pick up a woman in the Middle East and bring her back to your hotel? It's impossible.
Impossible. Yep.
Exactly. So knowing that, like dealing with the facts and knowing that will say to you, okay, who am I bringing back? You're bringing back
Mhm.
somebody that's
But almost
opportunistic.
all the girls that are drugging, if you see the pictures, they're all nasty looking. I haven't
I
seen any
know.
girls that I could be are attractive. I'd be like, well, she could have
Yeah.
got me. I'm looking at the girls. I'm like, bro, you came from wherever you come from to go out with this?
So
Yeah.
these girls are like a 4. These girls are like a 4 out of a 10.
Nah, more like a 3
More
and
like a 2.
lower, way
You're
lower,
Damn.
being
bro.
generous, dude. Sister,
No,
give me a
bro, they're
heartbeat.
like unattractive, like rowdy. I'm just looking at their face. I'm like, really?
There was a guy, I think he's a black American guy. He got stabbed in the neck 18 times and died. The girl that robbed
In
him, he was like,
Medellin?
Yeah, in Medellin. He's like 55. She was 18 years old, and she was from the hood. She was from the lowest of the low, and she stabbed him that many times because he's a big guy. She's a small girl. Like if you look at the image of him and her,
But how did
and
he? How did he? How did he? Like, was he not like? I don't understand. Like, if a girl
somehow,
stabbed me in my neck, I'm gonna
okay.
grab her right
So,
away
so what she
and knock her
probably
out.
she probably tried drugging him, and then he
Oh, okay.
and then he realized, oh shit, she put something in my drug, and then went ballistic. But he couldn't move around. You know what I mean? So he couldn't
That's
move around. Like,
scary shit, bro.
could you imagine that? Like you lose your senses. You lose your senses, and somebody, that's scary to me. What's scary to me is when you lose control. Like if you ever put yourself in a situation where
Right.
you lose control, right? Like for example, you go into the wrong neighborhood and then you're surrounded. You just lost control. What are you gonna do? Fight your way out of it? You'll fight your way out of it if that's your last option. But you're
Mm.
gonna try to fight your way out of it when you got guns or knives, or you're gonna try to negotiate, and then as a lost alternative, then you don't have a choice. But that's
But
that.
like, but that's the thing. Like, what are these people? Are these people going to these countries like secretly, like secretly or something? Because I know now. I got my hookup. If I'm going to Brazil, I'm linking up with my homie right here, and he's gonna show me the ins and out of Brazil. Do you know what I mean? Like, are these people just flying into a country without doing their research?
Yeah, well, these guys, it's hit or miss. So some of them are veterans. If you want to know the truth, some of them that have
Okay.
been killed are veteran travelers. Like in Medellin, there's a lot of these veterans are getting snagged. So I don't know what's happening for these veterans who've lived
So
in the.
they're not doing their research before they fly out.
I wouldn't say they're not doing their research, but they're slipping. And so here's what's going on. Maybe the group that's drugging them said, you know what? Okay, we've been caught on Tinder. Let's try some of the other dating sites. And then they'll go to like another dating site that's legitimate, somehow be able to. I'll give you an example. If you want to create a profile on Cupid, you can do that. Create a profile on Cupid, and then you got this woman uploading a picture.
But the thing is, like for me, I simply typed in on YouTube things to do in Medellin,
Right.
and all types of video popped up. Razor Ray, all these videos popped up like beware of scopamine, and all these things. I'm like, holy shit! So I
Yeah.
started. I went deep into this rabbit hole of watching all these YouTube videos and what's going on in Medellin, and it's like, okay, I got to keep my hand on a swivel.
Like, listen, if you move like a local, you'll be okay. But a lot of people don't move like a local because they don't speak the language. They don't know the culture. So they're gonna move like a foreigner. You know what I mean? So what do? They hang out in the foreigner spots. And then when they hang out in the foreigner spots, they're like, you know what? I want some local women. How do I find them? They go online.
That's crazy, man.
Because think
Yeah,
about it, you can't communicate with them if you don't speak the language.
yeah.
You got a translator.
And and you know it's even more fucked up too because I even typed in because I was gonna go to Poland this year. I even typed in too like things to do in Warsaw or even Krakow, and a video popped up where this guy was saying that the women in Krakow at the strip clubs are drugging men just like in Medellin.
Holy shit! I've
Wow.
Yeah.
never. Well, I don't know. I've been to Krakow. It was safe for me.
Yeah.
But actually, they're drugging a lot in Brazil and Rio. I knew two guys that got drugged in 1 month when I was there. But it's always the same thing. They let
It's
their
not it's not serious like Colombia, but
no, it's not
it can
serious. But
yeah.
it's happening. I think the people have to. It's like how Rod says. There's not a hookup culture. So what's going on is that these girls are saying, "Hey, let me go to your apartment." And the guys are like, hell yeah, but they don't realize the culture is not like that here in Colombia. And you know what? I still use Tinder, but I haven't even dated nobody in Colombia in 2 years, if I could keep it real. I go out with girls that my friends introduced me to, so it's safer.
Yes.
And so, but dating apps, I haven't used it in 2 years in Colombia. And, I was on it like a week ago, and one of the girls was like, oh, let me go to your apartment. We could drink. And I'm like, do you have social media? She's like, no, I don't have it. And I was like, no, well, I like to go out. And no. Like, she was very, very persistent about just coming straight to my apartment. So I just like blocked her. And I looked at her picture. She wasn't attractive at all. But I was like, she's probably eventually going to get somebody, a tourist for sure.
Yeah.
I promise you that she's going to get somebody.
And it don't matter how gangster you are from the United States. You could be coming from O Block in Chicago. You could be at King Von, and these bitches will set you up.
Right.
Facts, man, facts. People get kidnapped over here as well. What was it that did you hear about that Israeli that got kidnapped a few months ago, Brock? But he got lucky because the idiot that was driving crashed and his trunk opened, and there happened to be like a cop around the corner and he saw, and so they arrested the guys. But there's Israeli like that got kidnapped. He was in the trunk of
It's
the car.
crazy, dude. Yeah, I heard about that. He got lucky because here's the thing. They'll let you go as long as you give them the money, whatever. But now they're actually like, you know what? We're not even gonna let these guys go anymore. That's their attitude because they're like they're getting caught or something like that. So
You heard about that Asian American right a few months
I
ago?
was just about to bring that up. That was all over. That was international news.
Yeah,
That
but
was here
you know
in
what?
Canada.
A lot of the YouTubers are not honest. Like, there's like this girl that's very popular in Comina Tres, and not to shit on her or nothing like that. But guys are like hype her up or whatever, and I'm just like, what they don't realize is that the girl's all tatted up on her arm, and she has tattoos on her neck, and I'm like, well, me going in the barrio and knowing how the women are there, a lot of these girls they go out with bandidos, where the guys are like.
So let
how
me ask you, why is she so? I've seen so many videos of her. Why is she so popular?
That's the thing. The guys are not being honest. They're not telling you that girl. I guarantee you, her boyfriend's a bandito. I could promise you that, bro. I have a homegirl that sells liquor just like her. She does like the little fruity drinks and the same
Right.
barrio, and her boyfriend's in charge of the neighborhood, bro. He's like
So
the
her
gang,
boyfriend is gangster,
he's the
They make
gang
more
leader of the
money.
neighborhood, bro. Like I'm not
and it's just
joking.
a bunch of suckers
And
want
so
to take
that's-
pictures because she's hot.
So that's what happened to the Asian American, that he was going out with a girl and her boyfriend was a bandito, and so like, you know what, let's rob this dude. And unfortunately they
Oh my
yeah,
god!
he was like 50 years old. She's 19.
Yeah, I mean, you got to learn the culture, and people are. I think people are starting to wake up what's going on here, but you still got some guys that are just kind of like, I don't know. I'm not going to say they're in denial, but
Yeah.
misinformed.
So
Well,
what would
here's
you
the thing.
recommend? Okay, so guys,
Yeah.
if who's watching this now, do you recommend people for their first time flying to Colombia by themselves? Because me, for my first time, I decided not to go alone, and I brought two friends with me.
No, I think that's a smart move because you got to keep in mind you have a lot of things that work against you. Number one, you don't
Mhm.
speak the language. Number two, you don't understand the culture. Number
Yeah.
three, now you have a disabled component to it.
Yes.
So once you add all that up, it's like, okay, you just added another problem on your hands. So you want to what you want to do is you want to limit um, the problems. So for example, let's say you said, "Oh, I'm going to Medellin." How do you limit the problems going to Medellin with the things I just touched on? Well, you go in the areas where you're safe, less crime, more police, or richer area, or whatever it is, right?
But do you recommend Airbnb or a hotel?
If you do Airbnb, I would recommend having a security guard at the front desk. If you do a
So this is
hotel,
where I get confused, because when me and my friends, when we did the Airbnb, it said on the website that there's 24-hour security, and when we got there was none.
Holy
oh,
shit!
that's weird. Yeah,
Yeah.
you could actually call Airbnb and complain about that, get a refund.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. You call the support number. Say, look,
Okay. But
uh,
hold on, guys. But we were happy though, because we were thinking stupidly, like, hey, we can bring a bunch of girls
some
back.
women back.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you right now,
Yeah.
the Airbnbs don't allow, like some of the Airbnbs that I used to stay at in Medellin don't allow guests anymore. They tells you right there in the house rules. No guests
Yes.
allowed.
And if there's 24-hour security, the security will stop them unless you give them a little bit of money, right?
No,
Yeah,
well, the
so-
ones that have security, you could bring guests because they get ID. But you got to think about it as a business perspective. Like if they get caught, like let's say a foreigner gets caught with a minor or some shit, they'll shut down the
Oh,
building for a
shit.
few months, and the
well,
person
the
will lose
person that
money.
owns the Airbnb signed a 12-year lease, a 12-month lease. So that means that you come and you ruin their Airbnb listing
Yeah.
because the actual owner of the unit says, I'm not going to let you Airbnb it anymore. That's why they put in the Airbnb listing. Don't bring anybody
Right.
back.
Rob,
Right,
let me
right,
ask you
right.
something. What do you think the mistake that he made, the Asian American? What was like the biggest mistake he
Oh,
made?
not yeah. Okay, I seen the video. The first mistake that was so obvious when he said, "Hey, I'm with my girl," and then
Yep.
probably she doesn't even speak fluent English. She turned her face, or the expression on her face was like, like kind of like this guy's out of his mind. But have you guys caught like her body language? If you're good at reading body language, you can tell the expression on her face is like, this is a 50-year-old man old enough to be a
Yeah.
father.
Also, too, I heard that he was sharing the video that this is my girl all over social media. I don't know why he was bragging.
Yeah,
He was bragging. He was bragging about being with a hot girl because clearly he
First of
can't get a
all,
hot girl where he's
They
from.
had a she had a tattoo on her neck. That's the first thing. Like you see, I Colombians look at women that have tattoos like that as ghetto trash, bro. Straight
Yeah.
up, dude.
Really?
Well,
The tattoo on the
Yeah,
neck?
that's
Oh,
what I'm telling you.
shit.
Like the
Okay,
girl that they
yeah.
hype up in Comina 13, most
Mhm.
Colombians wouldn't even touch her, bro. I could promise you.
course.
They'll look at her like,
Damn.
nah,
Yeah.
I'm good. And shit, dude. And you got all these guys
Yeah.
hyping her up and shit, dude. No, dude, no.
So
I could,
what he did is he brought a girl from Strat. Okay, if you know Colombia has a class system, it goes from 1 to 6. 1 being the lowest, 6 being the highest, meaning that's the richest people, wealthiest people in the country. 6. She was, I think, from 1 or 2, and this guy was coming in from the U.S. He's from like a middle class, potentially upper
You're
middle
talking
class.
about the Asian guy, right?
Asian guy.
Yeah.
The mistake he made is so he was bringing a girl from the lowest class into Beverly Hills. So imagine this. Imagine you lived in Beverly Hills and you brought a girl from East Los Angeles or whatever crappy areas of LA is, and you're bringing this girl into Beverly Hills. Everybody knows by the way she dresses, the tattoo on her neck, she's not from Beverly Hills. That's what this guy was doing. He was bringing somebody from a barrio, a poor area, into the richest part of Medellin. It's a dead
But the
giveaway.
thing is, if you wanna date and like hook up with a normal girl from Medellin or anywhere in Colombia, you got to be there for at least a month or two.
Okay, so first of all, you not only gotta be there, you gotta speak the language, understand the culture. It's
Right.
like it's like you going to, go to the Middle East, a girl doesn't speak English. What are you gonna do? Learn Arabic, right? So
Right.
what do you do? Sign language? So really at the end of the day, it's like, okay, if you don't know the culture, you don't speak the language, then you're gonna have to have somebody chaperone, someone, a person that can translate what you're
Right.
saying.
Because it's not like they're gonna end up meeting a
No,
normal girl who works from 9 to 5.
well, what are you gonna
Because
do?
don't because that's what you want. You want a normal girl who works from nine to
Are
five.
you gonna sit there and text her on WhatsApp? Hey, baby, we want to go right here, and then she's gonna translate it and text you back. Is that how you're gonna communicate? Or are you gonna use a translator? You know what I mean? You gotta.
Right. Because same thing with like when I was dating my ex girl in Santiago.
Right.
After 2 months, I'm like, shit. Like I was glad that I left because she didn't speak English, and the whole translator thing was bothering the fuck out of me after a while. Like after a while, I was only seeing her maybe twice a week. I was just like, I was even telling my homeboy, like, I can't do this no more, man. Like this is brutal with the
Weird.
translator. Yeah,
Be
because
yourself.
my friend got lucky. Okay, you guys are right. You want to know why? Because look, my friend met his girl on Instagram. He spoke to her. She's an English teacher. He talked to her for 9 fucking months before he flew there and met her.
Right.
And now they're in love with each other and they have a kid together.
Wow.
9 months he talked to her.
Uh,
She was an English teacher, and he told me he had to go through dozens of scallywags just to meet that girl.
that's incredible.
Dozens of women he had to go through just to meet that one girl who speaks English. He
Yeah,
actually told me it's very hard to meet, a Latin girl who speaks English in these countries that like doesn't have a boyfriend.
Oh yeah. Think about it. Think about it. Like imagine a guy who came from Latin America, came to the U.S., and then he's like trying to date an American woman, and he's like, tu quieres café?
Ay, amor, qué pena. Se me acabó
Yeah,
el
can you imagine? Like,
café.
it sounds ridiculous, right? Like, think about it. Let's say a guy from Mexico, Puerto Rico, doesn't speak English. Mi amor, ¿tú quieres café? Did you say to me, Jose? Like it's like I'm being sarcastic, but come on, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Imagine the old what that's pretty arrogant of whoever it is, me, you, anybody else, to go to whatever country and then not speak the language, understand the culture, wanting to date that person or even more. You don't take the initiative to learn the language. I know a guy that did that, but he's 66 years old
Mm,
and the woman is 55 or something, right?
mhm,
So
mhm.
they're up there in age that she's willing or he's, they're willing to work around that because they're older. They don't really care about looks or, you know what I mean? So it's all about
But that's another
companionship
thing
once
too,
you hit
my
about
brother
66
Rob.
years old.
You hit the nail on the head, Rob. So, my brothers, if men date older women in Colombia, most likely they won't get drugged, right?
No, of course not. Yeah, yeah, of course not. Higher probability you won't because they have different needs, right? They're looking for companionship
So,
with your
what I mean,
woman.
like maybe what, like late 30s, 40s, 50s?
You know, here's the thing. I would say you have to look at it from first off from a class mentality, right?
Okay,
If you're gonna date a woman that's from the lowest class, 9 times out of 10, she's working 16 hours a day, trying to make ends meet. Do you want her to work? Do you not want her to work? You meet somebody that's middle class and above, you want to meet her. What are you bringing to the table? Why should she date you? You don't speak the language, understand the culture.
right.
If you're a good-looking guy and don't speak the language, they might make some exceptions, right? But it's like anything else. If
Because I
both
know,
of you,
because all the men obviously want the girls down there that are like in their early 20s and 20s. But me
right.
personally, I don't give a shit if I met a girl that's like late 30s, 40s.
Well, you can, but you got to ask yourself. I'll give you an example. I hate to use this example.
Hmm.
There was a guy from Atlanta, American. He moved to Barranquilla and he got married to an Afro-Colombian woman. They
Hmm.
were engaged. She was from the lowest of the low stratus, stratus one. That means she's the lowest of the low. He married her. He went to buy a building. He ended up getting killed. A lot of people suspect she was in on it. You know, God rest her soul. Hopefully,
For
I'm not saying
real?
she was.
And she
I'm
was
not
an
saying
older woman?
she was an older woman. Like, how old was she, Ulysses? 30s or
Mid 40s, I would say. I think.
mid 40s?
Yeah.
She's from the lowest class, mid 40s, Afro Colombian. He's African American. And he's thinking, I don't know what he's thinking. I wish I would have known the guy before he did what he did. I would have told him, mistake number one, sir, you don't have an attorney involved. And not one, you should have two attorneys just to make sure one is checking the other one's work. That's mistake number one. Because he went and bought a building with cashier's checks from the
Right,
bank
right, right, right,
instead of
right.
getting an attorney. I mean, just too many mistakes.
You know,
Mistake.
I always seem to forget that obviously after watching that documentary by Gazelda, what's her name? Gazelda
Blanco,
Blanca?
yeah, Blanco, yeah.
Blanco. There are a lot of women down there that would cut your throat in a minute for
Dude.
$100.
Well, so first of all, you don't know what somebody's background was when they.
No, that's what I'm thinking about. Because obviously everybody watches the Pablo Escobar docs, you know what I mean? But yeah, Gazelda, like
Blanco, yeah.
she came
You know
from the hood.
some
She came
people.
from Comuna 13, or what hood did she come from?
She came from a rough upbringing, dude. This is why I'll tell you the
But
truth.
it was in Medellin, right?
It was in Medellin, and I think she was born in Cartagena or something. Here's what I will tell you, man. There was an American guy that was dating her. You know, he was from the hood.
Hmm.
As long as you're nice, it's gonna be harder for them. It doesn't guarantee anything.
Hmm.
Like, but if you're a nicer person, people feel a little bit more guilty, right? And that's why I'm
I've
trying
never
to
heard
look.
of a woman as dangerous as her.
Yeah, she's very dangerous. I think she even killed, and I think this is what got her killed in Med. You know, she got killed in Medellin, right?
Yep, they shot her in her
Yeah.
head
Do,
at the
do, do, do you
at the
know?
market.
You want to know who I think was behind it? She murdered the niece of a guy that's from Medellin, big time guy in Medellin. And the
Wow,
niece was like, "Why are you killing me?" Oh, it's just business. That's what like that was her response to the niece. The niece had nothing to do with nothing.
wow,
Yeah, can you imagine? Like
yeah.
the niece was friendly with her, and she said it's just business. And
And at
then
the end of the day, like this is not too long ago. These things have happened because they executed her when in 2012 or
yeah,
2010 or something.
well, it's weird because where they killed her, we go through there all the time. Like we don't think about these things.
Really? Where did they kill her
Yeah,
in
remember like
Medellin?
it was in Medellin, like Sabaneta or like
And
and the
Torres
guy
Golden now walking past the same spot
walk
where
by
this.
like it's nothing. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
walk by the area like
and
it's nothing.
and
But
that whole war on drugs with Pablo Escobar is only it hasn't even been 30 years, right? What is it, like 1996 is when they killed him, or 98 or something like that?
yeah, something like that. You know what's weird? If you ever go to Medellin, you can go to the cemetery. There's like a tour guide there to tell you the story.
Yeah, I was gonna go on it, but my boy is like, let's not do it. So I didn't do
Yeah,
it.
I went to the museum. They wanted to charge me, and like they'll ask you, "Where are you from?" And then they charge you like $500, like some ridiculous amount to go watch pictures on the wall.
Yeah,
You could look at the pictures online, clicking on Google Images, right? And
right.
they
And
think,
then also too, there's people walking around in Comuna 13
yeah,
imitating him, like taking pictures, like,
yeah,
hey, you that like a Pablo Escobar lookalike.
yeah. It's a big deal, man. Like Comuna 13 used to be the hood. Matter of fact, I think
Yeah,
back,
I heard the story. They said that that's where Pablo Escobar got all his hitmen.
yeah, and back in the 90s, like the army went into that area or something like that.
Operation Orion, something like
Yeah,
that.
you remember that?
Yeah.
Crazy, dude.
Yeah, actually, when you go to Comina Tres, I was there a few days ago. They have like a poster of like it says their past and how like the violence, and then it says our future. It has like the tourist shit on there. So
Right.
they're very happy about how things have gotten turned around there. So,
Right. So tourism, like you said, started what 2017 or the early 2000s.
Also respect to everybody on the panel from El Paisa, Medellin Life, straight from these crazy streets of West LA. What's good? What's good to everybody on the panel, man? What's good?
What up? What up?
Living, man. We're here in LA, just you know what I mean, doing what we do.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes, sir. In the
so I
heart
would
of
say I would say the tourism started a lot in 2000. The tourism maybe like 17, 19. I first got here like in 2019, and there wasn't too many foreigners, so I could keep it real. But I think
Okay. Okay.
when COVID happened, Colombia was one of the first countries that opened its borders, and so I think a lot of people, digital nomads, came over here and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
yeah,
they were promoting it in 2017 as like the tourist retirement place or something like that.
yeah, but it wasn't being promoted as a mongering place until like the maybe like 3 or 4 years later, I would say, and shit. So that's why a lot of
Yeah,
people.
yeah, I think so, and yeah, absolutely, it's crazy. But if you look at it, a lot of people are not going to Cali, for example, because it's got the stigma of being very dangerous, right? So like I mean, I only compared that because why is Medellin all of a sudden getting all the hype, but then Cali, nobody goes to Cali. Cali's not a prettier place. The weather stinks, and it's really dangerous.
So which more
Medellin,
country is sorry for cutting off? Which more country is more dangerous? Cali, sorry, Colombia or Mexico?
Colombia.
oh, that's a good question.
Colombia by
A good
far.
question,
For
actually.
tourists, right? For tourists.
Yeah, in Mexico, you're
Uh,
just gonna get extorted by the police, but that's it. Like
But the
the
cartel people, like women are not going to
they
drug you in
control. I
Mexico.
kind of feel like the big, we'll just say the heavy hitters that Mexico control have a huge controlling, so they're not gonna allow that fuck shit to
So
happen.
that's what I mean. So like the heavy hitters are going to tell the women, don't drug the
Yeah,
tourists.
that's for sure, bro. Hell yeah. And over here, like the gangs do have some control, but I think Rob would agree that it's just you got a lot of Venezuelans that came over here and they could. It's kind of like Venezuela's like the Wild West. You know how the bank robbers go to Mexico after they rob the bank?
Mm.
That's what Venezuela is. So they could do fuck shit and then just go back to Venezuela and shit. So who's gonna chase them when
oh
they go
yeah,
back?
dude. I heard stories in Cali where Venezuelans are so desperate because they don't have. I don't believe they got social
Bro, have
services.
you seen what's going on in the States, bro? Like just last week they killed like a 12-year-old girl and then like the
Yeah.
Venezuelans. I believe that this guy like emptied his prisons and just let these people get out, dude. What's his name? Maduro and shit, bro.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, of course, of course. No, I don't disagree. I seen there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, but I don't know why they're allowing it to happen. Because again, keep in
Mm.
mind, somebody's got to allow this stuff to happen.
Mhm.
So you got to prove it. So the Venezuelans in Colombia, for example, in Cali, man, they got a bad reputation. And you got
Mhm.
to understand why. They're coming into from Colombia, they're coming in from Venezuela to Colombia. You don't have any social services for them. Who's going to put a roof over their head?
Right.
Around the table, clothes on their back,
So
send
how
their
did Venezuela become such a shit show?
because they sanction the country, so they can't sell their oil, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
they can't they're oil rich, but they're not able to sell the oil, and inflation's out of control. So the cost of living's gone up. Go get a loaf of bread. It costs a week of work to buy a loaf of bread.
So Venezuela is kind of like Cuba because when I was in Cuba,
Like
same
Zimbabwe.
shit.
Yeah, no, was
Uh,
Cuba might even be better than that, but
than the Venezuela, yeah.
yeah, I think it's Zimbabwe. So the
Fuck.
inflation's got out of control. Everything's expensive, right? And
Okay.
then you can't sell your oil. That's your resource, the main resource you got.
Mhm.
So the oil. So it's crazy because it's an oil rich country. I heard that they're even more richer than Saudi Arabia in oil. Can you
Yeah,
imagine?
they have the largest oil reserves in the world, dude.
Yeah, that's what I've heard that. I read that. So I mean, come on, imagine you're oil rich, but you can't sell it, and that's
They're like the
because of
poorest country that has oil. Because look at all the countries that have oil, like Kuwait, Iraq, and
Mm.
Saudi
when
Arabia.
Venezuela removes that socialist government, they're gonna be rich, dude.
I think they
That's
have an
like,
election this month for a different president. I think right this month.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't think they'll get rid of the socialist system.
Nah,
But
they're
if you
not.
go in, you go in and buy some property if you can today, and you hold it. If you can predict the future, and like let's say 5 years from now, they go from being socialistic to democratic, and people start moving back, you're in good shape, man. You know, they did, and that's how Argentina was. I know a guy, he's an economist. He bought a condo in Argentina for 80 grand when Argentina was horrible in 2001.
Mm.
And he sold it for $800,000.
Mhm.
Can you imagine? But
Wow.
who can predict stuff like that?
Hey, thank
Yeah.
you, Eric, for the 9.99 super chat. Really appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
Yeah. How many people are watching right now?
14.
Oh, wow, nice. Okay, you're doing the damn thing, my brother.
Yeah.
Nice. Everybody, subscribe to Sheldon, the Blind Traveler.
Yeah, put your link run below, dude, so
Yeah,
people could
man. Respect.
sub and shit. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
I know
So
because
you so El Paisa is gonna go to Medellin in a few months, and he hasn't been in Colombia in a few years, but he was one of the original guys that went there before the storm hit. Like what was it, 2016? You got there, right?
yeah, 2016, the get down was different. People were different. People weren't. I mean, there was fuck shit, but not at this level. I think that what I mean, if somebody's wrong, I think we should call people out on their shit, or
Mm.
what I mean, start
Mhm.
making examples out of these people. You feel me on a personal level, because at the end of the day, man, like Colombia is a beautiful fucking country. It has a
It
lot to
is.
offer, but a lot of fools are going down there doing fuck shit. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, so we were trained to move differently. You feel me? There's
Mhm.
people that are from the suburbs. There's people that don't really have ground game, and these guys are going out there running amok. They land in a place like Parquilleras, and the first thing they want to do is they tell them $300, and they want to pop out $300. That's not the way things work down there. You're not going
Facts.
down there, you know. You're
Facts.
not going
You
down
even
there
got
like
people
that.
honking you. Facts.
No. We're in LA. We're in the heart of LA. That's why it's like that right now. I'm over here
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
heart of the
Facts.
city. In the heart
Yeah,
of
I'm
the city.
saying facts. No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, and then it's so beautiful, man. You could go down there, enjoy yourself, take it for what it is, but people indulge in fuckery, and that's what's going on right now today with society, especially down there in Colombia. They're not moving right. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to pay them
Yeah,
in dollars. Like, what I mean? That defeats the purpose of even traveling down there. For you
yeah,
to get
but
the
you know
ultimate
what it is? Like,
experience, yeah,
yeah.
you have the flow. You
No,
have
I
the
was
flow,
gonna say
Rod.
you know what it is. You got like 2 million people that. So if you look at the amount of people traveling to Medellin, I think it's like 1.7 million people, right? So
Yes,
you're gonna get a lot of. If you take 1.7 million, take 10% of that, and just consider the 10% causing problems. How many? What is that? 200,000 people? 200,000. I mean, less than 200,000. But you know what I mean. So you
yeah.
just take 10%, they'll ruin it for the other 90%.
The thing is, man, I'm gonna be real with you, Rod. I know you're a smart man. I've analyzed you. I've sized you out. You're very smart. You got a lot of potential, just like a lot of the brothers on here do too. But the thing is that people are going down there, and they tell them some of them have the audacity, the females that are out there working or whatnot, to ask you for 1,000,000 pesos, Colombian pesos. That's out of pocket behavior. That is out of pocket behavior because I'll be real with you. There's certain parts of Medellin where you can go out there, man, and run amok. And I guarantee you, man, if you have a good eye for stuff, believe me, you can pick something nice out of El Raudal or even La Veracruz for that matter. You're gonna see some beat down projects. Don't get me wrong, but overall, what I mean, you're gonna get your money's worth. Because I'll be real with you, you have some beautiful black sisters that are coming down from Buenaventura and that are coming down from Cali into Medellin, and they're strictly on business level. Business level, they get there, boom, 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 y ya.
Mm.
But the thing is, man, it all depends on how you move. You know what I mean? If you go out there being desperate, they're gonna be able to they're gonna see it for what it is, and they're gonna take advantage of you.
Yeah,
And
I've seen a
that's
lot
why
of
these
girls.
guys end up getting drugged and robbed.
I've
Yes,
seen
yes.
girls now in the bodies with iPhone 14s and 15s. That's crazy.
That's a red flag. As soon as I see
That's
that,
dudes are buying these girls like $1,500 cell phones, man. Think
Right.
about
I
that.
don't even have the 14. I have money to do so. I don't even have the 14. I have the 12. But
Right.
I feel you. I feel you though.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's
man.
you know, I'll tell you a true story. I dated this girl back in Medellin. She's good looking. She's not hot, but she's good looking. I dated her back in 2013. I haven't talked to her again to like 2019. I sent her an email. Hey, how you doing? And I was dating her. She goes, "Oh, it's not free anymore." I'm like, "Not free? I was dating you. What are you talking about?" Like she wasn't my girlfriend, but she, because of the amount of foreigners going to Medellin,
Now she's
just
trying to run it up on you, my bro.
Yeah, that's
She's
what
trying to
happened.
run
That's
it up
what
on
happened
you.
to me. That's what happened to me too. Like one of the girls I know for 5 years, like, it's gonna cost you 100. I'm like, bro, I've known you for 5 years. Like, what are you talking about? She's like,
well, no,
no, think so hard. I'm like, dude, come on, man.
right. No. What's happened was I was dating her, and I took her out for pizza. Now she wants lobster. She doesn't want pizza.
Hey, but these guys are spending like
Holy
you know
shit,
who's
man.
ruining it? It's the weekend warriors. It's not the guys that are living here. Like it's the guys.
Nah,
that
it's the
like,
weekend warriors, man. It's dudes that's going under for like 5 to 7 days, man.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what it is. You go for 5 to 7 days. You spend $1,000. It's not going to hurt your pocket when you head back to work. You know, these guys, they save up $1,000 to go for 5 to 7 days, maybe 2 grand. They don't go again for another 6 months. So,
But the thing is, like, it's that bad for people who can't get pussy in America.
yeah, because you want to know how they view it, and I'll give you an example. I know a guy that's an Uber driver, and he probably earns $1,000 a week. He sends his girlfriend like $1,200 a month. That's probably, I don't know what he gets paid after taxes, but he still's got to live himself. He sends his payment like clockwork every month. I think it's like 1,000 or more. He tells me it's like 600, 700. I don't believe him.
Did you tell him that he's getting played, or you just like?
Oh yeah, he. You know what he told me when I told him that? I said, "Dude, you know this is a transactional relationship." He goes,
Yeah, you were saying that earlier, Rob. Yeah,
he
it's
goes,
true.
"Well, you're gonna pay for it here. You're gonna pay for it there. It's all the
Oh
same."
my god.
Yeah.
So
Rob,
really,
and let these brothers know, Rob, that if you can't get women in your own country, you're not going to get women
Oh, yeah.
overseas.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you don't have
fact.
ground
yeah,
game, you're
yeah.
done.
You know, well, here's the thing: if you want to get an attractive one in your own country, it's not just game anymore. And the reason why I say it's not just game anymore, you better come with something because the ones that are attractive are not going to give you the time of day. The average ones won't even give you the time of day.
Facts.
It's
You
all
know what I
mind
mean?
games. It's all mind
Forget
games.
about the
Because I can
attractive
tell
ones.
that everybody on this panel can get women in the United States.
You can, but it goes back to that analogy. Once you get in a BMW, you want to get in a Ford Escort afterwards.
Facts. Yeah.
And so that's the
Facts.
problem. That's the problem because when you go to these places where the women are fit, feminine, whatever, they take care of their skin, whatever, they
Yes.
smell good, and then you come back home and you got a girl that smells like a double cheeseburger.
Oh, God.
You
Her
know what I
neck
mean?
looking like a pack of Frank hot dogs.
She smells like fuck. She smells like hot dog juice.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
my
but you know
God.
something, Rob?
That's
These same
my
girls that
legs.
have these same girls that have high standards, bro. Like when they go overseas, like those rules don't apply, especially in Mexico or DR. Like I used to have friends that when I used to live in Santiago, Sheldon, my friend used to work at a place where they had like homeless kids, and so
Right.
they used to feed them, and so they used to get students, study abroad students from all over the world, especially from America.
Okay.
My local friends, Dominicans, were smashing these white girls, dog. That in the States wouldn't give you the time of day if you didn't have like a career. But like in DR, it's like the rules don't apply.
Right.
Yeah, my friends make
That's facts.
my friends
That's
make
facts.
less than $300 a month, and they're smashing these like white girls that are gonna have like 6-figure jobs in the next.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
Right.
Yo, is this in the suburbs? This is in the suburbs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how you know what it is because it's like the movie How Stella Got Her Groove.
Yeah.
What happens there, you'll never hear about it.
Oh man,
Right.
you'd be surprised. That's why I hate the girls in the States. Like they have like, oh, we have high standards. Like, no, you don't. I've lived in Mexico. I've seen the kind of men that you'll fuck with, and
I know.
like, nah.
Where's this thing now where I'm hearing that women in the United States want men that make 100,000 a year and all that.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
what's the percentage of men making $100,000 or more a year?
Well,
It's a
they
very
say
small.
I think it's 10%. I think it's 10. No, it's not even 10%.
Yeah.
But it's a small percentage that make 100,000 or more. Then when you get to 250, it's a small, even smaller than that. Then when you get to 500,000, it's like 1%.
1%. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, the numbers are ridiculous, but it's crazy. Like it's
Man, this
nuts.
bitch is
Yeah, the-
stupid. Oh my god. Sorry about that, but this
learn.
dumbass bitch in front of me was driving dumb. Oh my god.
You know, I think see the problem is everyone keeps going to the same spot. Everyone goes to Medellin. Everyone goes to
Medellin, parque, was a
The
parque
same
there, a
hen
parque
house shit.
George.
The same hen house shit day in and day out. That's what happens.
same shit.
They
Same
don't
shit.
move around. They don't. I mean, it's cool to go to El Parquilleras. You know, what I mean, you know, you get your laugh and you see what's out there, whatever. Pero like, there's other parts. You have Bella, you have Palma, you have Las Palmas, you have Providencia. I mean, you have Itagüí. There's a lot of places to visit.
Yeah, but
Oh
the
my
problem
god,
is
there's a lot of women out today.
they don't speak the language. They don't know the culture, and
Hey,
these two things are a problem.
but I will tell you something though, Rod, and I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. Like me, for instance, I've talked to Colombian women for nearly 9 years, and I'll be real with you. Like, you could be nice to them or whatnot, and don't get me wrong, not all of them are the same, but you will run into a lot of them that will flip on you in a blink of an eye.
Oh yeah,
I
they'll
swear
act
to
like
God, they will turn renegade, and they'll act
yeah.
like it's nothing to. Like, I got blocked by some stupid bitch, but it's all good though. She still has me on her Instagram, but
Right.
I'm leaving her there because I have something in store for her when I get down there.
Well, here's the thing. Like you could be good to her 95% of the time, but let's say that 3% you say something the wrong way. The first thing they tell you in Spanish is grosero. Grosero.
Mhm.
As soon as you do one thing wrong, you're a grosero all of a sudden.
Fuckery at its
And they
best, man.
forget
That's all
about the
that
other
is.
98% of the time that you were a prince.
That's
Yeah.
true, man. Yeah.
You know,
A lot of them have turned it into a business. Now it's like, come on, the same thing I'm gonna benefit from, you're gonna benefit from too. It's like, you know what I mean? Why add extras to the table? Like,
oh yeah. Well, the
but
one that
down there,
told me,
huh?
yeah, the one I told you about real quick, when I used to take her out, we used to go to pizza and then we go back to her place and it was great. Then all of a sudden, I haven't talked to her in years. She's exposed to foreigners. Now it's changed. She goes, I was like, hey, how you doing? Oh, nothing's free. Nothing's free.
That's what happened to me too. I was telling Paisa.
No, but I was dating her. It
Oh my
wasn't a
god, bro.
transaction. I was dating the woman. You
Now I
know what I
wasn't dating
mean?
this girl, but I known her for 5 years, and we gone out like as friends, and like
Right.
all of a sudden she's like, "Oh, $100." I'm like, "What?"
Oh,
I started laughing,
just
like,
to hang out with her, right?
Yeah, I was like, I started laughing, like, "You're joking, right?" She's like, "No, things are
That's
bad."
weird.
I was like, "Nah, man, you got me fucked up."
That's weird, dude. That's weird. But that's what happens. They're in their head. They're thinking it's
Oh, but you know what? I met so I went to a swinger place last night, and it's so funny, man. I met this guy from New York, but he's been living here for a minute, and he was telling me like something that I've also gone through. He's like, "Well, when I first got here, I used to play for play because I didn't know any better." But I was like, "You know what? Something." He was telling me like, "Hey, like I started smashing some of these pros for free." And you know what? I done that too as well with like two girls that I knew. And for a long time, I was just getting it for free afterwards. But it's not like that no more. Because when I came back and I hit up those same girls, they're like charging me again now. I'm like, fuck. But they're this is girls years ago, you know, many years ago. And I'm like, damn, they've been exposed to foreigners, just like you said. And it's like, nah, nothing is free anymore, man. Like for sure, dude.
that crazy? That's crazy.
That girl has a brand new iPhone. I was looking at her phone the other day, and I was like, damn. And you know what? This girl, I used to spend like $40-50 on a date with her, and some guy took her to Punta Cana to a real hotel, which is $200 a night. Took her to the dolphin excursion, helicopter excursion.
Wow.
That dude must have spent at least like $2,000 easily on this girl. Same girl that I was taking home for like $50, and that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
And the messed up part, yeah, sorry about that because you had the flow.
No, go ahead.
The thing is that when we indulge in this type of fuck shit behavior, as far as like spoiling them and doing all this, like I've seen guys even as far as like buying them watches and all this type of stupid shit. Like it ruins the concept of going out there and enjoying the fucking culture for what it is. Because now we're looked at as like, you know, if he's not buying me an iPhone or if he's not buying me a phone or something of value or whatever, like they just like they won't even bother with you. Medellin, I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
well,
Medellin is rough.
because there's guys willing to do that. Like, so I was telling you about this guy. He's an Uber driver, and he's a 40-year-old Uber driver. He's got a 23-year-old girlfriend, and he sends her money every month. And then when he goes there, he gets her a new phone, he gets her clothes, all kind of shit, right? And then he spends like he said last time he was there, he spent 5 days with her in Bogota. She flew her in from Cali to Bogota, spent 5 days with her. She said to him, "Hey, the next trip I want to go to Mexico, right?" And so that's what he does. That's what this guy does. He sends her payments every month, brings her gifts when he's there. In his eyes, this is his girlfriend. She makes him feel good about busting his ass to send her payments every month.
It's
He
ridiculous,
only
man. It's
sees
sad.
her.
You know what? I was gonna ask you, Rob. Do you think this Asian American that was murdered? Do you think he was sending this girl money, and she was like spending the money on her boyfriend, and the boyfriend just got greedy? He's like, you
Oh,
know what?
it's 100%. Because think about it. Like, it's not. Come on, man. You think this girl's gonna spend? Is he a good look? Rest. First of all, rest in peace to the
Yeah,
guy.
R.I.P. to the guy. He was a nice
R.I.P.
guy.
We're,
Yeah,
we're,
yeah.
Who
we're
are you
not
talking about? Paul Nguyen?
No, the other guy, the one that was murdered recently, a few months ago.
From the Hmong community?
the Hmong community. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
he was something else. That guy, he was very important for his city and for his people, fool. Like that one, man, that one really hit hard for a lot of people, you know? I mean, everyone who dies, I mean, it's sad, don't get me wrong, no doubt about it.
I think
There's
the problem
a
with
lot of
him is
beautiful women out here right now.
he
I swear to
doesn't
God.
he doesn't know how to move in Medellin. He needed to have somebody that lived there, somebody that speaks the language, understands the culture. He's
I'm throwing on some
interacting,
Versace right now.
he's interacting with
Versace.
foreigners that are just like him, looking for adventure, whatever, right?
Versace, porque está cabrón.
But yeah, that's a problem. That's all. I think he was sending her money because if you notice the way she was dressing when she was with him, he gave her money to get those dresses. He didn't bring those dresses from the U.S. I mean, unless she asked
Yeah,
for
so
a
that's what I'm
card.
thinking, that he was giving, and she was spending the money on her boyfriend, her real boyfriend, and like the guy was just like, you know what, they saw lick. They're like, they saw him as easy lick.
You could tell when it's a lick. You know, disrespect to anybody out here, but you could tell when it's a lick.
I grew up
A
in the hood
motherfucker
too,
that-
and you just look at his pictures, you could just tell he's a lick and shit for a body person and shit, you know. Like,
Right. And he was bringing her from the hood to Beverly Hills. This is how you guys got to look at it. You're taking a girl from the hood. It's like if you're in the United States, you're taking her from the hood and bringing her to Beverly Hills. That's what Parquilleros is, Poblado.
Buenas noches,
Poblado is-
raza. Buenas noches.
Poblado is Beverly Hills.
¿Qué onda? Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Yeah. Poblado's Beverly Hills, man.
Hey,
And
what's
these
up,
guys,
G?
they don't realize that shit.
Ahora te voy a decir qué onda, güey. Aquí, haciendo una vuelta. Hi. I'm gonna tell you something because I'm on nothing. But yeah, like I'm telling you, man, people are not going about their business the right way. That's what's happening, man. They're going down there and indulging in this type of fuck shit behavior, and that's what's messing everything up.
Yeah, 100%. It's crazy stuff, man. I don't know. It's not going to stop because you got to keep in mind it's not going to stop because you have 2 million people going. But I saw a video today. It's about the news of Medellin, and they said that the mayor of Medellin doesn't want dirty money in Medellin anymore. What does that even mean?
That feels ridiculous. That's what the fucking country benefits from. That's what the country benefits from. Well, how you think that all them pretty fucking paisa Colombian females have money to buy iPhones, have money to buy fucking expensive furniture and all kinds of fuck shit? So
Right.
he can't be playing those type of games. He's playing games. That mayor,
That's
I'm gonna
what
be
he
real.
said today. He said he doesn't want dirty money there. anymore.
that's part of their culture. We
That
all
guy's an
know that.
idiot. That
That's
shit is
part of the
part of
Medellin culture. That's bullshit.
fucking idiot. I swear to God.
Hey,
Like,
but
I
let me
see
tell
what
you
he's doing.
something.
I know he's trying to move up in the ranks or whatever. That's cool, you know. But if I ever see him in person, I'm not gonna. If I'm gonna record it and I'm gonna put it on YouTube for you guys to see, so you guys won't think I'm just talking just to talk. I got something to talk to the mayor about, but in person though.
Yeah, but you know what,
Because I'm
Rob?
real with you, like him going to the fucking airport. And
when you go to the
all
airport, you
fuck
see all the signs,
Not
bro, the
only is that
posters and
embarrassing,
shit, dude.
but it's disrespectful as fuck to me.
And you
know,
see the
That's
posters all
awful.
over the city too, like at the bus stops. They're in English. I'm like, what? And I'm like, it's insulting to the people that are coming over here because most people are not doing that. This is something that the locals have been doing for decades, and like we're getting scapegoated for the fuck shit that the locals do themselves.
They are. That is very true. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, man. Like people are supposed to like ahead of time and like see the things for what it is. But a lot of people they're just going down there, and as soon as they get down there, they forgot about everything. Everything they forgot about everything. A female can be like, oh yeah, I got kicked out, and that guy will be so dumb enough to bring her back up to where he's staying at and expose himself for that matter. You know?
Yeah, the girls are like on Tinder and telling like the guys like, hey, let me go to your apartment. Like I showed you the photo screen. Remember the girls like, oh, I don't have social
Yes.
media, and I started laughing like, but there's a guy out there that doesn't know any better and it's like, you know what, hell yeah, I'm gonna get laid, and nope, you're gonna get robbed and drugged.
If I have a female talk about let's go back up to your spot, I'm a fucking ghoster. Sick with it. I'm a ghoster because I know better. You know?
They also have those rooms in Paqueyeres too, like for like $10. Like that's safe. You don't have to take her back to your apartment. Just take her to the room, do your thing, and keep it moving.
Yeah, they're scattered all over the city. People don't listen though. People don't listen. I know.
Now, I think
I've
something like was it like 30 Americans have been murdered this year in Medellin or something like that. I think it's over 30 now.
the numbers
And
are going up though.
Hey, wait
November,
till November hits, bro, because that's when they really start robbing people.
Yeah.
October, November, December, and shit. That's when it gets really bad in
It
Medellin.
does. It does, G. That's when it really gets bad.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think this guy's doing it for his own personal political agenda. Maybe he's gonna run for president. He wants to be like, look what I did in Medellin. I cleared the gringos out, like whatever. I don't know. But him going to like the airport and passing those flyers out. I don't know, Rob. You saw the video of him doing that, the pictures, the flyers out like to the foreigners that are arriving.
Yeah, I seen that.
Tonight? Tonight? Oh, you said what are we up to tonight?
You want to know something that's
Oh,
crazy?
okay, my bad. I thought you were talking to
You
me.
gotta think about this. Think about this. Imagine you don't have
Yo, ya
$50.
esta mañana, pero dije yo, what?
Imagine this. Imagine you don't have $50 in your pocket, and you come across a foreigner who's got credit cards and pesos and iPhones and everything else.
Te iba a
What do
decir
you think
algo,
that
espérate.
person's thinking?
Hold on, G.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's gonna get bad. Like it's just like I think the glory days are over. I mean, like me personally, I don't meet new people like on Tinder or on the streets anymore like how I used to. Like almost
Right.
everybody that I meet now is through a mutual friend. Like I'm supposed to go out with a girl that I met last week with my mutual friends. Like we're like hanging out with each other, and so those are the type of women that I'm meeting out through friends. I don't use the dating apps. I haven't dated somebody here in 2 years on the dating app. It's been like since 2021, I think. And so everybody that I've gone out with has been people that I've known for like 4 years around that. Yeah, going on 4 years now.
Right.
And I'm cool with that. I have a small circle, but I feel bad for the new generation that's coming over here that doesn't have friends, that
They don't even
have,
speak the language. Dude,
yeah,
you
they don't speak the language.
language.
They have to break in. It's just like, man, oh, it's rough.
Oh, but here's the thing, dude. You speak the language. You have a decent understanding of their culture. These people don't have that.
You know?
Yeah, I think
They don't have that. They don't know the culture. They don't speak the language. And they're thinking, okay, yeah, these women are into me. They're not into you, dude.
nah, I mean, like me personally, like at least I could say the little friends that I have here, I go to their houses sometimes. You know, we go and have
What's
like,
up, G?
we go like a barbecue. Now that they're having the Copa America here, I think last 2 years ago when I was here, I went to their body over there and they had like the football game on the big
Right.
screen TV, and it was good vibes, bro. Everybody was drinking beer and like like that's an experience that most 99% of foreigners that go to Colombia are never gonna experience. And I'm glad that I go through it. Like I'm just like hanging out with the locals, drinking, watching the soccer game, and most guys are fucking idiots, so they're gonna just go to
Right.
Paqueyeres and not get the not let the culture soak in. All
Look,
they
I'm not gonna name names. I'll give you an example. Okay, you could speak the language but don't understand the culture. A great example would be, you guys know this, right? What's the statistics of women that are raised without a father?
80%, I think, in Medi or
Okay.
yeah.
Great. Now you know that. Now, I don't want to name names. I'm not here to cause problems. But there was a guy that was married. He got divorced. The woman he was married to, she relied on other men to be her father.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's an idiot, bro. There's another YouTuber that got married like this, and he kind of reminds you of him as well. He has that mentality, like, oh, I'm glad the mayor is kicking people out. I'm like, bro, like, you have to realize that this is part of their culture here in Medellin. Like,
No, listen, hear me out on this. She doesn't have a father figure. Okay? She doesn't have a father figure. So where's she gonna get a father from? The community. She's got to consult with somebody. How do I deal with this guy? Right? How do we deal with this guy that I married? The community is gonna give her advice. It doesn't mean she relies on him for everything. She needs a father. The fucking guy's not that bright to figure it out.
yeah, I mean, he's dumb, man. He's just But the other guy too, who was it? I think AK Joel. Like, I left him a super chat one time, like a year ago, and he had a live, and I told him, like, well, you got to be careful with the people over here, because sometimes the Colombians don't even trust each other. So it makes you think that as a foreigner that you're gonna come over here and they're gonna open you, and it's just like, can you get in that circle? Yeah, but it's not easy. And I feel like, if I could keep it real, that I got lucky getting into that circle. Right. And I think most foreigners that come over here are not getting into that circle. Yeah, my friends are from the barrio and shit, dude, but me personally, like, I think getting into the circle of the people that are professionals, which I've been around many times, it's
not
really
easy.
It's fucking hard, bro. And not only that, but the reputation that we have now, like, I've had even a few, like, after what happened with the DJ, turn their back on me. Like, even one girl that was like, that she got drugged herself.
I know a guy that's lived there for 30 years, speaks fluent Spanish. He's a professor at the university, and he knows a lot of influential people. He's got a business in Parqueadas.
Yeah.
Is he my friend? I would say we're not acquaintances, but we're not friends. Right in the middle. That means he would go out of his way to help me, right? But we're not friends. It still is a transactional relationship. I got to bring him a gift. You understand what I mean? Like, I have to bring him, like, some Nike shoes from the U.S., some type of gift. So my point is, here's a guy I've known for 15 years. You would think he's my friend. But at the end of the day, I still got to bring him a gift. So it's still transactional.
It's kind of like just to be in good standing with the man.
No, it is, but you know what? A friend would just help you without nothing requesting.
Exactly, a real one would do that. Because Colombian people down there, man, they're kind of like, they're cool people. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But a lot of them have a scavenger mentality.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, especially it's the Paisa thing, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll be real with you. That's the first time I ever go to a country where, like, they normalize prostitution, like, so normal. Like, they treat it as a normal job.
Right.
Yeah, bro. I've had girls that are even professionals tell me to my face, there's nothing wrong with doing that. I'm like, well, if that's the way that you're thinking, why are you getting mad that Americans are coming over here and doing that shit? Like, come on, you can't make Walt Disney and they get mad because you gotta go see the park.
I had an ex-girlfriend ask me if it's okay for her to be a webcam girl. Can you imagine?
You'd be surprised, bro. You know what? I have a friend. I'll say his story because he told it on his podcast. But I had him as a guest here a year ago, and he dated a girl that was a webcam, but she was already like older, like almost 40. And he met like two guys. They went to go have dinner, and he's like, "These are my coworkers," and so he didn't think nothing of it. And like some guy was like giving this girl, his girlfriend at the time, money, sending her money, some simp in the States, and so writes him an email, tells him like, "Yo, I'm sending this girl money. She's my girl." He's like, "No, I've been with her for X amount of time," and so then he gets mad and he sends them my friend like videos of them, like her porn videos or whatever. And it turns out that the guy that he was having dinners with were having sex with this girl, like double teaming her, bro. And he was like, he confronted her. He's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Well, I told you they're my coworkers." I'm like, and he's like, "Yeah, they're cream pieing her face and all this shit." I'm like, "Damn, dog."
Oh my goodness.
He got mad at me because I was like, "Well, she did say coworkers." Like,
coworkers, yeah. Wow, dude, I could tell you story after story.
Bro, I know that's crazy. Eating dinner with two guys that are on video on the internet, cream pieing your girl on their face, bro. And like,
oh, that's embarrassing.
Oh yeah,
that happens.
That's
bro.
that's the ultimate disrespect right there.
It is, bro. It is, bro.
Dude, that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
like,
my bad, Sheldon. I didn't see you in the background.
Oh
dude.
no, I'm back. Yeah, my battery died.
Okay, my bad. We're
Yeah.
just talking some crazy shit. I was telling him about how I had a friend that's dated a webcam, and like he met the two. We went to go have dinner several times with these two individuals, and like they actually like were doing porno with his girlfriend at the time. He didn't know and shit. So he like when he got the videos, he kind of like freaked. But he's been here 5 years. He's not a simp. So he
Yeah.
just kept it moving. He's just like whatever. He got like another girl like a week later, so he doesn't give a shit. But yeah, it's just-
Right.
But there's a lot of guys that come over here and like they think they have a good girl and they just lose their mind.
Well, I was gonna ask you guys, like, would any of you guys do long distance dating?
Hell no.
I've
Right,
done
me
it.
too.
I've done it, and I'll be real with you, man. It's just a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's never gonna go anywhere.
Yep.
Let's just be honest. And if you do decide to marry her and bring her to the States, like you're playing Russian roulette. You know what I mean? And honestly, with you, I wouldn't even like invest time in that. If you want to find someone that you want to have like a boyfriend girlfriend relationship with, I would suggest whether she be from where you're from, whether Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, wherever it may be, but from where you're from, because or you can go down there and play the game. But if you're on some sucker shit, I'm telling you, man, it's a wrap for you. And at the end of the day, man, they're gonna take you. God forbid that she take you for everything you have, and that you fucking max out. Because I've seen a lot of people crash out. Like this one guy who caught feelings from, I think he was from Germany or from some part of the world, and he fell in love and caught feelings for a female from El Valle del Cauca. And basically, she took him for every last penny he had. And I'm gonna send the video to the homie Ulises so you can see what I'm talking about. But yeah, man, what she did was that when she managed to convince him to move to El Valle del Cauca, that with that type of money that they were gonna live like kings down there and whatnot, using habilidad, using little evil sneaky tactics in order to get him to drop his guard and have him, like do everything she wanted. So once he wired the money to her. She wired the money to her sister, and when they tried to get it back, there was nothing that they could do because she already had sent it out. So, like,
Exactly.
She filed that he was being abusive and mistreating her or whatnot, and that's it. That's how she cleaned us. That's how she was able to clean herself up. Like accusing him of using violence towards her and whatnot. So that type of stuff is very
That's the
very rough in
also they do
Colombia.
in Dominican Republic. A lot of the women they go to the fiscalia and stuff like that. It is what it is.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Razor Rays is gonna have a guy on the show tomorrow, I think, tomorrow. And that guy, like his story, like his girlfriend kicked him out of his own apartment. The police showed up. Is like even though he owns like the apartment, they made him leave. And then when he came back the next day, the girl cleaned his apartment out. They took the stove, the refrigerator, the sofa, the TV, everything, man.
Listen, the mistake.
But
But
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like my experience. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like my experience traveling the world and talking to different women. Most women in their country want to date, like in their race. You know what I mean? Like most of the women,
of course,
are not looking like. There's no girl like, oh my god, I need to date an American.
Well, it depends. Like, so I'll give you an example. So here's the thing: it's not that they want to date an American. I know a guy that's lived in Medellin for 30 years. He got married to a Colombian woman. She's conservative. He's conservative, right? He learned fluent Spanish. He's not from the U.S. He's from another country. He learned fluent Spanish. He understands the culture, and he comes from a traditional background.
Right.
She comes from a traditional background. He speaks Spanish like he's a paisa. He acts like a paisa, even better than a paisa, right? So he's not American, just to be clear. He's like from Iran. But they've been married for freaking 20 years, right? And he has a hookah place in Parqueira. Real nice guy, but opportunistic, just like any other person that you meet. He's no disrespect Colombians, but he's got a Colombian mindset. Everything is like, okay, what can you do for me? He's a nice guy, but it's got to be a win-win. He's going to help you, but you got to help him as well.
But at the same time, most men need to realize when you're flying to a place like Colombia, like don't take if you're only there for 1 week, 2 weeks, Like, don't take these girls seriously, man. Like,
No,
they're
but
playing.
that's not that what they're doing. They're falling in love, and they're just like the girl's so beautiful. You know what? Let me change her life. You know, because that same attractive women in the States they can never get.
No, never.
Hell no.
Especially in Miami. Holy shit.
I used to
No.
live in Miami.
Dude,
Hell no, man.
Yeah.
if you get her on a flight from Colombia to Miami, that's it. She's
Yep.
gonna.
She's
I'll tell you a
changed,
true
bro.
story. There was a white American guy who married a Colombian woman. He was in his 20s. They flew to Miami. She told him, "I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom," and she never came back. And she
That's
just left.
fucked up.
Of course. Most hot Colombian girls living in Miami are on yacht parties right now.
Yeah, that's facts, bro.
Like,
the Venezuelans
oh,
as
yeah.
well. Bro.
Yeah, dude.
That is wild. That is
If
wild.
she was a pay for play in Colombia, as soon as she gets to Miami, she's gonna go from earning hundreds to thousands
of course.
easily, right? So it's and you wouldn't get the time of day. I mean, we hear stories of average. There's a guy that I met years ago when I was there before the foreigners got there. He told me the worst thing in the world is to have a poor, ugly woman that has a champagne taste on a beer budget. Let me repeat again. This is a Paisa telling he told me, he goes, the worst thing, this is a Paisa from Medellin. He told me the worst thing in the world, he goes, Rod, the worst thing in the world is having an ugly Colombian woman. He said ugly Colombian woman, but any woman in general, he goes, an ugly Colombian woman who's poor and has a champagne taste on a beer budget. Like, that's what he told me. That the next day he brought me a date, and that's exactly what he brought me, a poor girl with a champagne taste on a beer budget. And we were double dating, and that's the one he brought me. Now, I don't know if that was a slap in the face, but why would you tell me that next day bring me a poor ugly girl? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was really a slap in the face. I had to tell him, hey man, this is not cool. I ain't paying for this one. You know, because he brought his girlfriend, and then he brought another one for me, and then he goes,
Nah, I don't do that shit, bro. At least I can say, like, my homegirls here, when they bring a girl with me or for me, it's always at least a decent looking girl, you know. It is
oh, this one was horrendous. And he told me I'm going to pay for it. I said, listen, buddy, you let me out the car right now. I ain't paying for nothing.
Yeah.
You're out of your fucking mind.
Oh, my God.
You know, because I lived among Paisas for 4 years, so I understand the mindset of a Paisa.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, man.
As long as you guys go down the my bad, because you had the flow, my bad. I'm over here cutting you out, my bad.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was gonna tell you guys that, like, when you get down there, man, as long as you're respectful, like, I know Rod's got a bunch of ground game. Nobody can tell him nothing because he's probably lived there and he's probably done his
it's
shit
cool,
down
bro.
there.
There's always room to learn.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, as far as going down there, man, as long as we go down there and we carry ourselves the right way and we're respectful and like we really show them love the way they show us back, you'll be able to spot out the fake people. And by you spotting out the fake people, all you have to do is just keep a distance, and that's it. That's it. Keep your place low key.
Right.
Go out there, do your shit, gas them, and keep going.
But you know what you're leaving out. I think this is something that's important because
I won't ever bring any female up to where I'm staying at, no matter what. Like my place stays private all the time.
Yeah. That's important, but you know the things that work against you is, dude, if there's no communication, it's game over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like these guys that are getting killed, they don't speak the language. So
that's what happens.
They could run game on them and do circles around these guys.
True.
And they wouldn't know what's going on because they could use the excuse, oh, no entiendo. No entiendo. I'm sorry.
They tell you like this, no entiendo more.
Yeah.
But did you hear about what happened to the Rod? I was going to tell you, did you hear about what happened to the border agent? Like, there's one that was like drugged and killed, and the other guy went back to Texas and committed suicide.
You know what I think happened with that is they were friends, and then he felt guilty that he got his friend killed.
Oh,
well, but there's like a lot of holes in that story, though.
Yeah, but the guy, it's kind of weird. They say that his job is stressful. I think he just felt like he had he slipped up and got his friend hurt. You know what I mean? And then he felt guilty afterward. He's like, I got my friend killed, man. This is my best friend I've known for 20 years. Like, and then his job's probably already stressful, but they were going out there to enjoy themselves. And they spoke Spanish, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah.
because they're border agents. So the problem here's the thing.
That story. I don't know the whole story completely. I heard little bits here and there. Homie Ulises Traveler was talking about it the other day. Pero it sounds sketchy, like you know.
It does. Something happened. It's really weird. But here's the thing. This is what you guys don't understand as well. You might think Latin culture is all the same. It's not the same, right, Ulysses?
Yeah.
Hell no. Hell no. It's different. It's different.
This is the culture is different. Like, listen,
Yeah.
overall, the culture is like you could explain that more. So maybe Sheldon, you guys can explain it more. But when you go from country to country, it's different from Mexico as it is from El Salvador,
100%.
Colombia. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Explain that so that way we know, because you tell you, or even Paisa can tell you.
No, Ulises Traveler has. I'm telling you, man, he got a good eye. He's got the 1,001. He's got the 1,000-yard stare. Believe me, man, he knows what's up.
Well, no,
But,
here
yeah.
I'll give you an example. If you go to Mexico and you tell a Mexican woman, "Hey, you're late. What's going on?" She's not going to be like, "Grosero." Grosero means you're rude.
No.
You
In
go to
Mexico,
Colombia,
people are
you're
more
like, "Listen,
courteous.
you're late. What's going on?" Oh yeah, you go to Colombia, you tell them, "Look, you told me be here at 3:00. You showed up at 5 p.m. What's going on?" Grosero, like you're rude for even.
Yeah, they try to.
And they get even more mad. They call you gonorrhea. Gonorrhea.
Yeah, they act like you killed their mom just for asking why you're 2 hours late.
Oh my god, bro! They're never on time. But you know what? That's everywhere in Latin America. Even in Dominican Republic, the women always show up late. They call it over there. They call it Dominican time. So there's
like Jamaican time.
Listen. Let me ask you guys on the panel. What would you do? Let's assume you had a woman from Cali. I was in Cali. And I was dating this woman. She had a nice body, nice big butt, right? Like the way I like it. But her face isn't all that. So I told her, let's meet at the Chippy Choppy Mall, right? At the mall. And I said, let's meet at Juan Valdez Cafe, have some coffee. As soon as you show up, she wants you to take her to the most expensive restaurant in Chippy Choppy. You guys know which one that is, right?
Yeah.
And then, dude, her breath, like, first of all, she got a nice body, but her face ain't all that, right? But her breath was kicking. It knocked me out. I said, dude, her breath was kicking. Like when I showed it, like, dude, I was so like taken back by it. I said, "So you want to go eat at this nice? Are you crazy? Let me take you to the coffee shop. Let's get you some gum." I swear to God, it was horrible, man.
You know what? I never had a date like that in Colombia. I think most women that I've gone out with have been pretty clean and shit. But
well, no, I don't know what happened, man, but her breath was kicking, dude. It's like she's not like she ain't ugly, but she's got eyes. I'm telling you, you guys you would like her, but you wouldn't want to take her to a nice, extravagant restaurant. You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell? What am I going to spend $60 on you to go eat for an hour, and you're not even close to being a 10? It's a lot of money. You know what I mean? It's like, for example, being in the U.S. You're gonna take a woman to a $500 plate. You guys got to make sure she's at least attractive, right? At least an 8.
Yeah, hell yeah.
$500 plate. Take her to the
Me, I'm gonna tell you guys something, man. When I went to El Parquillera one time, I was staying after my relationship with that girl from Pereira didn't go good. I had a female friend that I had also met at the same time that I was talking to my ex. So we became good friends. My mom got to meet her mom. We got to see each other every day on a fucking personal level. She liked us, we liked her, and she told me when I would go to Colombia that she would if anything was a jump off that she would have my back, and she did. She fucking kept her word, and she told me whatever happens, you could always stay at our house.
Right.
And she ended up catching feelings for me, but I wasn't feeling her like that.
Yeah.
So like the relationship kind of got a little funny, but I know for sure if she was to see me again, she would be happy to see me. And I'm pretty sure if I was to tell her if I could stay there again, I'm pretty sure 9 times out of 10 she would.
Right, so you said Pereira. What's her name?
Natalia. Well, the girl that I was with.
You know Natalia? No. I'm just joking.
No, my ex name, the one that I was with, se llama Sofia.
Sophie, you know Sophia? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, that's a bunch of Sophia's though.
Can you imagine like it's like the same person? And
Imagine that'd be crazy.
if it's the same person, wait a minute. She offered me to stay at her house as well.
What I love,
What
yeah,
day were you supposed to stay there on Friday?
yeah, she was. I'm telling you, like when they let me stay there, to me, honestly, the truth, I was flattered, but at
Yeah,
the same time, as a man, I was a bit nervous. Not that they're gonna do
yeah,
something to me, but just kind of weird being in an apartment with it's a 3 bedroom apartment
yeah.
and in a nice area of Pereira. Entonces, it felt good to have the blessing of having them let me stay at their house,
Right.
which my friend let me stay in her room, and she slept with her mom and her other friend that lived there. She was from Manizales.
Yeah.
Entonces it was a beautiful experience. You know, the lady's very clean. Every fucking day from when she wakes up to the afternoon, she's fucking cleaning, cleaning, cleaning. She'll
Yeah.
drink every once in a while she'll pop a poker beer
Yeah.
and she'll smoke a cigarette right there in the balcon, right there in the balcony.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then when fucking huh?
yeah. No, I
My
was
bad.
gonna say, the only problem is if she lived in, yeah, if you ever been to these places, they have the steel on the windows.
So
There's
which
no
one?
way the places that you stay in, they have like steel on the windows.
Yeah, that's
You
dope.
dude, that's crazy. Like they'll offer you to stay, but you can't leave. You got to go through the front door.
The infrastructure, like for instance, I'm gonna tell you guys how tight the security is in her apartment. Okay,
Yeah.
the first door is one key. The middle door is another key. And
Wow.
the third
Wow.
key is for the apartment itself. I swear to God, I'm not bullshitting you guys.
That's
Wow.
scary, dude.
And
That's
it
scary.
felt good. It felt good to have that type of security, you feel me? Because
Yeah.
not easily anybody can come up.
How
And even if
about
you do
leaving
manage to
though?
pull
The
through the
problem
first
is, how
door,
about leaving? How about leaving? That's what happened
to
to
the
that
first, to
Asian
the
guy.
first, to the first door, so you would
Yeah,
have to
yeah, yeah.
walk down.
So that's what happened to that Asian guy. He entered an apartment. There were three guys waiting for him and the girl and
That's
the
fucking
woman.
scandalous. Honestly, true. Like just imagine, guys. Like imagine ourselves being put in one of those fuckery situations. Like right now, as we speak and how we think, what moves do you think you? I mean, when a person's fending for his life, that person will go about any fucking length to hurt you. That's
Well,
for
listen,
sure.
listen, but you got to understand something. This is
Yeah.
what you guys got to get in your head. Because you're from whatever country you're from, they would see you as a walking ATM. They,
Hmm.
they
Yeah,
don't
but
see you. They,
sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
no, I was gonna say they don't see you as somebody that has $1,000 in their bank account. All they see is credit cards, iPhones. This is what they see.
A walking
Really,
lick. A walking
I was
lick.
just about to say that I walk and lick, but here's the thing, guys. So when I first started going to the Dominican Republic, my homeboy from Montreal, like I told you guys earlier, he met a girl on Instagram. He talked to her for like 9 months, and then when he went down to Sasua, he actually took an Uber from Sasua to Santiago, and he went into like the hood, Al Congo, like where people show me mad love. And I even said to him, like, damn, like when he brought me there, I'm like, wow, like everybody here is showing you mad love. He literally said to me when he took an Uber to meet the girl that he was talking to for 9 months, she's a bartender in El Congo at this bar, this outside bar. He bought everybody in the hood beer. And everybody's like, yes, yes, amigo, respect, respect, So at the end of the day, he walked into a neighborhood and showed everybody love. Even the kids, he went to the store and bought the kids candy. And here's the thing, like a lot of people, they don't do that. You know what I mean? Like he told me a story when he was in Sasua. You know that basketball player, Lamar Odom?
yeah.
Like there was a bunch of kids that ran up to him begging, asking him for change. And he's like, his security's like, no, 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 get away from me, get away from me. And then he called it out. He's like, Lamar, you're a fucking NBA player. You can't give the kids change. And then he ended up giving the kids change, buying them ice cream and shit like that. So when he walks into Sasua, they show him nothing but love in Sasua. They show him nothing but love. Like, when he picked me up from the airport and Puerto Plata, brought me to Santiago the first time, he stopped at a pizza shop and he gave a bunch of Haitian kids pizza. And I'm like, why did he do that? He said, if you can see, he said, these little Haitian kids are homeless. I'm like, for real? He's like, yeah, here in Santiago. And I'm like, and you just bought them pizza? He goes, yeah, I got to show it. And he bought them cookies. So,
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It could work for you and against you. I'm gonna play the devil's advocate.
Please do, yeah.
The way it could work against you is where they're like, okay, this guy's got money that he's buying everybody something to eat. That's where it could work against you. The way
But
it could
again,
work,
he's buying kids. He's buying
Yeah, no,
kids
I
food to
follow
eat.
you, but
Yeah.
that's truth be told, it's not a bad thing to do something nice. It depends on what if he's
It's a
buying.
good thing because let me give you a quick story. When
Yeah,
I was in Comuna, I hope my friend don't watch this video. When I
yeah,
was in Comuna 13, we were walking up that hill in Comuna 13. I've never experienced so many kids running up on me asking me for money, right? A bunch of
right.
kids like, hey, can we show you a magic trick? And I'm like, yeah, go for it. And then my friend's like, well, you're gonna have to give them money. And I'm like, so give them some money. Like I was filming. I'm like, show the kids like doing a magic trick on my on film. And he literally said, I had to edit it out. He said,
Yeah,
I ain't giving them shit. And I'm like, oh man.
yeah,
And I'm like,
yeah.
nigga, you would have got drugged and robbed. So I
Well,
had
no.
to edit.
Here's the
Yeah.
thing. Here's the thing. There was there's a buddy of mine. I'll give you an example. There's a buddy of mine. He
Mhm.
bought a map from this girl selling maps on the street. This idiot pulled out of cash, and all she's seen was a wad, right? So he bought the map, and she wanted more. She told the other kids, and they chased his ass. I don't remember the movie. Remember all those little? There's a movie where like all these little kids were asking for money in order for them to let you go through. I don't remember the name of the movie, but
Mhm.
that's what it was like. Is one of those scenes. So all of
Mhm.
these little kids in this third world country are chasing him, and he's running to prevent them from wanting to get more money out of him. So the point is, he had a wad of cash. Sometimes they try to get you to show you them by saying, "Hey, please, buy us some candy," and then you pull out your wallet. They see all this money. That's where it could work against you. But what you're saying is, if he's buying for a few kids, it's no big deal. As long as he's not pulling out his wallet or showing how much money he's got. 'Cause sometimes it's a
Right.
game. They're running game on you. You just don't know it. And don't
Yeah.
Yeah.
get me wrong.
Yeah,
You
you
still
gotta
can
become
be
a
kind.
target.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, still, you guys need to show love to the community, show love to
Yeah,
the
yeah, no, of
people.
course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, yeah. You just got to be smart about it. You just don't bring a wallet. If you have money, don't bring more than $100 American. If you get robbed, God forbid, for $100 American, so be it. It's only $100. But don't be bringing your wallet with credit cards and that's you're an
Yeah,
idiot for doing that.
that's true. That is very true.
Because at the end of the day, if you're buying the plane ticket in America or Canada or even in Europe, and your intentions is that, yeah, I'm going to fly to Medellin, Colombia, I'm going to get a hoe, bring it back to my Airbnb, smash. Like at the end of the day, it's 50-50. You're literally playing a Russian roulette. You know what I
Right.
mean? Because your intentions.
Yeah. 100%, man. But look, if you look at the numbers of people getting killed, I think if you could pull it up yourself, it's like 2 people a week in Medellin alone. That's unheard of, dude. But then again, there's 1.5 million people visiting Medellin. That's the highest numbers ever. So the mayor of Medellin said, "Hey, we don't want your dirty money." The reason why he said that is because he had to have calculated, look, if we lose 200,000 people from coming here, it's no big deal. We're still
Right.
making $4 billion instead of 4.2 billion. That's how he sees it. People don't realize that. If he cuts 200,000 people from showing up, it's okay. Or three, like they have to have calculated it because he's not going to come out and say we don't want you here. Because I read that tourism has declined, but that's the people he doesn't want. He says he doesn't want the dirty people and dirty money to come over, whatever that means.
Right. They're trying to obviously stop sex tourism.
Well, they're not going to stop it. They're just trying to
No.
prevent,
Yeah,
like the
that's never
ones
gonna
that.
happen. They're gonna
Yeah,
try
that's not.
to.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. What's going to happen though? He's just trying to prevent like the whatever percentages that really is causing chaos. I don't know what that number is.
Yeah, but the thing is, at the end of the day, I'm gonna play devil's advocate because when I was in Community 13, and I was there all day, and I'm like, okay, yeah, obviously it's parents telling these kids to where do they? It's learned behavior. I'm like, I said to my homie, I'm like, yo, how old are these kids? 6, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old, begging for change. That's learned behavior. So
Well, listen,
clearly,
the average salary is $10 a day. If these kids start begging and they come home with $5, they just earn half a salary's wages by
right. But
begging.
the reason why I'm playing devil's advocate because at the end of the day, when that tourist you know what I mean, what got caught like picking up like underage, pay for play, they were blaming him. And the crazy thing about this, it wasn't even a black man; it was a white man that did this. But at the same time, they're like, it's these black passport bros that are
Right.
going down there tricking. I'm like,
Right.
I'm just like, damn, like, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's like, okay, look, you got to look at it this way. What made those underage girls end up at that park?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what it is? They're obviously from the lower class, right?
Right.
Coming to that park, it's the lower class. They
Right.
know that they can earn a week's wages in 1 hour or one night, whatever it is. I don't know, but they know they can do that. So the temptation is high. All they need is one trick to cover the whole week's wages. Would you
Right.
rather work a whole week or one night? And not even a night, part of a night, that's how they see it. So you got to really put yourself in their shoes, like really think that way, where you're like, okay, who's actually going there? And that's
Here's the thing. The last day when I was in Medellin, the day before I flew to Cali, I was out and about. It was a Sunday night. I was out and about, and I met a group of people in the Club District area, not too far from Parc Lejeres. And it was a bunch of police officers from Toronto. And I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And then I'm talking to this police officer, and one guy's like, oh, yeah, we're having so much fun here, man. We took a bus to the whorehouse and like yada, yada, yada. And then I'm standing to myself, like if we went, like if I was in a whorehouse right now in Toronto and you guys bust a whorehouse, I'll be going to jail.
right.
For soliciting a prostitute, you know what I mean? I'll be going to jail.
Right.
I'm like, yo, I said to my homie, yo, sit me the fuck down right now because I don't want to talk to this group of people right now. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I was just like, damn, like this country, like Medellin is gonna, like, pretty much it's gonna go to shit. If they continue the bullshit that they're doing right now, it's not gonna get better. It's just gonna get worse.
Right.
You know what it is? So I was watching. I don't know if you guys know Timmy Carter, the YouTuber. He's a big YouTuber.
Yeah, the guy from Greece, right?
Yeah, the Greeks, but he speaks like fluent Spanish.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So I was watching one of his old videos, right? He went to Buenaventura, right? And he was talking to this local guy there. And the guy admitted on camera, he was like, yeah, I have a girlfriend. She's like 16 or 15 or some shit. And the guy was like 34. And I was like, why? And he was like, oh, here, it's normal here. It's normal here. So, like, I don't condone that, but like, I say that to say that Colombia is very like hypocritical. You know what I'm saying?
You know, in Colombia, I didn't know this, but in Colombia, it's legal to date a girl that's 15 or older if you get the parents' consent or something like that.
Yeah.
And the reason why I know about that is because one day I was in Medellin and I'm getting my damn apartment clean. My neighbor says, hey, I got a niece that can clean it. I said, okay, I got to leave. Just give her the keys. I gave her the keys and she cleaned the apartment. And then a Paisa guy I know, just an acquaintance, shows up to my apartment. And the girl's 15 years old cleaning my apartment. Like my neighbor's there with their niece cleaning the apartment. And back then, this is how cheap it was to get it cleaned. When I was there, it was like 20,000 pesos. So they were cleaning it, and this Paisa guy I know calls me up. Hey, who's these hot girls cleaning the apartment? I said, dude, the girl's 15. Are you crazy? He goes, I don't care. It's legal here in Colombia. I said, are you crazy, dude? It's 15 years old.
But you know what the funny thing is? Like the rude awakening about all of this, because when I was living in Santiago, my homie, his girlfriend, she introduced me to her cousin. Her cousin is like 26 years old, red hair, drop dead gorgeous, petite. And I remember we're hanging out one night and we're all drinking, we're all smoking some weed, chilling. We're having fun. She's dancing. And I'm like, damn. And then he whispered in my ear and told me that, yo, she has full-blown AIDS.
Oh,
I'm like,
that's
shut the
bad.
fuck up. He's
You
like,
serious?
yeah. Yeah. And then I even said
That's
to him, I'm like, dude, didn't you not tell me earlier that she goes to Sasua? And he goes, where do you think she got it from? And I was just like, holy shit.
Yeah, I heard there's an outbreak in Houston too.
Yeah, he actually told me that places like Sasua, Colombia, Texas, he was naming Trinidad, he was naming all the places where like the whole HIV and AIDS like you know rate it's up right now. It's up. And I was just like, damn. Yeah. So at the end of the day, the reason why I'm bringing this up because you know, like if he didn't tell me that she was like that she has full blown AIDS, like how would I know? You know what I mean? Like I would like, but thank God
That
I
shit
play.
is crazy though.
But that's the thing. Thank God I play safe. But the thing is, there's a lot of dudes that don't wear rubbers.
There's guys here that are having sex with prostitutes, paying them
Oh
extra
my
money,
God.
so they
Yeah.
have sex with them unprotected. I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, that's
Right,
fucking crazy, bro.
That's
Right.
that's what I said in the group chat. Ulysses, I was I put it in one of the group chats. I was like, oh, give me some tips about Venezuela because I can go because I have like a second passport, and they were like, oh, it's not safe. I was like, you guys shut the fuck
Imagínate, I
up.
want to show you guys. Like, I want to show you guys the city right here.
I was
So you
like,
guys can
don't
see
tell me
LA.
about safety. You guys are out here fucking pros raw. Like, you know what
I
I'm
know you
saying?
can see it. Can you see it?
Bro, I
LA.
knew a guy there here, like I'm not bad.
There goes the city back there.
He used to be
LA.
my friend, but I stopped hanging around a lot of the guys because of that fuck shit. He had
LA.
he had a fucking sin condón list. He had
Oh,
sex with like
man.
over 100 prostitutes without a condom. He only caught one
All
STD.
right.
Did he
He
get a
was like, he would
disease?
boast about it. He's like, look, I have a sin condón list. I'm like, damn, dude, like you're fucking
Damn. That's
insane,
sick.
bro.
I wouldn't do that. Like, just
That's
fucking
crazy.
smash just regular freaking whatever women without. No, fuck no.
And then 100, bro, and he only caught one STD. Fuck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there was a buddy of mine.
Sick movie then.
A buddy of mine from Mexico. He had a Colombian girl he was dating, and Pereira, as a matter of fact, she had an ex-boyfriend from Israel. This guy was sleeping around. He ended up giving her an STD, herpes or something.
Damn.
Like, and then something else. I don't know. But my buddy tells me one day she asked him to bang her without a condom.
Damn.
And then he asked her, what's that bottle of pills on the damn thing? Oh, it's for herpes. He goes,
Yeah.
tell you
Hey,
what.
but I'll be real with you,
let's
man.
go."
A motherfucker would really have to be desperate to do that type of fuckery because at the end of the
Well,
day,
no,
like,
no, she was-
why
she
would you
was- she
play?
was- she
Why would
was-
you play with your own life? Like
Well,
that makes
check
no
this
sense.
out. She was setting him up. So my buddy's a real smart guy, very good looking guy, smart guy. She's an attractive girl, but she was spiteful because she ended up getting a disease from her Israeli
Oh
ex-boyfriend.
man, that's so sad.
You
man.
follow,
That's
you
how
follow
it
me?
is.
So the Israeli ex-boyfriend gave her herpes and some other disease. She was so spiteful, she was depressed. Okay. And she started taking pills for herpes. And so my buddy told me he was only dating her, it wasn't his girlfriend. So one day he takes her to a restaurant, then they go back to his place, and then she's like, she slipped up because she took out her butt, she took the pillow, left it on the counter, and then he started asking questions right before she wanted to get intimate with him. He's like, what's that bottle of pills? And then she broke down and told him, oh, my ex-boyfriend gave me the, I'm sorry. And he goes, you wanted me to have first of all, he told her, I wouldn't have unprotected sex with you, but you wanted me to do that.
Exactly.
Can you
Exactly.
imagine? So she was setting him up because she was spiteful.
Yep.
You know, she's depressed that this guy gave her a disease. So now she was trying to pass it to him. And he's a smart guy. He's like, no, I'm good, dude. You ain't that hot for me.
Fuck, I would.
He goes, and she's attractive, but he goes, no, I'm good, dude. You ain't that hot. Yeah. You know, he's thinking, you ain't that hot for me to get a disease the rest of my fucking life.
No, but guys,
no.
like
Right.
the guys I know that do like the mongering shit, they pay the broken girls, extra money so they could have unprotected sex. Almost
Yes.
all. And these are older dudes, bro, like in their 50s, and like you would think they would be like wiser, smarter. Nope.
Straight idiots, man, doing fuckery. That's just dangerous for playing with your life. Like,
No, they don't
fuck.
care, bro. Like
No, they don't care. They don't care at all.
They probably already lived their lives. They don't
You guys have to understand, a lot of these dudes that go to Colombia can't get pussy in their country.
Yeah. That's what happens. They go crazy. Or they go ape shit down there.
Yeah, but why risk it that way though, right?
You can
I
have
think
fun
it's
out there,
also
man. Just take care of
I
yourself.
think it's an adrenaline rush. Like some of those good dudes are good looking, but they'd rather be with the prepagas for some reason than a regular girl.
Probably because they don't want the headache of investing all the time. And
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. And shit, I think it's like an adrenaline rush, man. They're just like,
it's a good question. I don't know.
I know a guy that does it, and like he gets like 3 girls every other night, and I'm just like, bro, how do you get the adrenaline for this? You're like almost 50 years old.
What do you say?
He does a lot of fucking drugs, and so I'm guessing maybe that's how he's able to perform. I don't know, like
Yeah.
he's living the rock star life, and he went through his like 401k like in 6 months. Like he's getting a divorce with his wife, so he didn't want the
That's
wife
crazy.
to give her half the money.
I know a
And
guy
yeah.
that served. I know a guy that served in Iraq. As he was like a contractor in Iraq. I don't know of him. I don't know him. I know of him, and he earned like $300,000 tax free. And he came back to the U.S. and he gambled it and went on prostitutes. But here's the problem: when he was in Iraq, he was in one of these Humvees and it got blown up. He ended up getting crippled, so he walks with a cane. So now he blew through all of the money he earned in Iraq, and then he came back with a limp. Can you imagine? Like and he spent it all on prostitutes and gambling.
Yeah, some people get sucked into the lifestyle in Medellin. That's the bad thing. Like, if you don't have discipline. I've seen a few people that I know personally just like become alcoholics and just lose their shit, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lose their shit.
Because they go ape shit. It becomes a drug to a lot of them.
And yeah, that's what I think. The women become like a drug to them, so they gotta kind of like keep doing it. It's like it was like I got 2 girls last night. Let me have another threesome. Like, bro, you're 55 years old. You're overweight. There's no way you're able to perform, bro. Like,
Right.
no fucking way and shit, bro. Like, no way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Nah, man. You know what? I went to the swinger place last night, and it's so funny. Nah, bro. This is where I'm making my point. Like,
real talk. Let's go.
No, this guy had the hottest girl there, bro. Dude, I could have had her too. But I'm gonna tell you what happened with me. It's a sad story. But beautiful body, big ass, big boobs, beautiful face, curvy. He couldn't perform. That was the dude's wife. And
Hold on, but did you step in?
Yeah, no, I was gonna step in. That's where my story goes in. Like I had like I put like because the guy like he was not letting nobody touch his wife, and then like he told me I couldn't touch her, so I was just like I didn't think nothing of it. I'm like I'm just watching, and she's fucking fine as shit. And then like he tells me you want to get in, I'm like fuck yeah. But I put the bottle of water by the sofa and the condoms there. Somebody took the condom. So over here in the swinger places, you have to pay for it. And so like the condom there, bro. I'm like fucking God. I'm like fucking looking all over, like, and you know, you're not allowed to have clothes like over here. And so I'm just like this, like it's dark in the room. So and I had to go downstairs, bro, because it's almost like a big club. And so I run downstairs, bro. And by the time I went up, some guy had her bent over. It's like, oh fuck, man.
Yeah, that's funny as hell, dude.
Oh, bro, she was like a 9, bro. Beautiful body, bro. Curvy, natural.
Where was this at? Where was this at?
This was in Medellin, like at a swinger place called I forgot the name of it.
Yeah.
But, man, dude, when I went upstairs, I wanted to cry. I was like, fuck.
Wow. The guy, was he a paisa?
Yeah, there's locals and shit. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
The guy was older. He was like 45, and the girl was maybe like 30. She wasn't too young and shit, but she was the hottest girl there. And he couldn't perform, bro. I was just kind of like,
yo. So let me ask you guys, man. What are you guys' thoughts on pay for play?
Whatever.
Agree, disagree. Yeah. Me personally, not my business. You know what I mean? Like people can do what they want to do.
What you do with your money is none of my concern, man.
Exactly.
I think you're an adult. So I don't pay your bills, so I don't really get involved. You know, when I was younger, I used to be like, you know, oh man, you don't have to do it. You know, I don't care.
Well, no, it's tricky. It's tricky because you have to understand. Like, I come from the hood, right? So when we're in the hood now, we don't do pay for play. But at the same time, when I'm drunk and I'm smoking a shitload of weed, I'm telling my friend, like, it's 4 a.m, man. We spent like $600-700, you know, and we're finally getting pussy. Like, wouldn't it have been cheaper if we just called a hoe? Like, he's like, no, man, no. It's a second. No, man, we don't pay for play, man. But I'm like, nigga, we bought like 3 bottles at the club, got the Airbnb, bought weed, flew here to Colombia, went back to the Airbnb. We literally spent fucking more than we should have given these girls. It was like, but it's a psychological thing.
But let me tell you the trick. Once you meet that cool chick in Medellin that you could trust or whatever, you don't have to do the play for play.
But that's what he told me. He told me, because listen to this. He told me I would prefer to take a girl out, ball out, buy bottles, you know, like splurge on her or whatever, have fun. And then because you're saying when you do a transaction with a girl, she's gonna stay for 1 hour. But if you can get a girl like that that's willing to like literally be with you for the whole time you're there, it's priceless.
Right.
Nah, you just gotta meet the right girl here. Like,
Yeah.
two girls that I know here,
I
they
told
bring
you
their
guys
friends, and it's all good, bro.
I told you
Oh,
guys
good.
about that Uber driver, and he sends payments every month. If you were to calculate what he spends on this so-called girlfriend of his, he sends her probably anywhere from $8,000 to $12,000 a year without gifts.
That is crazy.
Okay,
And
but
then
listen. Sorry, go ahead.
And then he goes to Colombia twice a year for anywhere from 5 to 10 days. So if you do the math, let's assume he goes for 10 days twice a year, 20 days a year. He spends about $8,000 to $12,000 on her. That's without buying her gifts. That's just cash. So if you calculate that, he's spending at least for 20 days about $1,000 a day on her.
Right.
That's how I calculate it, right? No,
Okay, but look at this. But look at this now.
800.
So my same friend that I'm talking about that has a girl, you know, in Santiago. So he brought me to a nightclub. It was a hotel kind of nightclub / nightclub with a pool, and it was called Ambi in Sasua. And he said, "Yo, I'm gonna bring you to a spot where there's gonna be at least like 80 hoes there." He brought me to this hotel, Ambi in Sasua. There was like 60 to 70 fucking girls at that spot. And then he took his shirt off and he has tattooed on his chest, Flyboy Poppy Longwood. And then he was drunk. He was drunk. And he actually said, "We don't pay for pussy." The security came and told him to put his shirt back on. So as we were leaving, because we got kicked out, as we were leaving, two girls ran out the club, knocking on the fucking rental fucking window, the driver's side. He's like, "Hey, mama, what's up? What are you guys doing? Can we come with you?" He's like, "If you guys come with us, we're not paying for no pussy." They're like, yeah, fuck, we're gonna hang out. We went back to the hotel, we drank, we smoked, and then he's like, "Yo, my nigga, man, you wanna throw them a little something?" I'm like, "My nigga, like if you want to, then go ahead." He's like, "Yeah, fuck it, why not?" You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I was saying like these girls like the flex. They like the vibe. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They like the vibe. They like the flex. So
Yeah,
at the
like
end
they're
of
very liberal here in Medellin, bro. Like if you meet like a girl that's like really down to earth, you're smart. You don't never have to do the play for play here. Like once you meet that girl that you're cool with, like I said, Rob will tell you they have a very liberal mindset in Medellin. You can take that girl to a swinger place, and even if you're not into that, you're a friend. You could meet other women and stuff.
No, exactly. He actually said to me a couple of days ago, "Make sure you shout me out on," because he watched a couple of your videos. He goes, "Yo, I like homie. He's Spanish." He goes, "Shout me out."
Ahorita vuelvo a Ulises, okay?
Yeah, so he's like,
I'm gonna get
"Yo,"
back, okay?
he's like, "Yo, shout me out." And I'm like, "What do you mean shout, yo?" He's like, "Yo, tell them shout out to Poppy Longwood." And I'm like, "What the fuck, man?" He's like, "Yo, they're gonna know me in Sasua. They know who I am in Sasua." So I'm like, "Okay, all right, yo." So I'm shouting them out, man. Shout out to Poppy Longwood, man.
Nah, I never liked Susu. I always thought it was trash, bro.
I always thought listen, I always thought that Satsu was trash
You know
too,
what?
man.
Did you ever go to that place, Go Samba Bar in Santiago, bro? Ooh, bro.
Mm. Is
Damn.
that close to Cabalete?
That's by not too far away from the Monumento, fool. Maybe like 10 minutes away in Uber.
Or you're talking about in Santiago?
Santiago, yeah, Santiago, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You see, but you went to DR late. Like when I went to DR like 2016, 17, like when I was living there in 2018, there was girls from Venezuela. They're baddies, bro. Like so many
Okay.
ones and shit, dude.
Yeah.
And like I stayed in this hotel and they had like a Venezuelan restaurant downstairs. And so I used to get some attractive Venezuelans to go eat, and like that's how I would meet them and shit back in the day. Like now the Venezuelans, there's still some on the island, but not as much. Mostly now in Colombia and other places, but DR used to have a bunch of Venezuelans, bro.
Well, you would think the Venezuelans that have any type of money would leave the country. Like why?
Well, a lot of them are going to Spain now. Like I see, like some of the girls that I hooked up with back in the day, they're all in Spain. They all got married and they moved to Spain.
Right.
Yeah. That's the hustle for them now to go to Spain.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, where else can you go where you don't have to learn English? You already speak Spanish.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like Latin America is like, they get shitted on because, whatever, they have a bad rep. And so they kind of just like so desperate. They're just either we're going to go to America or we're going to go to Spain.
Right.
Yeah.
Miami, right? Or Miami.
Yeah,
Miami's
yeah,
the ideal place.
Miami, yeah.
Miami's the ideal place because you don't have to learn English.
Yeah, I used to have Uber drivers, Venezuelan women.
Well,
They
of
used to pick me up,
course.
and they didn't even speak English. They were just like, I would tell them, how do you do Uber? It's like, no, I just use the maps or whatever. And I'm like, cool, and shit, man.
Yeah, that happened to me in Miami as well. That she didn't need. It's like, she was, she was an Uber driver from Venezuela, and she was nice, but she was like, I'm not gonna drive you here. I'm not like, what the hell, dude? I'm like, it's kind of weird when they drive for Uber, so the drivers can do a little bit of whatever they want.
Right.
But yeah, you'll see that a lot in Miami. But yeah, it's sad. Venezuela is a really sad situation. I was there in 2003 when what's his name was President Chavez. So I was there during the early part of what's going on today.
You know what? I heard the Venezuelans were different. I was on shout out to QB Passport Flexing. He had a guy that used to live in Venezuela back in the day before the country collapsed, and he said like the Venezuelans back in the day didn't have a scavenger mindset. They're like very friendly, very openable, hospitable.
Oh, very classy, dude.
Yeah,
Very
they're
classy.
very like
It's
a
like
different
Prieto.
mindset. And he said between 2014, 15, that's when like their mentality started to change. They became like fucking, I don't want to say the word, but almost like vultures.
Well, you know,
like
those are probably the lower class Venezuelans that you're running into. It's like Colombia. They got a class system. So you're running into stratus 1 and 2 in Colombia and these other places. The ones that have money left the country while the money was still valuable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy. When Petro became president of Colombia, I read that Colombians, 10% of the rich or something like that, were looking for property in Miami. So the rich Colombians were looking to move in Miami.
Yeah, I remember the Venezuelans that were living in Colombia were pissed. They're like, he's another fucking Maduro. Like, I was like, oh shit. Well, I guess maybe they know more than I do and shit. But
Petro, I don't know his background, but the rich Colombians wanted to leave when Petro became president.
yeah, because they felt like he was gonna be like Maduro and shit. Like,
Yeah, he's not that bad. He's not that bad. I don't think he is. I could be.
But he didn't pass no policies. Like he ran on the fact that he was gonna give the kids like college for free, and like that never happened.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. Because once he became president, he probably realized, man, I just had to say what I had to do to be president.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. The country has been like really like since he became president, just downward. Like when it comes to the crimes out of control.
You want to know something weird? I was gonna book a flight to Cali tomorrow on Copa Airlines. A one-way flight. A one-way flight to Cali would have cost me a couple $100 last minute.
Yeah,
incredible. But here's the catch: coming back is 3 times that price.
So over 600.
Yeah, coming back. So like your return ticket would have cost you 500 instead of like 200. You know what I mean?
Going back to Miami or
no? To come back to the U.S., the Midwest where I'm at. But so what you can do is you could book that flight on Copa one way. If you got a visa, then you could go. But if you don't have a visa, you got to book a return flight. And then what you do is you just book it on a different airline coming back at a different date. And that's how you game the system.
Right.
Because what they try to do is they give you a cheap flight to go there. On the way back, the price is going to be 3 times your price.
Yeah.
You're right. You
See,
know,
this is why I'm happy I'm talking to you guys tonight because I remember in 2021, sorry, actually 2022, when I decided to go to Costa Rica, I actually reached out to a YouTuber, and I don't want to mention his name, but like he was a big YouTuber, and he told me, yeah, hey man, good luck, man, when you go to Costa Rica. So when I actually went to Costa Rica, I actually messaged him again and I sent him videos, and he actually was like, holy shit, you're actually in Costa Rica. So he called me. He's like, dude, he's like, I give you so much props and respect because he said to me, majority of the men who message him and even do consultations, all they do is talk a bunch of bullshit and they don't end up actually going to the country. And he's like here you are, a blind person that actually went to Costa Rica. And I told him like, yo, like, why would I lie to you that I'm going to Costa Rica? Like his videos inspired me to go to Costa Rica. You know what I mean? So when my homie from Santiago told me yesterday and told me because I sent him your video of you dating in Brazil, and he said, "Yo, man, I like that nigga, man. You know he's Spanish because my friend's a hood nigga. He calls you a nigga. He goes, I like that nigga. You know he's Spanish. I'm like, he's Spanish. He's like, yeah, but he's real, man. He's real. He talks about dating in Brazil. I'm like, all right. He goes, shout me out, man. Tell them that Poppy Longwood says what's up. I'm like, nigga, I'm not gonna shout you out, because he's been going to the Dominican Republic since 2010. And he told me, like, ever since I landed in Dominican Republic in 2010, I don't need to go to any other country. Because he even said to me, Dominican Republic, like him going to Colombia is just like being in Dominica. Him going to any other, South American country, Latin American country, it's like him being in the Dominican Republic. Because he said to me, let me know when you find a dude who met a Latin girl who speaks English. And he's the only dude I know that has a Hispanic girlfriend who speaks English. He's the only fucking one that showed me and proved to me that this shit works. I can watch YouTubers all fucking day about relationships, but I don't see what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? My friend shows me that you can have it. He has a 4-bedroom house in the mountains in Santiago. He met his girl. His girl's from the fucking hood. You know what I mean? He showed me that you can have a relationship and all these things because every other YouTuber that I watch, they talk about relationships and they talk about these things, but they're not actually literally with the girl. They're like show me that you're living with the girl. Show me, you know what I mean? So
but he got lucky. She spoke English. If she spoke Spanish,
right,
complicate things.
Right, exactly. So as I'm on my journey, I would call him sometimes. I'm like, hey man, I'm like, wow, like I'm in Colombia, and like, god damn, bro, like it was not easy to meet any woman. He's like, well, like, what do you expect? Like, you only been there for like 8 days.
Yeah, no. So let me teach you about Colombia. So because I lived there for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
The ones I had a relationship with, the women, I was there as a native. That means Monday through Sunday, I'd be like, okay, what are you doing Monday? I got to work. Okay, what are you doing Tuesday?
Right.
All right. Okay, well, Wednesday, let's meet up Wednesday. So you're able to work around their life. You know what I mean? If you want a girlfriend. Otherwise, you're there for 8 days. What are you going to do? You're lucky if she wants to show up one of those days. She might be tired that day. So it doesn't work for her.
Well, that's the thing, because he told me when he first met her, she was working at a bar. And I'm like, okay. He told me he bought the whole neighborhood beer and he hung out at the bar until 5 in the morning when she got off of work.
Exactly. That's
I'm like,
what I mean.
damn.
Like, yeah. Dude, I was dating a nurse. I told you about this nurse.
Yeah.
She worked 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. So when do you think I got to see her? When she was on the way. So she would go to work. She would take the train, or not the train, the bus.
Mhm.
and she'd get off at her destination to go to work. I would meet her when she gets off.
Mhm.
We spend an hour before she goes to work. And then we would do that every day. That's how the relationship worked. And then on her
Right.
days off, we would hang out. Other
Right.
than that, it would have never worked out if you don't work around her schedule.
Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly.
That's how
Exactly.
it worked out. So that was that. And then there was another one I dated from Pereira, and then I worked around her. So if you gotta make it happen, unfortunately, because they work or they go to school or whatever it is they do.
100%. Because at the end of the day, I want people to know that when I was in Santiago in the Dominican Republic, it wasn't for my homie. It wasn't for my homie's girlfriend who introduced me to her friend and also introduced me to her cousin. I wouldn't have been on no dates. Like it would have been all probably like I would have to do pay for play. But thank God I didn't have to do that. You
Yeah,
know
you
what I
have to
mean?
be local, and then part of that living like a local is knowing where to go, understanding the culture and how these people think, understanding how to move around. Like I'll give you an
Right.
example. Cali has a mixture of different cultures there, even though they're considered Caleño. It's really a mixture of different cultures because you have
Mhm.
Buenaventura and in other parts of Valle de Cauca, the state, that come into Cali. So now you have a mixture of people. Medellin's becoming like that, but if you once you get outside of Medellin, you're not going to have the culture is not going to be as tainted because there's not a lot of foreigners or
Right. Right.
whatever it is, right? Like, so
Right.
I know what's a good place to retire. I can tell you the city it's good to retire. What's a
Mhm.
good place if you really want to be off the path and maybe find a wife, but then you'll have to live there. I can tell you where to go there as well. So
Mhm.
really depends what you're trying to accomplish. I don't like Medellin, to be honest with you. It's
But this
not the
is kind
same
of one of the
Medellin I
reasons
remember.
why. This is one of the reasons why I can't wait to actually go to countries like Sweden, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, just to kind of like weigh out my options. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I'm still trying to find a home base, and even Brazil and Argentina.
Yeah,
You
no, I
know?
f- I
Yeah.
follow you on that. I think like it's like that guy that's in Poland,
Yeah.
the guy Adrian.
Oh my god,
Totally.
he gives horrible advice. Fuck that guy, man.
Yeah, yeah, he does. Tell you the truth, like because he went from Medellin. So first of all, I'll tell you what I know about the guy.
I would
Like
never
I
take
know
no
I know the
Polish girl
mistakes he
seriously,
made.
but go on.
Look, he took the
Every
initiative.
every other video is like, oh, my divorce, my divorce, my divorce.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bro,
bro, just he can't get over it, bro. Like, bro, you got
right.
played, bro. Welcome to the
but
club.
but
We've all
But
been
listen,
there.
Right.
here's what you guys don't understand about his divorce. He went from a liberal city to a conservative city. It's like going to America and living in New York and then moving to Mobile, Alabama. Come on, man. You're moving to not Mobile, Alabama is not a good example, but a very conservative city. Out of whatever city you guys can think of,
Hmm.
he went from a liberal city like New York, which is Medellin, to moving to a conservative city that's very traditional in the United States. What's a traditional conservative? What are the Bible Belt? And then he's complaining, well, I didn't know I was getting myself into the Bible Belt. Dude, you're going to church Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. For God's
Wow.
No, but he was talking shit to people. He's like, I have really
Oh my
good friends
fucking
here.
God.
My church friends care about me so much. I'm like, cool.
No, I remember he went from loving them to hating them overnight, and they were
Yeah,
Yeah.
threatening
bro.
his
But they
life.
threatened him too, right? I saw the voice note. They're like, rah, rah, rah,
Yeah,
rah. I started laughing, bro. I was
you
like,
know what
yeah.
he wanted to do, and I this is what I get about the guy. He's 28 years old. He doesn't have life experience.
Nah, he
Here's
doesn't.
what's
He
here's
doesn't.
what's going on with this guy. He wants to have a wife where he's the man and she's the woman and all this other nonsense. So he wants his cake and eat it too. But the problem is
Mm.
he also wants to live a liberal lifestyle where he wants to go and take salsa classes and go party. I don't even know. It's weird. But he wants his wife to be like, yes, master. Yes, I will bow down to you. And he doesn't understand Colombian culture.
Mm.
She didn't have a father figure, so she's got to turn to the church community for advice. She's going to consult with them. That's just how it is. I'll give you an example. I dated a woman from she was 20 when I was 21. She was 21, I was like 28. This is in Barranquilla. This is a long time ago, and she told me my minister said we should do A, B, and C. I said, yeah, but your minister's got a wife and 2 mistresses, for God's sake.
Hey, but you
I
know
was
that
like,
he got like
I was
he
like,
got like
why
a
you
black cat
listening
girl
to your
pregnant when he first
minister,
got
for
here.
God's sake?
That
Because the
guy got a
minister
girl
said,
pregnant. I'm pretty got pregnant, bro. And shit.
well, the minister told her not to have sex anymore. I said, it's too late for that. He's got a wife and 2 mistresses.
Right.
Are you gonna listen?
Hey, shout out to
Yeah.
Razor Race. Thank you for the $5, bro. Jump on
Yo,
the panel if you
Razor
want.
Ray, man, that's
Jump
my
on the
dude.
panel, Razor.
Razor Ray, jump on the panel, cuz. Shoot. That's my dude
Yeah, let's
right
get
there,
Razor
man.
on as a guest,
Yo,
man. This guy's
Razor's
always
my dude, man. Man,
he's
respect
always
to Razor.
hosting something and putting that 30
Yeah,
second
yeah,
button
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Somebody put that 30-second button on him for once. You know how he does that 30-second timeout?
Now it's because people be saying like he gets his monetizes videos like my lives. I don't monetize them because you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's making money off of it, so people like have to be more respectful and shit.
Yeah,
Of course. Yeah, I'm just giving him a hard time. But no, of course, man. But yeah, going back to what you said about your friend, she spoke English, and then there's 2 things that worked in his favor. One is she spoke English. Number 2, she's from the hood.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing that, I mean, she didn't come from money, dude. If she came from money, 9 times out of 10, that woman wants to maintain the same lifestyle she came from or better. There ain't no below that, dude. That's not
No,
gonna happen.
exactly. Like I have so much respect for them because obviously they're the ones that put me on to Santiago. You know, shout out to Sadia if she's watching this. Sadia, she actually owns a restaurant called Ultra Vina and El Congo in Santiago. Like yo, when I walked into El Congo is like almost one of the most dangerous hoods in Santiago. And like they showed me nothing but love. I remember the first time I went there, I went to a church service. Like man, like at the end of the day, my homie said to me, "Listen, there was a kid that was just like curious, like why do you have a white cane?" And I remember I'm like, I gave him $5, and the second time I went there, I'm like, yo, I said to my homie, yo, give me some money so I can give this kid some change. And my friend said to me, it's not about the money. It's about the experience. It's about you being present and being here, actually hanging out with the kid and talking to him. Because he actually said to me, a lot of poor people in these countries are tired of Americans and Canadians coming there acting like these people are like some type of charity case. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, so I get it. Yes, it's like, okay, yes, he went into the hood. He bought everybody beer. He brought the kids to the store and bought them candy. And he showed the hood mad love. You know what I mean? He met a girl that lived in the hood. But at the same time, could they have robbed them? 100% yes, they could have robbed them. But at the same time, I look at it as real, recognize real.
Yeah, that's true. Because like last weekend, I was in the hood too. But you know, I know the girls for like 3 years. I know their moms, the families, and shit. But I wouldn't
Yeah.
like me personally. I wouldn't recommend a new beat just to go to the body or just like that.
You know what
I wouldn't either.
You know what I was gonna say is if you were to ask, let's say, a Colombian person or Dominican that's from a middle class background or above, and you said, "Hey, man, I'm going to this hood," he'd be
They're
like,
gonna
"Are
tell you
you
you're
crazy?"
crazy. Yeah,
If they
yeah.
wouldn't,
Right.
if they wouldn't go, like you have to consider that yourself. As much as you think, you know what, I've been to the hood. It's like the hood in any major city in America.
But it's common sense. Like if I fly to Medellin and I'm by myself and I walk into a bar and there's a bunch of people there and none of them speak English,
Right.
the first thing I'm gonna do is like, oh shit, like let me try to like, hey yo, 5 shots for everybody type of thing. You know what I mean? Bartender pulls out 5 shots. Now
Right.
I have people coming to say, oh, gracias amigo, gracias senor. You know what I mean? And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Like I'm starting to kind of like mellow out the vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'd be like, "Gracias, amigo. ¿Dónde está tu dinero?"
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
no. I'm teasing you, but I I look at it. I look at both sides of it. You want to be, because I used to be like that. I would always buy drinks, or I would always give away money and stuff like that. It depends. Like, it depends on how you're dressed. As long as you're not looking flashy, if you're just dressed like a basic guy, no problem. If you're not wearing any,
Because you have to understand too, not everybody could afford to fly to Colombia and stay at the Hilton at a
Right.
5-star hotel and
Right.
eat luxurious food and don't have to even, like obviously interact with these type of people. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
when a lot of people, dude, I had people message me and tell me, "Hey, Sheldon, it must be nice to be selling drugs again." I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm like,
but that's jealousy though, bro. People
yeah,
always do
like,
talk shit, bro.
people are like, how the fuck do you, I was at the airport one day and one homie's like, yo, like, where are you? I'm like, I'm at the airport going to Mexico. How the fuck do you afford? I'm like, dude, I travel on a budget, bro. A lot of people don't
But a
know.
lot of people back home waste money on dumb shit. They'll buy like $1,000 cell phone, and I have a cell phone that's
Exactly.
150.
Exactly. Thank you.
and then
Yeah.
$800 goes for like 2 months rent and fucking anywhere in Latin
Exactly.
America.
I fucking travel
Right.
on a budget. I was able to go to Cancun,
Yeah,
Mexico.
yeah. I mean, look, listen. It's
Yeah.
you. You don't have. Well, you don't have to stay in like 5-star hotels. If you're really traveling on a budget, you fly, let's say Spirit. You stay in a 2-star hotel. You're eating like just way a local. You can cut corners.
I got a steak dinner for $7.50 American in Medellin.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's very good. But
What's going on, Razor Rays? Welcome to the panel, bro.
Razor Ray, what up, my big yo, Razor?
Yo, what up? What up?
Yes, sir. I'm drinking for you, man. I'm drinking for you, homie.
You sipping on that some face side?
No. But I got some Crown. I got some Canadian Club.
Oh, okay.
Listen,
Canadian Club.
Canadian Club, Crown Royale. Hold on a second.
Okay,
Let me grab my drink for Razor Ray.
Listen, Razor Carter, what's your introduction?
Yeah, Razor Ray. I got my drink right here for you, man. Salute. Some Crown Royale.
Listen, Razor, when you become a bigger baller than you are now, you're gonna have to change that intro. Living in his mama's basement. You're gonna have to change it to you're gonna have to change that intro, man. Once you start becoming a big baller,
right? Razor.
It's funny, it's catchy though.
Yeah, Razor. My friend has mad love for you, who lives in Santiago, who put me on.
Yeah, well, thank you. Tell him thanks, man. You know what I'm
saying?
Man.
He told me, he said, yo, I like Razor Ray, man. I like his style. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just having some fun up here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I heard you, man.
What up, Rod?
What's up, bro?
Roasting Woods, you know what I'm saying? I just have fun, man. You know, I come out here with the topics, and people pull up, and they want to join in. People in the chat be lit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
You guys motivated me. I'm gonna start a channel, but I don't know what my theme is. I have an idea what it's gonna be.
Well, Rod, what you want to do a channel, Rod?
Yeah, you know what I think I'm gonna do my channel on. There's a guy who does, he travels the country and he tells stories on people that died. Like, you probably know him. What's his name? Lamar? Oh, I forgot his name.
Yeah, is he still monetized? I know he was told about he was having trouble with monetization. I think.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Lamar, right? At large or something.
What's his? Yeah, Lamont at large. Is that his name?
Lamont, right? Lamont.
I tried to get a consultation with him, and I said, "Hey, man, let's do a consultation." And then he said he charges this amount. I said, "Okay, cool. Well, I'll send it to you on PayPal." He goes, "No, send it to me on Cash App." I told him, send me your Cash App. He never sent the Cash App. But he's got like 500,000 followers on one channel.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Exactly what you talk about.
Yo, one thing I don't understand, Razor Ray, you should be at 100,000, my dude. You should be at 100,000 because I'm going to be real with you. Yo, you got mad love in the travel community. You heard? Mad love in the travel community. Trust me.
Yeah, I think when he goes to Dominican Republic, he's on that passport, bro.
Don't forget Amsterdam.
That's gonna blow him up, dude.
Yes, sir. Don't forget Amsterdam. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the whole passport, bro. What do you call it? Reality show.
Oh yeah. I need to get on that show. If they let me too. Well, well,
I gotta vote for you.
If you get on there, you'll blow up. You'll get the exposure you need. You'll get a lot more followers. Because that's how Austin blew up to 100,000 or whatever he is. It's because of Brazil.
Right. Your Razor Ray, let me ask you a question, my brother.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on, dating and Medellin?
Beware of the scopolamine.
All right.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's scopolamine.
Razor, what I like about your Razor, one thing we could definitely agree about, because I was letting the homeboy know that when I was in Santiago, I felt like in Dominican Republic, you have a better chance actually get into a real relationship than Medellin, Colombia.
Well, let's say this, and shout out to the people that have successful relationships out there in Medellin, overall in Colombia. The thing is, if it fails in DR, right? If it fails in DR with the girls, most she'll do, she'll break your heart. She'll get some money out you. Probably get a lot of money out you. Play the long game, but she won't necessarily rob you physically with scopolamine or maybe
set you up,
kidnapping type stuff. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, Colombia, their long game can be, we're gonna rob you as far as like physically kidnap, all types of stuff. So all bets are off, and you can know the girl for like months. But of course, not all the girls do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's a flip of the coin. You know what I'm saying? Is know how much you're willing to gamble and risk.
Right. That's true.
Yeah. I guess it's high risk, high reward, right? In Colombia, with the way they look, they're so beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they are the most beautiful women in the world, actually.
yeah. High risk,
real talk.
Right? Yeah.
That's true.
Hey, but the ones that are scoping are all ugly. I haven't seen one attractive woman.
Yeah, and I actually watched that. I actually watched that on Razor Ray show where people in the comment were saying that most of these girls who are drugging these dudes are ugly.
Yeah, they're all like bustings.
Yep.
I don't know, Rob, you seen the pictures of some of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're using fake profile pics.
Yeah,
when they show up, somehow the guy doesn't care at that point.
Right. Yo, I actually watched one episode on Razor Ray show where some dude talked about jumping off the mountain. He landed on a rooftop. I was like, I love your show, man. I watched that episode like 3 times because I kept on saying to myself, how the hell in God's name did he actually survive this?
Andres.
Yes.
Andres. Yeah, he survived the Medellin Mountain. I remember that one. That was fun. That was a fun one. Y'all didn't believe that story? Y'all didn't believe him?
I don't know, man. It was like too I'm like, nah, man, this can't be true, man.
I'll tell you how I didn't believe him when he said, hey, somebody told him to just die.
Yeah. The one part I didn't believe when he said that he was on the rooftop for like 2 days. I'm like, no. I'm like, I've been to Met. I'm like, no. There's no way you would have. It's hot down there. There's no way you would have lasted 2 days on a rooftop with no water for 2 days.
It's 2 days
or a day.
Hey, people got their tails, man.
Razor be interviewing him like he's Montel Williams.
Yeah, man. Yo,
so you say that you flipped over here backwards? Some of these guys on the panel think you're full of crap.
Yo, Razor shit, man.
Let's go ahead and bring them up here. We're gonna bring up.
There's people. Listen, there's people in Razor Ray's chat don't believe that I'm blind. Razor Ray's so big. He has second effect. Like, this guy's big YouTubers like hollering at him, man.
No,
that's why.
Some of his guests, they came up with crazy stories, and then sometimes you'll be slipping. You'll be like, "Yeah, I got to the airport. The women are beautiful." Well, how the hell are they beautiful if you can't see? These are,
yeah. They didn't believe you. They didn't believe you, Sheldon. Some of them didn't believe you.
No.
You're like, they're beautiful, and then. So it's really like there's that's people are gonna question it.
Because they don't realize that it's so much easier for a girl to say hi to a blind person than somebody with eyesight.
Yeah, of course. But what if she's a bust out? What if she's not beautiful?
But that's the thing, man. My swag is on point, so she's never busted.
All right.
Never busted.
We're gonna have to get Big Jamila one day when you head into Medellin. We're gonna see.
It would never happen. It would never happen. It would never happen. It would never.
You know, like, did they give you like a date or something? Like, if you get voted in, they're gonna let you know, or any details, or?
No, I did. To be honest, I didn't talk to anybody. The lady did send me for the you talk about for the Passport Bros.
Yeah, for the show. Yeah,
reality show.
She sent me something like 5 months ago through my Instagram, and it just said signed as non-disclosure for a program, right? A project, something like that. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm not clicking on that link. I didn't even click on the link. And I just had it sitting there, on Instagram, you can get messages, but you don't have to click on every message, right? Yeah. So I seen the message, I just didn't click on it, and I deleted it because I said I don't want to accidentally click on that. It's a virus, or it's a hacking material thing. I don't know what that is. And then now a couple of weeks ago, now I see the guys are talking about it, right? I was like, wow. And I did talk to a couple of YouTubers. I'm not gonna say who. They told me they spoke to the lady, and they signed an NDA, and it was all good. So this is where we at now. This is like 2 weeks ago I found out. Probably like a month ago I found out a couple of YouTubers actually talked to her. I was still kind of skeptical. I was like, well, if y'all not hacked, then I'll wait to see if y'all get hacked first, and then. I got a number. I still didn't call her yet, but I see she was on Rello on the Scott Inslee channel earlier tonight also, and like 2 days ago she was up there. So the person I was recruiting and that contacted me, through the Instagram. I just didn't talk to her on the phone yet, but she still put me on a poll. I never signed anything though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you confirm it, and you should get on that show. It'll blow you up because it's like Rillo blew up, and I mean he's got 15,000 followers, but he was on World Star begging, and that's what got him up.
Right. Hey, but so was Austin. Austin came out on World Star as well.
He came out on World Star.
Like twice, man.
Wow, that's
he was on Instagram.
So Razor, you got to get
TikTok,
on World Star.
Instagram.
You got to get Razor on World Star, dude.
Yeah.
I think Austin.
And you know what? Speaking
TikTok,
of World
right?
Star,
TikTok.
Sheldon should get up there.
But he came out.
I hope so, man.
Well, no, Sheldon. I'll tell you how you get on World Star. You'd be like, listen, if this blind guy can travel half the world, what's your excuse? And he's getting women, and you got
exactly. Exactly.
Listen, you get on World Star, that's when you'll get your subscribers. People are gonna look you up and say, okay, who's this guy? What's he doing?
Right. That's facts, man. Respect, Rod, man. I appreciate that, brother.
Because that's how Rello blew up. He blew up because he was begging on Spirit Airlines.
Rello didn't really blow up. Austin Holloman blew up because he has over 100 grand. I'm sorry, over 100,000 subscribers.
Was it World Star that got him blown up, or what was it?
No, it was him talking about why I don't want to date American women no more.
Through TikTok.
Yeah, because it was. Because it was Osei Jew Jackson.
Okay. He came out on Fox as well.
Jackson that blew him up.
That too.
No kidding.
He came out on Fox News, so that's how he got his subscription up.
Because I remember that day when they were saying how he was exploiting Brazilian women. I'm like, whoa. And then he left Brazil. I'm like, yeah, that's a smart thing to do. It's to leave Brazil.
Yeah.
Well, he came out on CNN Brazil as well, dude.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, Fox, CNN Brazil, man.
There's a guy that's always like riding his tail, giving him a hard time with his. All he talks about is Austin Holloman this.
Oh yeah, you're talking about that's weird, man. That's so man.
He says he's melanated because he's from North Africa.
Oh man, bro. But you know what? He had a live one time, and Austin's mom was on the panel, and he was just talking all kinds of shit to her. He's like, "I want to smash you," and his mom's like, "No."
Oh my god!
Oh, that's crazy.
Keep the moms out of it, right?
This channel's all about talking about Austin.
Yeah,
kind of weird, like
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Well, he's done like maybe like 15 videos about Razor Rays as well. A bunch of videos on Razor Rays.
Oh, that's right.
Wait, he hits on you too, Razor?
What's that? Who said that?
No, it's me, Sheldon, the blind traveler.
Oh,
He
yeah.
hates on you too.
Well, yeah,
Peso man.
Of course. I was
Oh shit.
probably second to Austin Holloman, but probably second or third to Austin Holloman. I think Austin was one though.
Oh, shit.
You're at least second, maybe third. I'd say you're tied with BMT.
Oh yeah, he hates on BMT too. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh wow.
He really hates that dude.
Dude, what the hell? But the problem is somebody's gonna catch up to him. That's what's scary.
Well, people have already tried to line him up. I won't name names, but he was actually in Peso's panel, and he tried to line him up in South Africa.
Wow. Yeah,
Of course, I'm just going allegedly.
Right.
I don't know if that's really true. He could be, Peso could be making it up.
I think he's got a lot of time on his hands. I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I got to shout you out, Sheldon, man. You certainly, and I say this with no disrespect, you do have an eye for talent in Colombia.
Man, thank you so much. I appreciate that, my brother.
I had to say the eye for talent, but don't worry, Sheldon.
No.
And I can't see, so that's beautiful.
Eye for talent.
Exactly. No, I look at some of these passport bro groups in Facebook.
Right.
Man, the receipts. I'm like, y'all. Some of y'all are going thousands of miles to get that, and then I see.
That's a mean thing to say.
Yeah. Yo, you know what's even more fucked up? I'm glad you say that because I was actually going to start doing some vlogging here in Toronto, and I was going to show people how I actually run the city. This city of Toronto is my city. I was going to show people that Drake ain't got shit on me. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I'm 47 years old. I'm born and raised in Toronto my whole entire life, born in 1976. And man, I was like, yo, my home was telling me, do it, man. So at the end of July, Toronto has the largest Caribbean festival in the world. It's called Caravana. And yes, I'm going to vlog that and I'm going to show you guys how lit Toronto is.
I'm a little familiar.
Toronto's dope, bro. Toronto's dope.
Yeah, I'm going to show you guys how lit Toronto is, man.
I'm a little familiar with your hood, R.I.P. to Houdini, but your boy Press is on some weird energy though.
Yeah, I know that. Driftwood, Jane Finch. I lived in Jane Finch. I lived in Gosford. I lived in Driftwood. I lived all over Tobermory Falls, Staff, Sherham. I lived that street life. Razor Ray knows. You know what I mean? I opened up with Razor Ray.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But your boy Press is still on that weird energy.
No, I know.
I think Sheldon would, like, if they knew about him, I think Sheldon would have been a great candidate for the Passport Bros.
I can't believe he wasn't put in there.
Because they probably didn't know. Like, I remember I got the message 5 months ago. I got the message like 5 months ago. So
I said the same thing too because I was actually in Santiago when I was in Punta Cana because Punta Cana is not too far from Santo Domingo. Punta Cana is not too far from Santo Domingo. And when I was actually in Santo Domingo, like it was like overwhelming for me because it's like twice the population of Santiago. And Santo Domingo is it's like the capital of the Dominican Republic. And the women in Santo Domingo are cutthroat. Real talk, they're cutthroat because you got American dudes that are buying these girls with BBLs and fake lips. They look like trannies. I'm not even lying to you. I said to my homie, most of these fucking girls in the Dominican Republic look like freaking what do you call it? RuPaul? What do you call it? A freaking a drag queen with the butterfly eyelashes, the raptor nails, the fake hair, the freaking poof. Yeah, like the BBL, the fake tits. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes like I'm just like, damn, are you a man? Because you look like a tranny. You know what I mean? And these girls don't even realize that they're looking like trannies.
Shout out to In the Streets with Keith, but man, I'm not feeling that Diana chick. That that one little short he did that made him go viral. Nah, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling that Diana chick. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. She was hit and miss like Shaq at the free throw line.
Oh my God.
Actually, it was a bigger swing and a miss, like Mike Trout was during the finals of the World Baseball Classic.
Holy shit, man.
That was a swing and a miss for sure.
Hey, what country are you gonna visit next, Razor? I know you haven't like made up your mind, right?
No, it's so up in the air. It's so up in the air. You know, fly people to go anywhere now. But right now, I'm
Are you
happy.
gonna do Europe or South America?
Yeah, anywhere. Sometimes I just be drinking at night and I just like go on Skyscanner and I just point and I just click and like, all right, let me try this place now. These times. So because right now it's so warm out here in New York City. I'm in a better mood than I was in the summer, in the winter time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know what, I'm at a good place mentally as for the weather, and it's like be sunny and girls be half naked out here. So it's like I'm not as pressed to go nowhere at the moment, but I might just pick up and go at any time. And I don't.
You're a Razor. I hope so, man. You're a Razor. I actually did a G check on you. I actually messaged my homie who actually brought me to Santiago, and I'm like, check out this nigga's YouTube channel. And he messaged me back. He goes, yeah, I like that nigga style, man. He's he's diesel. He takes care of himself.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like he said that he got muscle on you. No homo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He said that he liked your style, man. I'm like, yeah, man, that nigga Razor shit. You heard?
No, that's cool. Cool, yeah.
Yeah. So, man, you're certified in Santiago. You heard? Yeah,
Santiago,
man.
okay, yeah. I've been to Santiago before too.
Yeah.
Hey, I might go back to Punta Cana. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I might go back to Costa Rica.
Listen, but Punta Cana is
real quick.
Listen, Punta Cana is all right, but I was actually telling the gentleman earlier about Costa Rica.
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys I had the best time of my life in Jaco Beach. Yes, it's a little bit expensive, but I met so many beautiful women from Venezuela and Colombia when I was in Jaco Beach.
People didn't believe me when I went. They were like, "Oh, I'm capping because of this or that." And out there, you can't really show the girls because that's really against their law to promote that out there. You saw what happened to Cuba Dave. I said, I'm not gonna be a dumbass and go out there and do the same thing that Cuba Dave got and go to jail for just to show. I said, look, you guys are gonna have to take my word for it and do some searches for other YouTubers that actually show the girls. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I'm not gonna risk it. You know what I'm saying? Just take my word for it. And now,
right, exactly. I actually did a nightlife video in the Jaco Beach. It's called The Crazy Nightlife in Jaco Beach because the other say it's Jaco Beach, but we say Jaco Beach. But that video has 27,000 views. Yeah, I went to the Cacao Casino. I went to the Orange Pub. I went to this after hour party called Ecstasy.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
man, they love. There was this white Spanish boy, Selector, who was playing Vibes Cartel, busting up the reggae. It was a crazy vibe in Costa Rica.
They play all that. They play hip hop. They play. Yes, it's not a lot of black people out there, but they play hip hop. They really do. And the clientele is out there, the white people or whatever they from, whatever kind of white people. They be dancing. They party. They not boring. Trust me. They party. They get down. So and like you said, Cocao is like the Envy and Sasua.
Yes. And they have live band. They have live band in Cacao Casino as well.
Yeah. Some nights in Cocao.
Yes.
Well, not Cocao. Orange Pub would be the equivalent to people that went to Cartagena.
Exactly.
Well, Orange Pub would be like what Dos Vita you would say, or Delirium. Orange Pub, and well, if for people that went to Cartagena, and then across you got the Ecstasy across the street, right?
Right, exactly.
That'd be like Dos Vita.
Yes, exactly.
Upstairs, and then you got the Monkey. I think the Monkey Bar Club. Yeah, right.
Yes.
These are all mango spots, guys. Yeah. People that know, these are all mango spots. All mango, mostly mango spots with female. I'm telling you, mango spots.
And Razor Ray, I want people to understand that when I was in Jaco Beach, in Costa Rica, I met girls from Canada. I met girls from Arizona.
Yeah.
It's in my video. And let me tell you that a lot of people can't. Okay, I see a lot of these passport bros. They go overseas to meet the women because obviously they can't get women in the United States. But at the end of the day, these brothers need to know that when these American girls fly to these countries, it's like Vegas. What goes on in Costa Rica stays in Costa Rica. I just want to let you niggas know that because at the end of the day, if you're in Colombia, Costa Rica, anywhere around the world, and you meet an American girl, yo, it's open season. That's all I can tell you. It's open season. As long as you just keep your mouth shut.
Well, if you
I see
really
what
want
you're
to
saying.
talk to them,
Yeah, you see what I'm saying, right?
more loose.
Because when I was in Costa Rica, it's on my video. I met this teacher from Arizona, and like it was on. I'm like, damn, but I realized why it was on because she's in America. She would have been a bitch, but in Costa Rica, Costa Rica, Hawko Beach, she's like, fuck it, man. I don't know him. He don't, you know what I mean?
It's
You don't know
different.
me.
They in a different mood. They're in a different mood. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Razor, let me show something to Razor. The first time I went to Jamaica, I'm like, why the hell are there so many fat American women here? And then once I put two and two together, I'm like, okay, yeah, because a bunch of skinny dreadlocks with six packs are blowing out these girls' backs.
I've heard about that. That's true, isn't
it?
Not only that,
there was more more American women in Jamaica than American. I'm like, what? Oh my god, yuck!
I saw a chick that went there. She put on her story that the tour guy was smashing one of the girls on one of the rafts, and she put on her story, and I was like, holy shit!
My god, yuck! I met this fat white yuck. When I met the dude, I'm like, nigga, you can get nigga, no homo, you're not ugly, man.
Yeah, he's trying to get that. He's trying to get that green card.
He told me I need to get to Philadelphia. I'm like, shit.
Green card, knocking down milk bottles. But man. It's worse. It's worse. Some of these milk bottles, and not just milk bottles, but mainly, they actually carry their STDs and bring that shit to the husband.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So what up, Milano? How you doing? I see Milano in the chat.
Oh, I see Milano.
Yeah.
Shout out. You know what? Shout out to he doesn't get enough credit. Shout out to him for taking that fight with QB.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Shout out to him. You know, and he came back to the new channel. You know.
Oh, he did. Yeah, I thought I subbed to it. I haven't seen any notifications, but maybe
because it's so new. That's why.
Do you think you're gonna get along with your roommates on the show, Razor? With Jay?
That's if I get on. I don't know. These guys,
I just kind of feel like you're gonna be the probably the most smartest dude on there.
But Razor will be good because
you're gonna lose your mind, bro. Like,
no, but hold on. If Razor goes on a show, he's gonna be with Jay Rilla. He's gonna be with Floyd. He's gonna be with Austin.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like he's gonna lose his mind with a bunch of idiots. Like, he's gonna be like, man, these guys, man. Like,
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm gonna be real, you guys. I actually like Floyd. He's funny.
Oh,
hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal.
Yeah, Floyd has his moments.
He's entertaining, man.
I don't think anybody can take him seriously, but
no. I always tell people Floyd fumbled the bag. I'm like, shit. I'm a YouTuber. If Austin Holloman put me on, I ain't gonna fumble the bag. Like, fuck.
Oh, Floyd fumbled because he insults his audience. That's the one thing you can't do.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Yes.
And then they saw how he treated Jack, who is his
Jack is good people's man. I don't know why Floyd treated him bad, man.
Yeah, his managing mod.
Yeah.
That's where I started getting, and then all of a sudden, he started charging mod fees. Once he did that, I canceled members only, and I canceled my Patreon with them. I was like, I
actually messaged Floyd. So when Floyd was in Chile, first when he went to Argentina and he didn't like it, then he went to Chile, then he went to Brazil. I messaged him like, dude, go to the Philippines, go to Thailand, and your numbers are literally going to go up because you're doing your own thing now, right? And I don't know what the fuck happened.
His numbers went up when he went to Sosua.
Yeah, but I don't know what happened, man. Like, I don't know, man.
I know exactly what happened. He continues to hold these fundraisers. He
Yeah.
continues. He rarely cams up. Nowadays he hasn't really shown much content. Now he's starting to
Yeah,
again
but
a little bit.
he's regurgitated like this old content from when he was in Colombia and Chile.
Which I understand. He should have been doing that earlier, like when he left that country. Then
Right.
I would say he should have released it. But when he just kept doing fundraisers and all this.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be real with you. Like when he met up with Austin Holloman, they were doing big numbers. When they went to Romania, I was like, holy shit! Like this guy's gonna blow up. Then when he went to Poland, I'm like, yeah, it's on. As soon as he got to Argentina and said, I'm getting the hell out of here, and he parted ways with Austin Holloman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, shit. Like,
no, his numbers didn't go down yet because he was still putting good content in Brazil.
Yes, he was. And then he fumbled the bag when he left Brazil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once he left Brazil, that was it.
Because when he left Brazil, he went to Colombia.
Yep.
And I don't know what happened in Colombia with him, but yeah.
I think it was right before he went to Colombia. Like, he kept doing this fundraiser stuff, and he kept doing it every single time.
Floyd doesn't understand that listen, I didn't know who the fuck Floyd was until Austin Holloman put him on the camera.
Same here. Although he does have another channel. No,
I know he does, but with the auditing, he has over 100,000 subscribers. But I didn't know who he was. I didn't listen. When Austin Holloman put him on camera and they went to Romania, that's when I knew about Floyd. And they went to Poland. I'm like, I subscribed to him. I'm like, yo, I like this guy's style. You know what I mean? Like, he's different. And I don't know what the fuck happened, man. He just fumbled the bag, man.
You want to know something? That was actually his second wave.
Yeah.
Because he had another channel called Mr. Passport Bro. And then he turned that into an auditing channel. But yeah, this was actually his second wave of doing the Passport Bro stuff. What you said earlier about Passport Bros, they're going to other countries because they can't. I don't think that's completely true. I think it's because they're getting away from the women that they're dealing with in America. Like I don't think a majority of them can't get the box. That's why they're going to other countries. I don't think that's true. I think a lot of them were either they were married, or they had issues with their baby mama,
right,
or they just can't stand hearing their mouth, and they decided they felt going to another country. They felt,
but at the same time,
were more feminine.
But at the same time, when I got my exposure, because when these guys were when these guys were posting, stuff about Sasua and. Man, I went to Zurich, Switzerland, and I posted a bunch of snow bunnies. I went to Amsterdam, posted a bunch of snow bunnies. The UK, Czech Republic, Germany, you know what I mean? And I got a lot of hate because people were like, "Oh, this guy is like Draymond Green," or I don't know. I like rabbit face. I like snow bunnies and shit. I'm like, nigga, yeah. So at least I'm actually picking up girls in Europe. Going on dates. I didn't smash no girls in Europe. The only girl I smashed in Europe was in Portugal. And it was a Brazilian girl. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like when I was in Czech Republic, Germany, these places, it wasn't easy to actually, smash girls like without having to do pay for play. You know what I mean?
Right. No, it's not an easy thing to do. And then to do it in Europe,
so easy and. It was so easy in Lisbon, Portugal. It was so easy in Santiago, Dominican Republic. It was so easy in Colombia. It was so easy in Mexico, Jamaica. You know what I mean? But when it came to Europe, it wasn't easy.
Well, I've only been to 3 countries in Europe, and I will say this, and I didn't smash any. I fumbled the bag on this one. Italy, Rome, the Spanish Steps pub crawl. That is where you're going to, run into international travelers, especially women.
Right.
That seems to be the best route to go with for anybody.
Right, exactly. Because at the end of the day,
easy, bro. I used to live there, bro. Like all the girls I hooked up with when I was in Europe, they're all American or Canadian.
You heard it. You heard of the Spanish Steps pub crawl, though, right?
Yeah, the pub crawl in Czech Republic. I was actually in Czech Republic. So I remember when I was in Amsterdam, I met this beautiful Australian girl at my hostel, and I was actually saying to myself, like, how am I gonna bag this bitch? Because like I asked her, like, what do you look like? She goes, oh, I got blonde hair, blue eyes. And then like, like she literally had dudes hollering at her like pretty much all day and night. And I was even saying to myself, like it's so crazy that I can be in Santiago in the Dominican Republic, and if she was Hispanic, I can easily get her. You know what I mean? And like European girls are not easy to pick up like how it is in like Latin American countries.
Well, it depends though, because when they're in Mexico, bro, like that's when they become like, oh, how can I say?
Okay, so you got lucky then.
And Mexico is different, but in their home countries they act like a different way. Like I feel like especially the Eastern European women, they're very like conservative, like to themselves. Like
exactly.
When they travel and when they go to like places like to Mexico, like Cancun, Playa or Tulum, like they kind of like rules go out the window. They kind of like liberate themselves because they're so like stressed out from work or college that they just want to like have a good time. So anything goes.
Right. Your Razor. What's your experience in Amsterdam with the women?
You talking about the women in the red windows?
What?
The red window.
Just shout out to your Razor. How long were you in Amsterdam for? A week, 2 weeks?
That's all I went for, to see the red windows. I went to Amsterdam to see the red windows.
Okay.
I went to hundreds of years. That's why I'm going to the red window and to see the canals. Yeah, the canals.
Yeah. How long were you there for?
But I didn't do no like regular dating or anything like that. I did talk to some of the girls in the red window just for information, for people that like my channel. I could talk to them on the back end on that pause, just for that research and just to go inside the clubs, see how friendly the people are. Were they friendly? Were they cordial with me? Being a African American out there, in which they were. They were cool. I didn't try to quote unquote get normal females out there. When I was there, I was only there for like 4 days actually, because I flew right out of there to Punta Cana, because I was like, it was kind of chilly out there, so I was like, you know what, I would double back during the summertime. When it's kind of warmer. I know it don't get that warm. They say it don't get that warm out there even. So I say, you know what? I'm only going to do like 4 nights there, and then I'm going to go to a warm climate, Punta Cana. Right. First time in Punta Cana. So I say, you know what? Because I said, I'm spending money. I'm taking a trip. I say, you know what? I want a beach. I want to be on the beach. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it was summertime, I wouldn't have went to DR. I would have went from Amsterdam to like a Spain or something for the first time. It went to a beach out there, but it wasn't. It was still chill. It was still chilly. It was only like 60 degrees. I said, that's not beach weather. So if I was there in the summertime, I would have stayed. I could have stayed in Amsterdam a little longer if it was summer. If it touched like 80 degrees, I know it don't get that hot though in Amsterdam. I would have stayed a little longer, then went to Spain, somewhere with a beach. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, but the red windows were good. I mean, I see.
For educational purposes, are they still charging 60 euros? That was the price like 5 years ago for me.
Oh, wow.
Educational purposes. Well, this is not my channel. I mean, if you want to, I did have.
You don't have to say a number. That was the going rate 5 years ago. So it's either yes or no.
I'm gonna just have conversation that you you can add 20 onto that. So I'm gonna just keep it at that. Add 20 onto that. Yeah, add 20.
At 20.
Add 20.
Damn.
For my observation, from me seeing other guys also, chatting it up with the girl, because it was a bunch of guys out there. We was in the alleyways walking. It was surreal to see. Like, oh wow, okay, this is really happening. So it was surreal to see.
Yeah, but just stayed away from the other colors, because like the ones that have like the
blue. Stay away from the blue.
Blue has like the trannies.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I know about that. I
didn't even know about
my days. Shit. Oh my days. God damn.
Yeah, no, but I can see why people would like Amsterdam, but I can see and the guy that I met out there from that I met in Cartagena, he lives out there, so he took me around the areas. He was like, it used to be way more litter before the government, cramped down. And he said he used to took me on some blocks where he like all these used to be open right here, and all. I said, yeah, I can imagine this was way litter back in the days. It was way more things open back in the days. Back in the 2010s, 2000, so early 2000s before the government cracked down on stuff like regulated, So I said, yeah, I understand. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you had some issues in Punta Cana, right? You say you like some guy was trying to hustle you.
Punta Cana, Punta Cana was cool. One of my favorite trips was Punta Cana, to be honest with you. It's just that when thinking about going back there, it's that around a drink point area with the girls are at. It can get annoying because the begging and the hustling can get to you, right? And people are like, oh, but you gotta just deal with it.
Would you say it's worse than
nagging.
Cartagena hustling, or just the
Yeah,
same?
well, not to the level of Cartagena hustling, but it's still annoying. I mean, you go into the store, people saying poppy, following you to try to get you to go inside their shop because some of them own shop. They want to, or some of them want to take you to this a strip club or something because they get their thing and they keep following. It's annoying because every time they see you, they do the same thing. I'm like, yo, I told you I'm not doing that. So that, and it's constant. Like anytime you go out, I'm like, yo, what's wrong with these people? So you try to be nice, but that can get overwhelming in that Bavaro area. That can get annoying. Right around where where all the spots at where the girls be at, that can be annoying. But the girls the girls are high quality. I like the girls out there inside Punta Cana. I think they got very very good quality of Latinas over there. But like I said, it can get annoying with the let's say I think I say begging, but the hustling because they're not outright begging you for money. What they're trying to do is trying to get you to go inside their shop, or they're trying to get you to go inside of a club. They're trying to take you to the club so they can get a commission or whatever, and it's constant. Well, the begging comes from the kids outside drink point because teenagers be outside sometime and they could be begging. Or they could be trying to sell you some candy and stuff like that too. But I'm never say begging for you to buy something instead of saying begging for a handout. They begging for you to give them service as far as like business. You know what I'm saying? But it's like yeah. It could be just as annoying as Cartagena, to be honest with you. Now that I think about it, but I mean I like
Yeah,
it.
because you said that some guy was like trying to like telling you couldn't walk a certain way, and then you had to like you got into it with a local and shit, right?
Oh, you talk about on the beach? No,
Yeah.
you talk about the incident on the beach. That was a Cartacito Beach when Cartacito Beach. They have the resorts over there, right? And supposedly they have wristbands and they have places where they give out food, right? And I've seen people eating outside, whatever. I walked past them. I said, yeah, they have some kind of event. I went inside some type of thing where it looked like a shop, like on a boardwalk. I said, well, I'm gonna buy me something to eat, and I went in there. The lady asked me, she said, what resort you on or whatever. I said, oh no, I'm not. She said, oh no, this is like for people that's on the resort, whatever. I said, oh okay, I'm sorry, and she was mad cool. She was talking, she was nice, and she said, here, you know what? Here, she handed me a plate. Gave me a plate. I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "All right." But then I asked her how much because I said, "You know what? I don't hustle." She said, "Oh no, here's for you. Take a plate." I said, "Man, I don't really want to do. I don't want to do that." I said, "I'm gonna give you something." I said, "All right, I'm gonna give you something. Thank you." And as I was in there, I was like, "Wait a minute, let me give her something now." I said, "You know what? I don't have. I wanted to break like a $10, with it in pesos, whatever 500 pesos. I wanted to break that because I didn't have no change. So I said." I'll be back. So I wanted to give her something, a tip of a peanut or something for giving me the plate. So I was gonna go break it somewhere. And then as I was walking out, security came down. The security guy came down and trying to shoot me off. I was like, oh, he got me. I said, all right. He's just like, Papa, you can't be here, this and that. But he keeps getting all not aggressive. Yeah, kind of aggressive. Not aggressive, but he was just like, he was being annoying. You know, he told me once. I said, all right, I'm out of here. And then he just kept like, saying, waving at me to go. I'm like, all right, yo, calm down, bro, calm down. So that's where that happened. And I was already leaving to get changed to bring up money for the thing, but I didn't rat her out. I didn't say she was gonna give me any food for free. And actually, when I did the live stream on it, I didn't even say it was a female. I said it was a guy because I didn't want to, like I said, I didn't want to get them in trouble because it was a female and she was gonna let me get some free food from there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have a wristband. You know that I said so. I in a live stream I said it was a guy who was gonna give me some free food. I didn't want to blow up a spot. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, but it was no real big deal. You know what I'm saying? But the other guys, but the people are off of the beach around where the clubs are at, yeah, they could be annoying as hell.
Yeah, I just I remember you did that live. I was like,
Yeah, it wasn't because of the begging. It was that. Yeah.
All right.
But Wiz Milano said Boca Chica they claim is beggar. Yeah, I've never been to Boca Chica though. I never been to Boca Chica.
No, I've never been to Boca Chica either, man. So I was just like, oh.
I don't want to go though if it's like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want. That's the beauty of Costa Rica. That's the beauty of Jaco Beach. Yes. Jaco Beach don't have many people on the beach, but you get a beach.
That's why I tell you, like, that's how Las Terrenas is, bro. Like, Las Terrenas is a beautiful beach, good nightlife, and there's nobody that's begging you. It's just like
because Jaco Beach is way more intimate than Medellin because Medellin is literally it's so aggressive in Medellin. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much women out there with the whole pay for play thing. It's too much. Like, the minute you walk out your Airbnb, you have women like running up on you.
Yeah. It could get overwhelming. People, I understand what you're saying. It could get overwhelming.
I was definitely overwhelmed.
Yeah. At first it's okay, but then like it's like all right, because not only the women are on you, the men are too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To get you to buy stuff, and that's just like it's like it becomes overwhelming a lot of times. You know what I'm saying?
You forgot to say pause, Razor, when you said the men are on you.
Oh
yeah, pause.
Pause, you know, to buy stuff. They want you to buy stuff. You know what I'm saying? They want you to buy it. But that's the beauty. I'm telling you guys, that's the beauty of Jaco Beach, Costa Rica, and San Jose, because you're not getting all that begging. You're getting a red light. You're getting red light without the begging and the harassment. Yes. That is the beauty of Jaco Beach. I'm telling you. You just not as many people out on that beach at all, but hey, I take that with if I order harassment. There's no point of a full beach and everybody gonna be harassing me or people getting on my goddamn nerves.
Where's Milano says, Sheldon, what part of Mexico was easy for you? Have you ever been to Guadalajara, Mexico?
No, but the easy part of Mexico for me would have been Playa del Carmen. Yeah, Cancun, Mexico wasn't that easy for me.
Yeah, Cancun's over exaggerated, bro. Fuck
yeah,
that.
It is. It is.
I prefer Tulum or Playa. But it depends what season you go to. Like, I think between like maybe September or actually August through the end of November is dead season. So there wouldn't be that many tourists around that area.
Right, exactly.
Well, there's a lot of Argentinians there in Playa. I'm surprised you didn't run into any of them, dude.
No, I actually ran into a lot of Canadians.
Yeah, there's so many. I met so many. But you know what? Like, I feel like all the Canadians that I meet that live in Playa, they have like mental issues, bro. Like every single girl that I met has been fucking crazy, dude.
That's true.
I met a few from Toronto, bro, and I'm just like, damn, this girl's crazy, bro. Like,
oh my gosh.
I knew one that had to flee the country because like she beat up her landlord. Like I don't know what happened, but she's like, yeah, like she called me, like I beat the shit out of him.
Yo, you got to be careful with Toronto bitches, man. Real talk.
She's like 22 years old, dude, and then like
Yeah.
she was supposed to show up to court, and then she just like flew to like Uruguay or some shit like that. She left the country.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with Toronto bitches, man.
Yeah, bro, she was crazy. She's like, I like to punch men in the face. I'm like, damn, dude.
No. Oh my god.
Yeah, I've fucked up with a lot of women from Toronto. If I could be honest, like Toronto women are crazy, but I met a lot of them in Europe, and I met a lot of them in Mexico and shit, dude. Shit.
They love Mexico for some weird reason.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Like all the ones that I met that lived in Playa or in Cancun, they either running away from some problems or they got
right.
Like, they were never like normal girls that just like digital nomad or whatever the fuck. It was always like
no, exactly
fucked up shit behind their problems.
The very first time I started vlogging, I was actually in Playa. So yeah.
Yeah. Did you meet any Mexicans when you're in Playa or like?
No, I met a bunch of girls. I met a couple of girls from Brampton in Toronto.
Damn.
Yeah. I actually did a short video with them, dancing with them.
Damn.
Yep.
You didn't visit, but you didn't go to like any of the touristic shit. Like you didn't visit the cenotes, right?
No.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Mexico has like a lot of beauty to it. Like if you go back, you gotta go to like the cenotes and stuff like that, and just see the beauty of it, man.
Right, exactly.
And you got Chichen Itza, but now they have like the train there, the Mayan train that's there now, so everything's like more accessible.
I'm definitely going back maybe the next few years because Mexico's not my favorite country at all. At all. Playa del Carmen, too touristy. Cancun, way too touristy.
Yeah, you gotta try the cities, like so. You don't want to be around like the tourists. You gotta go to like a place like Guadalajara, bro.
What about Mexico? What about the actual Mexico City?
You know what? I've only went there for one day, so I can't comment. But it's a really big city, dude. It's like 20 million people, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, my friend told me that I can get kidnapped there.
Yeah, fuck that. You're better off in Guadalajara, bro. Guadalajara has like more like a traditional feel. Like,
what about Tijuana?
I've never been to TJ, bro.
Okay.
I've never been to TJ, but I know Guadalajara is really dope and shit, dude. But yeah, just like if you don't want to be around a lot of tourists, and Playa and Tulum and Cancun are definitely not the go spots.
Right.
I was gonna ask you, so your experience in Cuba, how was that, dude?
It was all right. I was actually staying at a resort called Tuxpan. So it was the Hotel Tuxpan, and the owner's son would actually, his name was Fernando. Shout out to Fernando. Him and his mom brought me to like Varadero Beach, downtown Varadero. I went on like a horse carriage ride, went to go visit the beaches, had some food outside the resort. The food's not that good down there. Like, I literally feel sorry for the people who are actually there because, like, the government's, like, I don't know, man. It's so sad that, like, they don't have access to, you know what I mean? Like, clean water, food.
Yeah. I've been to Cuba a few times, bro, but it's
sad, man.
I went, like, I used to live in Miami, so I used to go a lot because it wasn't, like, an hour flight. But
right, exactly. Bro, like, they didn't have water. The resort, they didn't have ketchup. They didn't have mustard. Like, it was really bad, man.
Yeah, the food's the worst in Cuba, man. But I'll tell you what, like, the vibe has changed. Like, I think COVID just messed up the island. Like, there's a street, I forgot what it's called over there, but it used to have a bunch of clubs, and there's still clubs there. And I remember walking, like, and I remember, like, back in the day when I used to go, like, long lines to go inside. Like, there's nobody there. Like, even in the Malecon on the weekend, it was dead. I'm like, wow. So, I mean, I was hooking up with a local girl at the Malecon that day and shit, but it was so weird because she was like, "Oh, I have an open relationship," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like,
no, I know, but the women are beautiful down there. No, I know what you're talking about. Like, when I was down there, I gave away a lot of my shit. I gave away flip flops, freaking gave away t-shirts. Yeah, I gave away a lot of my shit.
Yeah, Cuba was not the same, man. Like when I went, like the first time 5 years ago, it was like such a vibe, bro. But it has definitely like.
So you can fly there from Miami.
Yeah, but it used to be like, it used to be a good vibe, and now it's like I I'm not gonna say I didn't enjoy it, but it's definitely disappointing because what I was used to. And, shit, dude. And I kind of feel like the same thing is happening even with Medellin, bro. Like Medellin is going like it's not dead here, but it's just been over exaggerated with like tourists and shit like that.
Right. How long you been there for now?
Yeah, I've been here. I've been coming here for many years, but I've only been here like right now recently, only 2 weeks.
Damn, 2 weeks. Okay. You having fun?
Yeah, yes and no. Like I guess like I haven't really been going to like hanging out with my friends like how I used to. I kind of been just riding solo. But tomorrow I'm supposed to go out with like my homegirls. We're gonna go to the swinger place. Fuck it. They wanted to go, so
nice.
I gotta redeem myself from last night, bro. Fuck.
Nice, man. Shit.
So guys, I'm breaking out, guys. Hey, bro, I'm gonna break out, guys. Salute to all you guys.
All right, salute, Razor.
Salute to you guys, man.
Yes, sir, Razor Ray.
Everybody in chat.
Yes, sir.
Salute, Razor.
And Sheldon, try to get inside that Panzer Bros thing. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but they need to find out about you, that Panzer Bros.
Okay, how do I sign up
for the cash? You know what I'm saying?
How do I sign up?
Well, they sign you up basically. You know what I'm saying? I don't know exactly how. You're gonna have to hit up Jay Rello because he be having He have the recruiting lady on his show. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So,
but I know, but Razor, man, you're plugged in more than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, she hit me up. I have her number, but I just never called her yet, so I didn't have a conversation with her.
Okay.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to
shout me out.
Yeah. I'll find a way. I'll find a way to get you in contact with her.
I appreciate you, my brother.
All right.
Salute.
All right, yeah. All right.
Bless. Yes, sir. All right, man. Razor Ray was in the building.
Yeah, just man, bro, I just can't get over what happened to me last night, bro. I've been crying about it the whole fucking day, dude. I could be honest.
Yeah.
Bro, it's no, but that guy's like, I think it was more like it's more her thing more than his. Like he seemed like very over jealous, like because all the couples were having fun, and he was kind of just like holding her, like just like not letting nobody get closer because she's a bad one, bro. She's bad, dude. Like everybody was trying to get at her, and so I kind of
he wasn't trying to let nobody hit it,
but he was just like the couples were just like not like letting nobody like touch their girl, whatever. That's cool, I understand that. But he was like being like really extra, like he was like having his arm around her, like but like being like protective, but you could just tell that he was like like jealous and stuff, and like just like, well, why the fuck do you bring? But at the same time, like when I'm trying to tell you, it's like I think it's her idea, not his, because that girl's bad. She can have any guy she wants. I know that guy has money because I met a guy from New York there, and he says that he sees them there all the time. It's like, yeah, I see him at other swinger places as well. So I know for a fact he has to have money. But yeah, anyways, though, man, like towards the end, like, I remember like I kind of like touched her or whatever, and he was like, no, you can't do that. So I'm like, whatever. And then out of nowhere, he just grabbed me. He's just like, yeah, you want to tap? And I was like, hell yeah. But damn, whoever fucking took my condoms is a piece of shit, bro.
Oh my god,
piece of
they
shit,
block you like a motherfucker.
Nah, he's a piece of shit, bro. Like I just like was looking for them, and it's dark in the room, you could barely see. And I'm like, but by the time I had to go downstairs get more, and by the time I went upstairs, of course, there's some guy that's gonna beat me to it. Every guy was trying to get her, like, but she was like feeling me. She was like grabbing me towards the end, and I'm like, hell yeah. And damn, dude, I'm just like really disappointed in myself.
Yeah.
Oh, Sheldon, I could speak a little bit on Tijuana, as I used to live in San Diego.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So yeah, to echo what Milano said, he is right, but that's mainly in the Zona Norte area. If you go down, like if you go through the entrance and you go through Revolution Avenue, and you walk further away from the entrance, like towards the nightclubs, it's not so much the P for P stuff.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Like I don't know if it's still there. But I'd probably recommend like a place like the El Torito Night Pub, because that's where like radio stations would like go and do DJs and stuff over there.
Yeah, because I actually wanted to go to Tijuana when I was in Cancun, but when I actually checked out the flights, I'm like, holy shit. Tijuana is not close to Cancun, man. It's far.
Oh yeah, no. It's in the same state. I don't know if they.
But it's like 40. But it was like a 48-hour drive.
Yeah. Baja California is it's huge.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know Cancun is not in. That's in Quintana Roo, so it's like a completely different state.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what I would have done, I'm probably not going to do this now because there's just too many tourists. I probably would have hit like Cancun, play Tulum, and then play at the Carmen because I think you can hit those 3 cities in like a few days.
Right. So I've been to Playa del Carmen, but my friend said Tulum is not actually. It's not that good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Tulum's all right, bro. It's just a small town. Be like,
Yeah, it's a bunch of tourists there.
It's like man, Tulum's like you know what? Like, there's a good town that's like in the Yucatan called Yalodad, and that's where all the cenotes are at. There's actually like a really good I actually have a video on it on my channel, and it's called it's the cenotes inside the town itself. But you got Chichen Itza, which is about an hour away. You got some of the best cenotes in the country, like, and a short little taxi ride. So a lot of people don't know about Yalodad. Like, the backpackers know about it, but regular travelers don't know about Yalodad. So you got to look into that. Yalodad has like some really like you like scenery and stuff like that. Yalodad's it. Tulum, it's okay. It's more like a small party town. Yeah.
are you gonna be paying gringo prices? When I say gringo prices,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
Like,
not talking about talent.
I think if you go back to Mexico, bro, just get away from the tourist shit and go straight to Guadalajara, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
You got some of the best food in Mexico. Traditional fucking food. Nightlife is great. Beautiful. Actually, the most attractive women in Mexico are from Guadalajara and Sinaloa, actually. And so
there's a couple cities,
nice
but I'm afraid of Sheridan. It's still alive, but there's a couple.
Nah, if he goes with somebody, he'd be good, man. Like, people are respectable in Guadalajara, very friendly. But he needs to get away from the tourist shit. Like, I know, like, Playa and Tulum, Cancun are not for everybody, So,
right.
Yeah.
What about Puerto Vallarta? This is not one of my secret cities, but what about Puerto Vallarta? Like, what have you heard about that city?
I used to go there a lot. It's kind of like dead now because everybody now goes to they either go to the Quintana Roo, which is Cancun, Playa, Tulum, or they go to what's the area that's a little bit more north by Cali, Los Cabos, right?
Oh yeah. Cabo San Lucas.
Vallarta's like, nah, dude, fuck that. If you're gonna go to a beach area, like, might as well just go to Tulum or Playa, dude. The beach is not that great there. It's kind of like dirty. It's all right. I used to go there a lot, but it's like Mexico's ghetto version of a beach.
You know what? I'll expose the city because QB already blew up the spot. Well, I wouldn't say blew up the spot, but did advertise.
I don't think QB likes Vallarta either, bro.
No. Mazatlan.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but that's different. But yeah, QB goes to a bunch of places.
Yo, my brother, I'm gonna jump off right now, man. Holy, it's 3. It's like 3. It's like almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Same here, man. It's already 3 in the morning.
Man. Cheers, guys, man. Love you guys, man. Thanks for having me on your platform, brother.
You too, bro. Thanks for showing up.
Cheers, man. Peace. Come on.
Cheers,
bye.
Cheers, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot Rod is still on.
Yeah, but he's asleep, I think. He fell asleep.
Damn. You know what? But he did the right thing. He muted himself because I know like some people they'll fall asleep but they forget.
I think last time he was on here, Rod, he was actually snoring and shit, bro.
Yeah. What do you think of El Salvador? Do you think that that's the next spot that's probably going to get blown up?
I think yes and no. I just don't think it has that touristic like eye grabber that some countries have. But I think it might get blown up with like digital nomads and people that just want to retire. But like the crowd that usually like the Medellin crowd ain't gonna be going over the Salvador. I don't think so. I don't see that. Unless a bunch of Venezuelans and Medellin Paisas start going over there selling it, maybe it might get blown up, but I doubt it.
Yeah, what's starting to freak me out? Well, I wouldn't say freak me out, but I would say more vex me. It's nice, Milano. I heard you've been in many countries. Like I actually heard you're one of the original guys. Before the passport, bro. Like during the what is it? The Charles Tyler? I forgot. The Watif guys. I heard they're like one of the original passport bros. One thing I also wanted to ask. Okay, so you're saying that El Salvador may not be a spot that's going to get blown up. That's right. The Passport Bros Spanish Facebook group is really starting to vex me. I'm noticing they're looking at blowing up spots that other passport bros don't want seeing blown up. I don't know. Have you heard something about that?
No.
Oh. And then the last thing I wanted to ask, PUAs. I feel like Spanish-speaking PUAs kind of ruin these spots. Do you think so, or not really?
No.
Why do you say that?
I mean, I just think times are changing, and now people just have access to the social media. So there's a lot of spots that people didn't know across the world now that they know. But I mean, like you got like people that travel for different reasons.
Right. Okay. But when I say PUAs, you already know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like people who traveling for talent that's not on the P4P menu, but just like going there because they think that they're more feminine and friendly and all that.
I mean, I don't know. They're gonna find out the hard way. I think women are women in any country, man. They at the end of the day they want providers. So like,
which here's the thing with passport bros I don't understand. I know that a lot of them talk about this 50-50 stuff. Here's the thing. If you're expecting a traditional woman, you can't go 50-50. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. If the woman's traditional, like she's probably gonna just be staying at home, taking care of the kids, and like just doing housewife shit. So how the hell are you gonna get 50-50 from a girl like that?
You can't. It's
especially from a poor country, or like she's from like the body or something, like you're gonna pretty much be footing the bill for her and her whole family most likely.
Oh damn, Milano, where you at? Damn, your rent is increasing for $400 to $500. Okay, so it's $100 increase. Damn,
man, I'm thinking about the show. I feel like Razor Race is gonna get annoyed quick, man.
Here's my issue, and I can't believe I didn't bring this up with him on the panel. When I went to that website looked hella janky.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It seems kind of sketchy. I actually showed Peso Man, and Peso Man was just like, I would never get on that shit. He's like, people are just desperate for attention. I started laughing. Like, yeah, well, maybe I should. I think I kind of feel like I just kind of feel like it's gonna make like some of the brothers look really bad because Floyd and then Jay Rello, and people are gonna use that as ammunition to talk shit about them and be like, oh look at these two clowns, that's what they're going to do over there, ha ha ha. And it could be kind of like backfired towards Razor because like these guys are gonna be looking bad, and that bad reflection is gonna sprinkle on Razor. You'll be like, oh, Razor has to be the same because he's agreeing to be with these guys, and Razor's like completely different continent from these other guys. He has his own lane, right. But it don't matter because he's in the same house, so they're gonna maybe put him on the same category. You understand what I'm telling you?
I am.
Yeah.
Razor.
I hope not. But I'm just saying, like they might be like, oh look, it's a house full of idiots. Like
right.
I think most guys are not gonna show up anyways. I think it'd probably just be Wes, Floyd, Jarello, Razor, and then that's it. I don't think Austin's going to leave Brazil to go to do that shit, or Life with David for sure is not going to come through. And then David Bond and the other guys like Kirk has hell no and shit.
Austin did consider. I don't know where his mind is at on it now. But he seems to be backing out because of the way the website's designed. That's really. Because it sounds like
it doesn't look professional. When I was looking at it, it's like, bro, this is not like for a production company. It's fucking shitty as hell, dude.
It looked like it was put on a GeoCities server. You remember GeoCities?
Yeah.
It looked like it was done on GeoCities or actually, I don't even want to insult Wix because Wix at least has some professionalism to it. But that looked. Or what's the other website? Angel Fire. Remember Angel Fire?
It looks sketchy, man. I wonder how they're gonna get the money for it too. Like, are they gonna be getting paid, or are they gonna like what promotions are they gonna have? Like, who's their sponsors? Like, there's a lot of sketchy shit on that website. So
you know what that layout, that banner? You know what that banner reminds me of? When I looked at the banner on the website, it reminds me of the first Mortal Kombat. The graphic.
Yeah, man.
All right, bro. I won't hold you too long. I know you got some things you got to do.
All right, bro. Yeah, but we'll see. Like, I mean, I have my hopes up, and I talked to Pastor Man the other day. He said he would now show up for hell, and I was like, "Come on, bro, we need the villain." He's like, "Nah, I'm good." I was like, "Fuck, man."
Well, Jay Rello's already the villain.
Nah. Pastor Man's a real fucking villain. J Riddle's just an idiot, bro. Like,
Yeah. Oh, Milano asked me if I'm mixed. You probably already saw me when I cammed up on Razor's panel. And I also noticed that regular unleaded Octane 87 did a live on me as well. Well, whatever. Shout out to him. It's nothing personal. I get it. I get what he was trying to do. So no, I'm actually mixed. I'm Korean white mixed. I sound like Brian from Family Guy. Fuck you, Milano. Yeah, that's the first someone ever told me that. The other time somebody said I had an AI voice.
oh, but I'm gonna be looking out for that show. Like, I'm hoping it goes through because I would love to see all those idiots together and shit. Like.
Oh no, Milano. I actually cammed up on one of Razor's live. Couple lives ago, I cammed up on it. Yeah, so you'll see what I look like.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna end up the live, bro. Thanks. Salute to everybody that showed up, man. It's already like 3 a.m. here. I've been down. It's almost like 6 hours.
All right, bet. All right, man. You have a good
salute, bro. Have a good night, man.
Hey, you too. All right, one.